Welcome to the Danube Institute here in the Buddha Hills, or the Buddha side, I should say. So my name is Callum Nicholson. I'm Director of Research here at the Danube Institute, and I'm going to be the MC for this over the course of the day. So welcome, of course, to this conference, a one-day conference, a majority of minorities, a new look at the Middle East. We have quite a tight schedule today. We have 5 panels, and we have a keynote. I also just want to say now, we originally had 2 keynotes planned, but sadly, Paul Salam, who is going to give the second keynote, has had to leave for a family emergency, and he sends his apologies. But we wish him well. Now, to open, we're going to have opening remarks from 2 people. Second, we'll have from the Director of the International Directorate at MCC, Christian Laszlo. But to begin, I just want to hand it over to the Executive Director of the Danube Institute, István Kiss. István.
Thank you, Callum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, guests. Thank you for joining us today. I think it's going to be a very interesting event, and I don't really want to keep you long with the remarks. So, where did this idea come from? It's had a kind of a strange history. Ophir approached me. Ophir Hivry is a fellow with us. I don't see him now, but might just have the... Oh, he's here. So he had the original idea. He approached me with this interesting concept where he talked to me about how he thinks that basically, despite kind of the common knowledge, the Middle East is mostly made up of small minorities. And it was an intriguing proposal. I wasn't actually sure I completely believe it, but it did sound intriguing. And I told him that, look, Ophir, this is a great idea, but I'm not sure Danube has the resources and actually, quite frankly, the people and the institutional knowledge to do this event. So I told him, try to get someone who might have a bit more. And if you do that, then of course we're happy to host this event. And then he worked hard, and thank you, Ophir, for that. And then found somebody who's actually been our very good partner for years, and it's surprising we didn't think of it, MCC. So I want to thank MCC and Christian Laszlo, who's been a good partner for teaming up on this very important event. And I would also like to thank Nicolas Naquin, who's also a fellow with us. He put in a lot of work in making this original concept a bit different and perhaps better. And of course, Hungary Helps, which also has been a good partner of us here in Hungary in the past years. So these 2 organizations put a lot of effort into it. And I would also like to thank, because I think he will be offended if I don't mention him, Kristóf Veres, our international director, who took charge on this event. So you might ask, why is this relevant, especially in this day and age of great power rivalry, where we could be talking about, Greenland or Ukraine or other events, and why are we talking about this here in Hungary and not, let's say, in other places? Now, first, we do actually talk about, other issues like Greenland and Ukraine and geopolitical issues on our other events. So you're very much welcome to attend those events, and I hope you will do. Why Hungary? I think Hungary is very well located to do this event. First, sadly, we very much know how should I say this, the difficult histories and how great powers can draw difficult borders and make kind of things not as easy for national development. So sadly, Hungary has lost more than 2/3 of its territory during its history in the 20th century, and about 5 million Hungarians have been left in other countries, not because of their will, but because greater powers drew lines in the sand at peace conferences without asking their opinion. So in a sense, our region is a bit similar to the Middle East. Luckily, we had some pretty bad events in the 20th century, but luckily these things seem to be in the past. So we're doing much better than we did. But in a sense, I think Central and Eastern Europe is in a sense similar to the Middle East, where great powers did draw random borders. And Hungary is also kind of a place where you can have these debates. Hungary is a place where you still have free speech, where people can talk about these issues. Luckily, Hungary has historically a fairly good relationship with the Arabic countries of the region, but also, especially since the fall of communism, Hungary has been building very strong ties with the State of Israel as well. So Hungary, I think, is a good place where actually you can make these discussions, because Hungary has a fairly good connection with most of the states in the region. So we will not cause any, hopefully, diplomatic stirs with these talks. So, and the third question is, why is this relevant in this kind of a great power rivalry? Well, I think it's relevant because to understand what's going on in the Middle East, you also have to understand the actual ethnic composition of the Middle East and some of the tensions, historic tensions you have in the Middle East. You cannot have peace in this day and age without understanding the different rivalries, ethnic groups in the region. So I'm hoping that events like this can help the understanding of the region and lead to better outcomes for all the countries. And again, I will bring back Hungary Helps here, because I think it's also important that Hungary realized that if today is one of the biggest challenges of today is migration for Europe, at least. If you want to understand the reasons behind migration, again, you have to understand the tensions in the Middle East. And if you want to kind of alleviate some of the concerns from migration, it's better if you go there and try to help locally. That's why I think Hungary Helps is a good program, much better than some of the, I would say, Western alternatives. And I think that's why it's important to talk about these issues today, because if you better understand these ethnic rivalries, you better understand the ethnic map of the Middle East, I think there's better hope for peace in the Middle East and understanding between the countries. And I think Hungary can play a role because of what I mentioned in the past. As I said, I don't want to keep you long. I'm not an expert on this issue. You will hear much better people about this issue during the day. I just wanted to, again, welcome you, wish you a great day, and thank you for coming. And I will give the floor to Christian László from MCC. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much, István, for your kind words, and thank you to the whole of the Danube Institute for allowing us and giving us the opportunity to work together in this. Now, István already said almost everything I wanted to talk about as well, but I will try to make it a little bit interesting for us. So today, we gather here to examine the fate of the minority communities in the Middle East amidst wars, regime changes, and profound geopolitical shifts. And we do so in a city and a country that understands, as István said, perhaps better than most what it means to live with the realities of the minority status, the vulnerability and the historical injustice. 106 years ago, the Treaty of Trianon redrew the map of Central Europe in ways that still resonate deeply in the Hungarian soul. In a single stroke, Hungary lost more than two-thirds of its historical territory and found itself divided. Millions of ethnic Hungarians, roughly one-third of the nation, became minorities in new states, often facing discrimination, cultural suppression, and the painful severance of community ties. That experience has taught us that minority status is rarely abstract or permanent. It is shaped by borders, power, politics, and sometimes sheer accidents of history. It taught us empathy for those who found themselves outnumbered, unprotected, or targeted for simply who they are. And I think precisely because of this lived national memory, Hungary is perhaps one of the best places in Europe, or maybe even in the world, to hold this kind of discussions. We bring not just intellectual curiosity, but hard-earned sensitivity for the fragility of minority existence and the importance of national identity, cohesion, and the dangers when political frameworks fail to protect those that are vulnerable. Here we can speak candidly about whether minority status is fixed or contextual, about governance models that succeed or falter, and about the real human costs when stability collapses. But our conversations today are not merely academic. The Middle East stands at a crossroads. The ongoing conflicts, the fall of regimes, the rise of new tensions, these are not distant events. Instability there in the Middle East as István also mentioned, directly fuels waves of migration and emigration that reach Europe's shores. This unchecked disorder, it breeds despair, displacement, radicalization, and it sends thousands and often millions to the north, to Europe, in search for safety. Peace, genuine and sustainable peace in the Middle East, is therefore not only a moral imperative for us, for the people of the region, but it is essential for curbing the uncontrolled migration flows that strain our European societies, that challenge our securities, and that test the very, very cohesion of Europe. So let us approach these conversations with openness, with rigor, and our shared commitment to dignity, rights, and lasting peace. And once again, thank you so much for joining us, and I wish you all a fruitful discussion today.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, István. So I just want to reiterate for today, we have quite a tight schedule with 5 panels and a keynote, so we're going to have to keep the time, and my job is to be the unpopular guy who makes sure the panels keep the time. So the next one is, the very first panel today is going to run until 10:20, and that's called a majority of minorities. Everyone is a minority somewhere, and I just want to introduce the moderator, who will then introduce his panelists, and that is Ophir Havri, who's Vice President of the Herzl Institute of Jerusalem, but he's also a visiting fellow here at the Danube Institute. Welcome, Ophir.
So, good morning to all of you. I will start by introducing the panelists, and then I will give some remarks and start the panel this way. So I would like to ask here to join us Dilman Abdelkader from the American Friends of Kurdistan Institute. Hello. Mariam Wahaba from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy. And Zaim Al-Saloom, from Director of the Actionable Consultancy. So our panel is not by coincidence, in fact, the panel who opens up the whole the issues or the whole outlook of this conference, basically thinking about, starting to think about what it means to be a minority in the Middle East. So the starting point, if we want, is that the Middle East, that's a fact, is a mosaic of groups where everyone is a minority somewhere. So even very large groups have some kind of minority of their own group somewhere else. So, for example, Turks are the majority in Turkey, but there are also Turkmen minorities in Iraq, in Syria, in other places. It's considerable, I mean. Shiites are the majority in Iraq and Iran, but there are substantial minority of Shiites in Lebanon and in Saudi Arabia and other places. So I can go on, but this is the picture really for the whole region. But of course, in some cases, some minorities are not a majority anywhere. And that is a different problem, because if there is a minority that there is some kind of, I would say, majority state that can help them or defend them in some way, some of the minority in the Middle East, the Yazidis and the Alawites, but I can bring up many other examples, do not have any state that they can identify or run to if they're in a problem or be assisted by. So the answer to this situation since 1945 was supposed to be, in most cases, what I will call the modern Arab Unitary Republic. It was a state that attempted to subsume all of the ethnic and religious differences under a kind of secularized Arab Sunni identity that should have created, that the theory was, it should have created states that would be similar to European or Asian states like, I don't know, like France or and so on. In fact, the fact is that this program failed totally. Out of the 10 Arab republics, the majority are either failed states or barely hanging on. Some of them are ongoing years and years of civil wars. Yemen, Sudan, Libya are examples. Iraq and Lebanon are doing a bit better, but not much. So we see that this model, we can discuss it maybe separately why, but this model has failed. So this naturally means that if this isn't working, we should think about other options. So what are the options for the various groups and minorities and even for the majorities? Because you know that, for example, in Libya, the civil war and the destruction is not even because of differences they are not real ethnic or religious differences. They are simply tribes fighting each other. It's not Libya, the Libya crisis is not because some are Shiites and Sunnis or some are Kurds and Arabs. That's another. So this very model has failed, and it particularly failed the minorities in the region. There has been a widespread destruction of minorities. Many groups are dwindling, leaving those countries. In other cases, they still live there, but they are suffering terrible massacres. The Yazidis are one example, but there are others, unfortunately. So what are then the options for the various regional groups? Should we say there's nothing to do, there's just more wars, massacres, disruption? That's the way of the area. Someone might say that, but we prefer to try to think about other options. So today we will hear about some of these ideas. There are some variations on the table already, and we will also hear about possible ideas that are not there but might be proposed. So just looking at the current situation, we might look, first of all, at, for example, one attempt is Iraq, where, for example, the Kurds have their own regional government. Another model, if you want, is Lebanon, where every group is represented in the state and the government. But the question is, does it really work? I mean, Lebanon is not such a success at the moment. Another model may be the United Arab Emirates, which is a federation. However, that is a very special federation where one of the components is very large and the others are far smaller, and also it's a monarchy. So we might ask, maybe there needs to be a monarchy. Someone might argue that's the best model, but then in places where there used to be a monarchy, let's say Libya or Iraq, could you actually bring it back? So is it relevant only for those societies or for other societies? And also, the real question is, in a place like Yemen, where let's say that there would be a monarch, it wouldn't actually overcome the real problems of the composition of at least two very large, religiously distinct groups in that country. Would it work there? If the monarch is a Shiite, would the Sunnis accept him? If he's Sunni, would the Shiites accept him? So it's a complicated question. Another answer that someone might bring up, maybe a bit of a European answer, is let's give everyone a state. And granted, in some cases it might work. Sudan used to be one country, and then South Sudan, the Christian region, now is you can see it even on the map here, is a separate state. So I'm not saying that in some cases it might work, but it would have to be in cases where the area is very definite and that is there can be a clear demarcation. But in many cases that's impossible because the minority we're talking about is scattered all over. So it's impossible actually. Or in the case of the Yazidis, the population is too small to create a state. In Europe there are many microstates like San Marino and so on. But the reality is those states are not threatened by any serious outside power. The creation of microstates in the Middle East might lead to destabilization rather than. So that's another issue. We have to ask: is it really give them a state the answer for every problem? I'm not sure. Let's say that. In some cases, it be the answer. It might be the answer. In other cases, it might not. I think there might be other examples. I hope there will be also other examples that we will hear. What I can say, and one of the reasons why I proposed this conference to Danube and MCC specifically, is because Hungary itself has a model that seems to be working, where the Hungarian state has a substantial minority outside its borders, and it has a model for assisting them to foster and to develop their communal and cultural identity without it becoming a tool for destabilization of those countries. So, as far as I know, Hungary is not interested in destabilizing Romania or Slovakia, but actually helping the Hungarian minority there. And it's important especially because in some cases people say, if Hungarians have it a bit hard in Romania, why don't they move just to Hungary? And that is the case we hear a lot of times in the Middle East, saying, if you're a Shiite and you live in Syria, why don't you move to Lebanon or to Iraq, where there are more, or something like that, right? Or that could be argued for the Christians in the Middle East. So that kind of attitude, I think, basically says that all the minorities and all the local groups are, in a sense, illegitimate, because it accepts an idea that this area, Syria, let's say, it's really a Sunni Arab state, and anyone who isn't a Sunni Arab doesn't really belong that. If you accept this kind of thinking, my own view is that it's false, and some of these communities, some of these minorities exist for thousands of years, and they are no less, let's say, Syrian or Iraqi than the majority. And in fact, some of them are there even from before that area spoke Arabic. So I would say the reasonable but also the honorable attitude should be, let's find a way for these minorities to live in their homes, in their communities, and help them to thrive. And it was mentioned here that Europe also has an interest in not having some more millions of people moving from the Middle East. So basically, the goal of this conference is starting a conversation about how can minorities feel empowered, feel able to thrive culturally and economically, without this necessarily leading to more circles of war and destruction. And I'm sure that we will not conclude this conversation today, but it is at least a good start. So I welcome you to our first panel, and I will ask now our various guests to a first round of comments, prepared or on the subject, and then we will go to more in-depth discussion. So we will be, by order, Dilman, please start.
Everyone hear me? Excellent. Well, thank you, Ofer, and thank you for the two organizations for hosting us. Very timely conversation and discussion, and very timely topic. As you know, there's a significant development in the Middle East right now, especially, I can speak on the Kurdish issue, especially relating to the Kurdish people on the ground. Ofer mentioned, what is the solution for the minorities in the region that have really no sense of security. I think that's what it really comes down to, is that security, is that being able to identify as your own, however you identify, whether it's your ethnic identity, whether it's your religious identity, being able to identify, being able to express your culture freely in the Middle East. I think that is very lacking among minorities right now. The Kurds are very unique to the region. I mean, just because we are a minority in the countries that they're in Iraq, Iran, Syria, Turkey. And there are some Kurds scattered in, there's Armenia and far eastern Iran as well. But they're the fourth largest minority in the Middle East. We often think of the Middle East as the Islamic world or the Arab world. But after the Arabs, after the Turks and the Iranians, there's the Kurds. There's over 40 million Kurds alone in the Middle East. And, we were hearing about the history of Hungary and the drawing of maps. The Kurds, too, faced the significant sense of betrayal after World War I. In the same years, actually. In the same years, absolutely. And, the lines were drawn on the sand. And, the Kurds are not scattered across the region. They're literally across a border that were drawn between them. So you have 3.5 million Kurds in Syria that were separated from 20 plus million Kurds in Turkey, for example. You have 5.5 million Kurds in Iraqi Kurdistan, where they were separated from 14.5 million Kurds in Iran. And this is all encompasses one region they call Kurdistan. So, they're a minority in the Middle East, in the larger sense of the Middle East, but they are a significant minority. And I think what's, a solution, you also mentioned, what might be the solution for the Kurds, or how do the Kurds see themselves as being able to survive another day or survive well into the future? Because we've seen the history of minorities in the region and their numbers kind of go down. So we can, if we point out a number since World War I, we've seen the Christian population significantly decrease in the region. We've seen Jews persecuted across the region. And the Kurds are in that same situation, that they are continuing to be persecuted across the region. And I think for the Kurdish people, they view themselves and they view the solution for themselves as a state solution, if you will, a sort of autonomy, a sort of allowing themselves to govern themselves. And I think that shouldn't be, a threat to the region, because this, there's a lot of different solutions, whether it's federalism, whether it's autonomous, like the Kurds in Iraq have, or whether it's, total separation and independent states. These conversations could be had. But I think the Kurdish people shouldn't be seen as a threat if they introduce these ideas to the central governments of these states, of Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. And unfortunately, that's the path that's being headed by these central governments. And I think the Kurds are trying to figure out a way to move beyond that. And we can get into more details about that. Thank you.
Hello. Well, thank you so much for your remarks, and thank you all for being here. My name is Mariam Waba. I work at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, a nonpartisan institute focused on American national security and defense in Washington, D.C. Disclaimer, I am a Coptic Christian from Egypt, so take everything I say with that caveat in mind. There's so much to pull from your remarks, and yours too, sir. I think the one thing that stands out to me from both of your remarks that I'd like to focus on in our conversation today is the reference to the solution, right? When we talk about these communities, whether it's the Kurds, the Syrians, the Copts, these conversations, whether it's here in Washington or in the region, they center around the solution, capital T-H-E. And I think that's the first mistake, right? When we talk about these communities, they're all so unique, and the challenges they face and the persecution they face is so unique to them, even within different Christian minorities in the same country, in the same neighborhood. Their persecution or the way that the state treats them or interacts with them looks so different. So I think it's a flawed strategy to approach it with the solution. There can be many solutions. In fact, there ought to be many solutions. I'm fascinated by the way that the United States government and the current administration has positioned itself as the protector of Christians, and I think that's an important element of our conversation today, and the fact that the White House and certain elements of the administration sees this as a pillar of foreign policy, and how the people that care about these communities, the people that care about the issue in this room today, can use that to our advantage in the next 3 years, because we've seen different administrations across different time periods care about this issue with a certain degree of care, and I think it's important to capitalize on the moment right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the MCC and the Danube for hosting us. Honestly, I might be like a lone wolf here. As a conservative, I believe like in a one state, it means one army. And at the same time, there is one small bit that I want to bring the attention of everyone to. The so-called the alliance of the minorities in the Middle East was produced in the beginning by the left liberals in the West, and especially in the United States. And we have seen that model in our fighting against terrorism and on our fighting against ISIL and Al-Qaeda, where we have seen the representative of that wing in the United States, who is like Brett McCurk. By then, he adopted that policy, and then he shifted all the support and all the power to the minorities to fight against terrorism. Then we have had the other copy of terrorist organizations who hold long history of being IRGC allies, such as the PKK and such as the sectarian militia groups in Iraq being backed by the Obama's administration, and they start mass killing people on the other hand under the banner of like fighting against terrorism. While those who were fighting for years and years against the jihadis were betrayed. We have seen that in Iraq, and we have seen that in Syria. And as a reaction to that, a lot of people, they flipped to the other side, which is the other face of terrorism. So we always suffer from that in the Middle East, that the laziness of the Western politicians, they just go to the easiest solution. And with that easiest solution, they just pick up the easiest thing to do, and then they go with that. And right here, we have seen right model when the conservatives are rising again. Surprisingly, in the Middle East, some of them, they just picked up an old idea of the left liberals. For me, like, no one is innocent in that part of the region. Like, I'm glad that protecting Christians have been mentioned, because if we look to the far history, there is a group of ethnic group who came to the northern Syria. They came as part of a fight of the Ottoman occupation. It was called by then Ottoman Empire, to mass kill the Assyrians. And they hired that ethnic groups and their tribes, and then they became a majority in northeastern Syria, and they mass killed 300,000 Christians in that part of the world. This was not too far. This was in the early 1900s. And we have had out of that like a switch in the population. I don't want that to happen anymore to anyone, neither the Kurds, nor to the Arabs, neither to Alawites, neither to like the Druze, to any group in that region. So in my belief will be like the law and the order of like a moderate army will be the best solution, with like a local self autonomy in each region. That will be like the best solution for Syria, for example. And in Iraq, it's the same. And as Mr. Ofer has mentioned, like we have seen in Libya, all of them, it's not only one sectarian group, they are also children of one ideological manner. However, because of the Western politicians, they went to the easiest solution. They started the civil war that has divided the country right now. So it's mostly about the external factor. It's not about like the internal factor, you know. You see like warlords and terrorists from all different groups, from the Sunni Arabs, from the Kurds, from everywhere. They see, like, you see them fighting. Meanwhile, the civilians on the ground, they live together, they live in harmony. Like, the PKK leaders, they were telling people, like, these people are coming to mass kill you and everything. But at the same time, when Sheikh Maqsood and the biggest two Kurdish neighborhoods in Aleppo, when they are back right now to the control of Damascus, there is a big harmony there. There's a great work right there that we can build on. And we can take things from there to build on that, to give also the Kurds their rights. We have seen another positive outcome. The Kurds, they did not receive any civil right in all of their history. When the Baathists came to power in Syria, they took over from them even their nationality and their IDs. 2 months ago, no one has spoken about it. The current Syrian president, he released like an order, and with that order, with like an immediate impact, to give all the Kurds, without questioning them, without anything, to give them their civil rights. Why can't we build on that? Because it needs a hard work, and the politician's mentality is always lazy. Let's do the easiest thing. What's the easiest thing? Let's destroy more and more and more and create and see if that works or not. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a first question that I'd like all of you to address. Coming from the last speaker, I think there is a big issue about the extent and impact of foreign influence on the region. So a lot of the time, sometimes I think correctly, sometimes incorrectly, many of the problems of the region are pointed to as to foreign influence. So, of course, there was and there is foreign influence, by the way, everywhere. Even Americans are saying the Chinese are doing that and so on. But more to the point, it might be the case, it might be argued, that the real problems in the Middle East are created by Americans, maybe the Russians, maybe other powers that are trying basically to play the local players to their interest. That is one possible view. So basically, we in the Middle East, we don't really have any problems. It's all the bad Westerners that are doing that. Another view, and I tend more to this direction, is that actually the interest of the West in the Middle East is always to have relatively stable regimes. And so the interest in the West about Libya, let's say, or Sudan, or even Iraq, they're not really, in the capitals of the West, they don't really care who's the guy, as long as he's not against us. If it's A or B, we want to have stable governments in those places. We prefer not to have civil wars because it's bad for business. And so basically, my view is that the Western powers expected, instead of Gaddafi, to be some other dictator there, and instead of the regime of Omar al-Bashir in Sudan and so on, their expectation actually is not for the region to become democratic or liberal or anything like that. But in most cases, and there isn't that much of a difference between the democratic or Republican administrations, with one important difference that I will mention in a moment. My own view is that the West really is not interested in these civil wars, but actually would like for there to be a strong boss everywhere. And I think that the reason that Al-Jolani is receiving so much I would say, carte blanche in many places is because the West, we want one boss. I don't know Druze, of course, we don't want him to massacre everyone, but we're not interested in, in Yemen, we would prefer someone to be the boss. That's the tendency. We have to concede that there was a period, and there was not a coalition, a kind of agreement between Democrats and Republicans in the early 2000s that they thought that it's possible to change the Middle East and to make Iraq into Switzerland or something like that, right? So there was an attempt in Iraq and in Afghanistan to say, we will control the area for 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, doesn't matter. And when we go out, it will be like a European or American country. Clearly, that failed, and Americans acknowledge that. I mean, the electorate now also on the left does not, in America, does not accept that idea that America could impose on Iraq regime change in the meaning that it becomes some kind of Spain or Netherlands, right? So this attempt was actually done, but apart from that, so my question is, do you think that I would say the Western efforts in the Middle East are directed toward actually trying to create stability, even at the cost of minorities, or the opposite? Maybe you think that the West is actually interested in more fighting. So,
if I may. Look, especially with this administration, the Trump administration, they are not interested in state building. We know that they're interested, they view the U.S. national security interest as that whoever, as you said, whoever controls the central government, as long as the people can cope with it, as long as he doesn't kill too many people, we need someone in Syria to talk to. I think that's how they're approaching it. They're not blind to the fact that Jolani is a terrorist. They know Jolani is a terrorist. I mean, you can label him president, you can trim his beard and put a suit on the guy. We had a $10 million bounty on him. And I don't think it's a lazy argument. I would push back, about whether what the minorities want or whatnot. I think the facts and the history speak for themselves. There's a reason why the minorities in the country don't trust Jolani and didn't trust Assad either, Hafiz Assad, Bashar Assad, and even Jolani. There's a reason why, what you mentioned about Aleppo and Sheikh Maksoud and Ashrafiyah, the Kurdish neighborhoods in Aleppo that were attacked, there is no harmony. That's disinformation. Actually, there is no harmony. There's the significant portion of the Kurdish population inside Syria continue to hold their arms. Over 75% are armed. The civilian population. This is not talking about the YPG and the YPJ, the Women's Protection Forces. Why? Because there's a mistrust about that, and they know that. Look, they feel the betrayal from the West. They feel the betrayal from the European Union and the Americans about what happened. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean they trust Damascus. That doesn't mean they can ignore what happened. Yesterday they were fighting against these jihadists, these foreign jihadists, these radicals, these Al-Qaeda affiliates, these ISIS affiliates that are now controlling Damascus. You can say they're a government, they're a central government. There's no Syrian army. It doesn't matter if the West. I mean, we can't say the West is doing this, and that, but at the same time accept what the West is giving you is basically handing you Damascus. So you can't take and criticize at the same time. I think that's dishonest. And the minorities are fully aware. The Jews, the Alawites, the Kurds, the Christians. The Christians don't run to Damascus for safety. The Jews don't run to Damascus and Al-Shara, Jolani for safety. The Alawites don't do the same. They go to their own corners, or they run to the Kurds for safety, because the Kurds provided a region with what's now dismantled, not because Jolani was capable or had the capacity to do so, but because they were strong-armed by Turkey, by Syria, by Qatar, by Saudi Arabia, and all these supporters. It wasn't that the Kurds were defeated militarily and Jolani, some major military force that came in. No, this was U.S. is doing, Western power pushing this central authority onto the Kurds, as you mentioned. So I think, just to close, we have to acknowledge the reality on the ground is that minorities in there, there's criticism. I'm not sure why there's so much criticism of the Kurds. Actually, it was the Kurds that allowed ethnic and religious minorities to be safe and stable for the entirety of the Syrian civil war. Idlib province, where Jolani controlled, was an al-Qaeda hub, was the largest al-Qaeda hub in the Middle East, in the world, actually, 15 to 20,000, and with Turkish outposts. And then, as Assad fell, he had an opening to go into Damascus. So I think the reality on the ground is that minorities, not just Kurds, ethnic and religious minorities, women's empowerment, children, you name it, are safest when they were empowered, and that empowerment happened because of the Kurds.
But I understand, but our main argument is that actually the West and the US is interested actually in giving power to the center.
Right.
Am I correct?
This specific administration is. So this specific, because they're not interested in nation building. I think that's what we have to. They're not interested in more boots on the ground, and I don't blame them for that. I think there's a lack of appetite just historically with the Iraq and Afghanistan war in the region. So I think, but also the Kurds feel a sense of betrayal, largely because it was the Kurds who fought ISIS. Right? It was the Kurds who lost 15,000 plus lives in the fight against ISIS, both in Iraq and in Syria. So the Kurds feel that the West does owe, and even Europe. Now, we're not just talking about the United States, even Europe. If it wasn't for the Kurds, ISIS would be in your doorsteps. There would be far more refugees in Hungary and in the broader European Union if it wasn't for the Kurds and the ISIS threat and the radical extremist threats in the region. Because they were going through Turkey. Yeah. So I think that's important to know.
What a fascinating question. I think there's a couple of ways to approach this, but I'll stick to my lane here and talk a little bit about the Christians. And I think there's a couple ways I could answer that, but one quote comes to mind when it comes to at least how America views the region and how America views the minorities, and it's there are no permanent friends, there are no permanent enemies, there are only permanent interests. And I think when the U.S. looks at the region, it has a really, even some of the most seasoned, well-educated diplomats within the State Department, the White House, multiple White Houses, they have a hard time wrapping their head around the region that has Kurds and Yazidis and Copts and Alawites and Berbers and Amazigh. And because in the Western psyche, they have a completely radical or different understanding of minority groups within America, they imprint that understanding onto the Middle East. And of course, it's a completely different thing, right? The black-white relationship in the US is different than the Copt-Kurd relationship, if there's even one, in the Middle East. And that is really where the problem starts, because you see time and time again, whether it's, somebody brought up Brett McGurk, I hate to summon him, but time and time again, that mistake is played out. I think if we're looking to identify common themes across different administrations of how the U.S. engages with minorities, I think it differs minority, right? Like the Washington-Kurdish relationship is radically different than the Washington-Coptic relationship. The Kurds have fought along American forces. There's a very special relationship there, whereas the Copts, I know this firsthand, so many different administrations have refused to engage with Coptic communities. We're talking about 15 to 20 million people in Egypt, one of the biggest Christian, if not the biggest Christian minority in the Middle East. Washington refuses to engage with the Copts because it risks the relationship between Cairo and Washington. And here we're talking about what is laid at the altar of stability, right? How many times has Washington allowed a culture of impunity to fester in Egypt because it allows the White House and the palace in Cairo to maintain stability. So I think Washington, there's a certain level of understanding, and then there's a certain level of disinterest, and then there's a certain level of misunderstanding about how to engage with certain communities, and where American interests lie dictate how they act. And then there's one more thing before I promise I'll shut up. You can count on this is I believe it's a Churchill quote. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'd hate to get that wrong. The Americans will always do the right thing after they've tried everything else. So there is that pattern. It is, right? Churchill, yes. So there's the pattern of there's often a good intent, but undereducation / misinformation about how to approach these certain communities and what they mean to each other and what they mean to the grand psyche of each nation.
Yeah, thank you so much. So first thing, I just want to clarify at one point. I think you misread me. I didn't say like the Western evils, they are doing that to us. I'm very pro-West. And for me, the alternative is Russia and China, which is the war's nightmare for me. What I'm saying right now is that the politicians right now, we don't have great leaders anymore. So they pick the easiest solutions.
Trump is a great leader?
Like when we talk about historic, like great leaders like Sir Winston Churchill, no, we don't have any more of those. So, and they did that even the West. Like for example, like when they woke up on the fact that they have to raise their defense spending, they picked the easiest solution, which is let's collect money from people by raising taxes rather than investing in the Western ecosystem, UK, Canada, and Europe. So this is what I meant. On the other hand, regarding like the misinformation, I would take that to third parties. We have some decent institutes with us, like people who are like advisors for policymakers or Middle East Institute, like colleagues. You can approach them and ask them what's the situation on the ground, because we haven't seen, when there were atrocities against like the Druze and against the Alawites, we have seen clear like statements from all of these states. Right now we don't see anything because there is harmony on the ground, and it's not like that. The message that I'm trying to deliver right now, neither the Kurds are evil, nor the Sunni Arabs are evil. None of those parties are evil. Who is evil are the warlords and the terrorists. And we have this problem in the Middle East that the West always pick those who have a mixture of like the mentality of a warlord terrorist. So for the leaders of the PKK, whom became like YPJ or SDF or whatever you call them, they have been fighting for decades. They were backed by the IRGC, trained by the RGC, until today backed and operated by the PMF. We have solid, actionable intelligence reports about their meetings, about their supplying, about their joint programs in intelligence, in money laundering, and everything. But as soon as they have seen Iran is losing in the region, the Assad is losing in the region, after they were allies to him, the one who mistreated the Kurds in the war's way, they raised the flag of Israel. Let's go to Israel to protect us. Why? Because for them, as warlords and as terrorists, if the war has stopped or if the conflict has stopped, I will have no power and no money. And we have seen the same habit by the leaders of the Palestinian terrorist factions. They were always saying no to any peace initiatives because, and no one dared to talk about this in the Arabian world, because they look at it in that way. If the conflict stopped, we will have no power and we will have no money. It's the same mentality right here. Is there like an easier solution? Is there like a better solution rather than pushing people to keep butchering each other and killing each other until we have like minorities ruling themselves? Again, no one is innocent. We have seen a minority ruling in Syria. They were butchering people like Alawites. They killed everyone. They killed the Kurds, and now, like the PKK is taking the regime leaders. This is not the Stockholm Syndrome. This is a terrorism mentality, a warlord mentality. These people, they were butchering the Kurds. Why are you like, right now, you are cooperating and supporting them to keep destabilizing Syria? Because for them, it's an interest. But that doesn't mean the Kurds are evil. The Sunni Arabs, they have had like Al-Qaeda and Muslim Brotherhood and ISIL. That doesn't mean they are evil. They are a small, very, very tiny, small group of the Kurds. And these as well, they are a small, tiny group of the Sunni Arabs. And the Sunni Arabs are the ones who were, like, before like the international coalition was formed, I come from Deir Zor. A lot of my friends were killed in that fight. My brother was tortured to death by a jihadi group because of that fight. But then we have had Brett McCord, who believed in the Minorities Alliance. He picked to go to in bed with the other people. And then we have the rise of ISIL because the tribes in Iraq who fought, and they were promised by Bush administration, after fighting against the jihadis, they feel they were betrayed. So yeah, these solutions, they have created terrorism and they have sparked civil wars that never ended. Is there a better solution? Yeah, of course there is always a better solution, but it will require more work. And no one within the Western, like, politicians is willing to work. Even in Israel right now, we have seen this situation. We have seen like a people who spent 3,300 years surviving and trying to survive, being butchered in the worst way, until they recognize that the best solution is forming a state, is forming an independency. And the Al-Talina like incident, I adored that like story because it tells you like establishing a state is a will and it's a decision. And the message was clear when like President Ben Gurion like thanked the Al-Talina that we should form a state. And this is the best solution. This is the solution for this prosperity. And in Syria, we don't want to be killed for another 3,000 years and be like in wars between minorities and majorities again. We're just trying to learn from that lesson. But we have had a third generation of Israeli leadership who's compromising all the great things and the great brand of the name of Israel that the first two generations of the Israeli leadership have spent their life on investing in and creating, and now being compromised just to take a solution of a left liberal. There is always a smarter like solution. I will be quick about the suggested solution. You have a guy, he was a former terrorist, and I personally fought against him. He's showing you everything that I'm changing. And he's showing you this on the ground. The best, and he believes he cannot do anything, and he cannot be like a historic leader to build a state without the help of Israel and the help of the West. Israel had the chance to come with a leash and tell him, yeah, we're going to help you with this, we're going to help you in lifting sanctions, but instead of that, we want you to do this and that and that. And this is what's Trump's administration is doing right now in Syria. For the first time in history, I see the US policy in Syria is more accurate than Israel. Meanwhile, in Israel, we have seen them like talking to Alawites who have a long history of being IRGC assets, the same within the Druze region, and the same with the PKK. You have had a very smart solution. You invest in the brand name of Israel. Because these people, when they came to power, they came with a power with a belief, I cannot build a nation without having peace with Israel. You have compromised that. Because right now they have the belief, we have America behind us, we don't need Israel anymore. Then Israel became weaker on the negotiations table. So I'm giving this example as a very pro-Israel person to say it's not about the West is being evil. I'm talking about the politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't. No. Wait. I don't know if we have about 15 minutes, even less. So I want to try to have 2 rounds of questions, but depends on how long are your answers. So you can say whatever you want, but I'm just asking you to be more concise. Not you, Mariam, because you are actually both of our other. It's fine. No, you have no problem. Just okay. So I want to proceed. We will not solve all the problems of the Middle East in this session, unfortunately. I wanted, but we cannot. It's impossible. So, but I want to ask about 2 other issues. And then I will give you each a few minutes to have finishing remarks. So the first is this. We discussed the internal problems and the Western influence, but the issue is this. It seems to be the case that almost all countries in the region, ultimately, the practical solution is not remotely similar to regimes that we have in the West or even in Israel. Because those countries that seem to be functioning, we can ask if less or more, let's say Egypt, they tried democracy and now it's a dictatorship. Maybe Sisi is not a very harsh dictator if we compare it to others, but it's not, right? So basically, and the same question we might ask about Syria, about Iraq, about other countries. Essentially, looking at the future, not today, there might be this conflict, that conflict, looking 10 years, 20 years in the future. The basis for power today in the Middle East is that if you have a militia, if you have the army, it doesn't matter, but basically it's military powers means political power. So in Iraq, there are the Shia militias. In Syria, there are various militias, and in Lebanon, every group has its own militias. Really, that is the reality. There isn't a Lebanese army, but it's very, very weak. And so the question is, if we look forward, try to think of the best possible solution in your country, in the country where you come from. I don't know if you're going back there, but let's say so, Syria or Egypt or so on, and saying, I'm looking 20 years in the future, is the most viable solution that there will be some dictator that we hope that is not very harsh. There are better and worse ones. So you say, okay, the king of Jordan is a kind of dictator, but he's not really oppressing everyone. He's keeping things together. And of course, you have crazy people like, Saddam Hussein and so on. So, or you can devise some vision for that country where it will not be Switzerland or Netherlands, but there will be some kind of system where the fact that you own the most arms isn't the reason for why you control things. So maybe the answer is no, but that's a question I put to all of you. Looking, let's say, 20 years, what would be, in your view, a realistic goal that is maybe viable?
Yeah, I mean, even the question in itself is kind of unfortunate and sad that we have to compromise. Minorities have to compromise with a majority, and that compromise means surrender, unfortunately. That compromise means we have to kind of be okay with a sort of a dictator. We know he's a dictator, but, he might not be killing us, but he's taking away our rights. I mean, that's the state of minorities in the Middle East.
One second. Yeah. I didn't mean you to have to.
No, I understand.
You could
exactly.
propose something else. I'm not saying that you have to accept
No, you don't have to. But that's the conversation we're having, and that's unfortunate. That shows the reality of the region. And, you mentioned that, is it possible for minorities to not have military power or armed power to gain their political power, to gain their identity power? I think, unfortunately, history tells us, no, you can't. History tells us if you are a minority and if you put your weapons down, that you will be, that the state will come after you. The central governments will come after you. Don't forget about the Kurds. Look at the Jewish people in the Middle East, persecuted. Not one Jewish individual and community in the entirety of the region except Israel. Their numbers has disappeared. Look at the Christian minority. There used to be over 3 million in Iraq alone. Today, there's a couple 100,000, if that, in Iraq. And it's the same situation for other minorities in the region. And I think the Druze are paying attention to that in Syria, in southern Syria. They know if they put their weapons down that their solution is not going to exist. There's not going to be a conversation about whether Jews will exist or not in the future. It's the situation for them is so dire that they have to think of now, and now is that we have to arm ourselves because we knew what they did, what Damascus did a couple months ago to us. We know the threat. We know the affiliates. And the Kurdish situation is the same thing, is that if they put their weapons down, and this is why, and I always argue this is why the Kurdish number is in the millions, it's 40 plus million people. To this day, even though for so many decades, for over 100 years, central governments have tried to basically erase their identity, erase their culture, their language, their existence in the region, it's because they're armed. So if you were to tell me, after World War I, if the Kurds laid down your arms, it's a good thing they didn't lay down their arms because we wouldn't be talking about a 40 plus million Kurdish population today. And if we're talking about 20 years from now, if the argument is for the Kurds to surrender their weapons and surrender to Damascus, that's a historic mistake. Because imagine if the Kurds in Iraq did that after the fall of Saddam. The Peshmerga wouldn't exist today, and the country would be governed by Hashd al-Sha'bi and all these other militias and Iranian affiliates. So I think one secure tool that the minorities have to use is and this is unfortunate. And this is not because they're violent or they're warlords. I think that's a weak argument to make. Just because you're a central government doesn't make you the professional army. It doesn't make you the go-to quota or status quo of the country just because you're a central army. That goes against them. Assad did the same thing. Assad was a warlord. Jolani is a warlord. That doesn't make any sense. So I think the minorities have to keep their weapons for their ability to survive, for their ability to use their political leverage.
As far as I know, the Copts don't have their own militia, so it's a bit a different question for you.
Yeah, never have, probably never will. We can argue if that's for the best or not. It's interesting hearing you talk about is laying down your weapon as a minority coming from a group that has never held weapons really in any meaningful ways. There's been a couple of Coptic rebellions here and there, but it hasn't amounted to anything. Okay, I'll be brief, but I'll answer your question in two parts. First, I think when you talk about the Copts, it's hard to talk about the Copts in isolation. You have to understand all that is going on in Egypt to really understand Copts. And when people come to me and they have a very basic level of knowledge about Egypt or the Coptic community, I like to think of the Copts as kind of the litmus test for Egypt. If you want to know how Egypt is doing, look at the Coptic communities. When's the last time a church was burned? When's the last time a Coptic girl was kidnapped and forcibly converted? When's the last time? And so on and so forth. And that is a reflection of the broader state of play within Egypt. Sisi is a very interesting leader. We're now more than a decade removed from the Arab Spring. We had a democratic experiment, let's call it, in Egypt, and we're seeing the result of that. I read a fascinating study the other day that said about 30% of Egyptians are young enough that they have no memory of the Muslim Brotherhood or the Arab Spring, Tahrir Square, any of that. And I think that's very interesting. That number is only going to grow. You're looking at a third of the population who has no recollection of this inflection point in the modern nation state of Egypt. And then you add to the list of factors in that Egypt has one of the largest growing youth populations in the Middle East, the highest debt to GDP ratio, massive amounts of corruption, a state that for all practical reasons we can call a police state. All of those things amount to a fissure growing in Egyptian society that is bound to come up into something. And Sisi and the Sisi regime have done a really good job, let's call it, of keeping tabs on those fissure points and releasing steam when certain bubbles overload, especially in the wake of October 7th. There's been increased Israel animosity, increased animosity around the Americans and the West. And I think those are ways to control those things. But all to say that there's something brewing in Egypt that we have not begun to understand yet because the Sisi regime is doing everything it can to cover it up. Okay, so that's kind of the bleak view of Egypt in 20 years. Within the Coptic community, it's hard to say where this is headed. I think part of the work we're doing at FDD is to not fight the Sisi regime, is not to antagonize the Sisi regime, but to work with them to show them that protecting their Coptic minority is actually in their national interest, and wielding the Copts as a state, a tool against larger issues is in their disinterest long term. So there's certain things that we can do from Washington's point of view. The persecution of the Copts is very peculiar, and I'm right now doing a massive study on the different versions or different flavors of persecution. How it looks in China is very different than how it looks in Egypt. Things like blasphemy laws are still in effect in Egypt, and they disproportionately impact Coptic Christians because you can have a young man just last month was sentenced to 5 years of hard labor for running a YouTube channel in which he explains Christianity. So persecution looks different, therefore our solutions have to be different, therefore Washington has to orient itself radically different than it does towards the Kurds or the Alawites or whatever else.
Your comments, but please be brief because the real dictator here, Callum, will kill me if we go over.
No problem. Yeah, very quickly. First thing, again, I'm not like, you've shot me twice now personally, but like, I just want to pick up like a small point regarding, is it lying down weapons? Like, in short, the solution will be a civil state in Syria and giving each group of people their own right to self-autonomy on a local level, but one army, one diplomacy, and one state. However, with running their own local issues, self-autonomy, civil state, what does it mean, civil state? When these people came to power and they wanted to show everyone that we are changing, the first thing they proposed is the thing that we were fighting for. Everyone is equal. Our problem with the Alawites wasn't that they were Alawites, but they were killing people who are out of the Alawite loop and using the Alawite minority to mass kill everyone else, which has started a civil war. Mentioning the Alawites, when I went the first time to Damascus after the Assad falls, and it was kind of like a suicide mission because I wasn't sure how these people will treat me. No one touched me, thank God. I stayed in a Christian neighborhood, by the way, and I follow like a healthy lifestyle. So I don't drink a lot in the West, but in Damascus, I was drinking every night, literally. I don't drink arak. I was finishing a small bottle of arak every night in Damascus, which was like surprising to me, you know. It has exceeded and the Christians is a very like impressive experience right here, and like a model where you don't need weapons to protect yourself. You just need to be wise. You just need to know how to do your own thing and to be on the table, on the negotiations table. And the Christians, they have the most secure neighborhood right now in Syria because they are on the table and they were wise. And by the way, in Syria, we have 6 sectarian groups of Christians. So they are not even like one Orthodox or one Assyrian or one Catholic or one. So we have 6 different types of church, you know. On the other hand, there is a small minority that no one is talking about it. And it's another model where you don't need a weapon. The Ismailis in Syria. I don't know if any one of you heard of them. The Ismailis, they are in the middle of Syria and in the middle of the Bedouins where ISIL is so close to them and in the middle of the desert. They have never carried a weapon. But when you go to their territories, you feel yourself you're out of the whole desert because they have very good education system, they have good services, they have their own community, and they have never carried a weapon. Despite that, they are very spoiled by the new state of Syria. They had like sectarian issue with the Alawites, so they were killing them, marginalizing them, and everything. But right now, they have a big harmony with the current rulers. I will even like say a joke when Syria was liberated. The first militias entered my city were the militias who were sitting in northern Syria. And I was against those because they have occupied Afrin, because I was against Afrin operation. And this might be like a surprising information for you. I was protecting the the rights of the Kurds, you know. And because of that, they occupied our house. I had to go in a fight of 6 months fight and give my house to the state just because it became a challenge for me. They did not agree to leave the house until they took everything, including like the doors and the window. I have another friend who is an Ismaili. His house was occupied by Iranian and Alawite officer. So when they came, they thought it's like an HQ for the Iranian regime, Iranian militias. Then he called the security station, and he's a very normal Ismaili friend. They sent him a convoy of 12 cars to tell these people leave their home immediately, and he got his home like cleaned, even cleaned. So I'm not saying he is like Ahmed al-Shara, he's doing that because he's an angel. Because he believes he cannot build a great state without that. So use that against him. Tell him, I will not help you to build your own state without making a civil state. Civil state, it means everyone is equal. Being minority doesn't mean you're better than me or less than me. Being a majority, it doesn't mean you're like the best solution will be a civil state. That is the key word. Everyone is equal. Neither a majority is better, nor a minority is better. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We should have continued for another hour, but Callum said for some reason he doesn't want us to. So thank you very much to each of our speakers, and we'll hear more in the next sessions. Thank you.
The keynote for this morning. I'm sorry we're starting a few minutes late. But the title of this keynote is Building a Tolerant Society in the Middle East. Is the UAE model replicable in other countries? And we're honored to have with us Dirar Balbul Al-Falasi, who's a former speaker of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Falasi.
Good morning. I was planning to have different speech, but the argument, what happened today, had changed everything. It's a sort of motivate me to do something I wasn't expecting. But let's start with one thing. Let's start where the last session had ended. First of all, good morning, and thank you for having me here. Thank you, the Nova Institute, for inviting me. Also, thank you, MCC, for being here. And let me explain, I was planning to do something, but part one I will concentrate in part two, which is why UAE is the model. And why UAE is successful in having this kind of harmony living together. I think, first of all, UAE, everybody understands it is federal. And a federal where everybody has said it can't be, it will fail. But with the persistence of His Highness Sheikh Zayed and Sheikh Rashid insisted in going further with all the problems and everything, we should go ahead. And it wasn't, in fact, it wasn't 7, it was 9. 9 federations, including Qatar and Bahrain. Those two had some doubt, so they said, okay, leave it. We will go. By the way, Ras Al Khaimah was joined later after 2 months. So whatever we have in our hand, we will start from there. Now, it is the only federation in the Middle East. The only stable government, monarchy living there. I think the problem which we have here in the, let's say, in the world or European, trying to implement your understanding of democracy on us. We have our own understanding of democracy. I'll give you an example. I was in a discussion with with a professor. He was from Canada, and he was teaching in Zayed University political science. So I told him, do you know that we have our own democracy? He said, no, you don't have democracy, you have money. I said, okay, hold on your horse. Let me explain to you. You know that Sheikh Mohammed al-Rashid, his grandfather, was elected. So he said, how it is? No. I said, okay, wait a minute. We have tribes, which represent almost, as you say, parties. Every tribe has somebody who represented it. They have to choose between two brothers. So they chose this. So what do you call this? This is a democracy in the beginning. But if you want to transfer to a democracy, this is where it is started. This is where it is now, which we have in the FNC, which is the parliament in UAE. I don't think so there is someone which is half woman, half female, half male, which is 50. I think this like a proof where we respect, at least, as somebody said, that we don't respect women's rights. I think what they have in the UAE, we should say, as men, we need to look after us more than the women, because the women have taken everything. Their rights and more than that. But the main thing I want to talk about is why it is successful in UAE. And one of the things I was discussing with the Bahrainis, our brothers in Bahrain, this is during the Arab Spring and the revolution of Shia there. He said, after that, how it is happening in UAE, you have a Shia and you don't have a problem with them. I said, we didn't separate you. And there is no clustering which is in Bahrain happening. This is Sunni, this is Shia, this is when there is a distribution of land, it is distributed for everybody. So my neighbor could be a Shia, could be a Sunni, could be anybody. But we live all in one place. There's no answer. This is how limited all attraction. This is the beginning where we start. So there is nothing different between Sunni and Shia. This is where it started. And the second thing is, I was discussing with His Highness Sheikh Saif, which is Minister of Interior. I asked him, we have expat and this one. He said, just about citizenship. He said, his way of interpreting citizenship now it was stuck about 15 years ago. It's still stuck in my brain. Citizenship, an Emirati or expat, all are considered a citizen. Who live in this land is a citizenship. So once you treated the rest of the people as a citizenship, as a part of your community, then you're avoiding all the friction. Where it is starting this friction? This is starting from one thing, I think, education. And education, once you have a radical education, and you have here Sheikh Hussein, who had a lot of fight because of this radical education, and we had, thanks God, we cleared it from the curriculum of the student. We started, the question was, around what do you think is best? I said, this was 15 years. Let us start with the new generation. Teaching them citizenship, that you accept the other party. Once you accept the other party, you can live with him. There's no difference. By the way, anybody knows how many people, how many races live in UAE? It is above than 200. How they live there? All they live in harmony. Because you have removed the fraction. You have removed the things which is says that you are different than me. That you are Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Sunni, I'm a Shia, or I'm a Kurd, there's nothing there to make it. Once everybody started to raise this up, this is one of the things which is, we were here in Europe, underestimate the Muslim Brotherhood. you will think that they are living here. You will think that they are more modern and but their whole soul thinking is the outreach the church. And with the preaching of hate, which is they are expert in, I think we will have a lot of problems. So we removed all this and we started fresh and everything. I would like to say something for the podium which is before me. I think the best solution is a dialogue. A best solution for solving all your problems is just to sit in one table and put your demand. It might not be 100%. You will not get 100%. But
You will get at least 50% and the other percent. This is, I learned it the hard way. We were discussing with an American, and we have one of our friends is a Palestinian, and he get nervous. And he just left. And at that time, I was still a young one. Now I'm a bit old. He just left, and he said, told him, where are you going? He said, I'm not convinced of what you say. He said, okay, sit down and convince me. You think if you left the room, you won, you didn't want anything. But convince me of your opinion. This is the problem with the Middle East. Either you are with me or you are against me. This habit, we have to get rid of it. We have to sit and negotiate and talk. And I'll give you a better example. Egypt have a treaty with Israel. Jordan have a treaty with Israel. Why it is successful with UAE? Because it is built in trust and economy. I remember here what His Highness told us once, Hamid Rashid, don't let the politics lead the economy. It will ruin it. Let the economy lead the politics, because it will thrive. And I think this is where the success story between UAE and Israel, it is all business. And the business is thriving, and everybody is there. And I don't know. You know how many Israeli now live in Dubai? It's about 30,000. Why they're living? And the ambassador is here. They can go to the mall, which is the biggest mall, and they wear everything there. Nobody even will just look at them because we had worked hardly in teaching our students, our children, that he is a human. Whatever his religion, whatever he is doing, he's a human. He have the right to pray. He have the right to do anything. And you have the right to pray also. So once you reach this limit of success, I think we get rid of all the headache of trying to preach hate, which is, I think, this is the worst things, and we have here everybody from different religion, where I think everybody is supporting my idea, that is, if we sat down and discussed a thing which is called dialogue, and we started this thing which is, I wrote it, it took me a long time, which is, I'm pushing for it, a national dialogue which is not considered just, let's say, a political, it is an economy, it is a social discussion, it is political again. We'll come back to it. But we let us solve the other things in the community which help everybody thrive. Not one race, not one individual. Everybody should thrive. And this is where it's called the modern monarchy. I think it is the right in English, it is the modern monarchy, which is thriving now in the GCC. I remember in the 70s, we were called by the Nasrs and Ba'athis and everything that we are backward. We are backward. Am I right or wrong? But now where is the backward, and where is the Nasris, and where is the Ba'athis, and everything had tried. But those people are working with ours, And I think the problem is the humbleness of let's say, the rulers had solved the problem because there is no gaps between them. And this was the best solution. I was with an American during World Government Summit. And he was just looking, and His Highness passed just like this, and the two crown princes passed. He said, never happened anywhere. They are among the people. It has to be somewhere else, everybody will be stopped. I think when you treat your citizenship as a family, it changed everything. We were successful in this, and we wish that, and we hope also, that the other country follow our method. Bahrain is doing it. Bahrain is copying what is UAE, and it was successful as UAE. There is another, but it need time. Time, I think, which is, it have to come soon. Everybody have to move, because I think we are suffering a lot in the Middle East, and everybody had to end this massacre which is happening. I still believe in a dialogue, sitting down and talking, and let us, for once and all, forget whatever happened in the past and just sit and do. Okay, you think in the UAE we didn't have wars? We didn't have prior to 1971? Yes, we have. We have revenge, we have everything between all the tribes. What happened? It is all ended. So we deleted all the things and we started a new page. The new page was called United Arab Emirates. And we targeted that. And by letting the people understand that they have a chance in living and there is a hope, I think the word of hope is strong, and everybody have a chance to live in harmony. It will be a huge successful for the Middle East. And the thriving Middle East, it will push everybody's up. You have now, I know we are living in a war zone. You have Iran and you have Taliban, which is the worst thing you can see. But you have also another thing, which is, I think, the involvement and pushing the democracy, which is the European and the American in the Middle East. How you push the democracy to the Middle East and you have, the ground is not ready. You have to work from zero to teach, to let people understand what is democracy. For example, in my previous, we done, there was a sort of opposition against, but we didn't. We did a sort called Young Emirati Parliamentary. Just we are trying to teach how to become a parliament. My thought was we will get about 20 applications. We got about 500. We reached 300 and we said, I can't, all of them are, masters and about four of them PhD. Please, I was asking, can you increase the budget? I cannot take, I have to take out. So we took about 60 of them. The award for me, those are within 6 months, they're ready. We went to Bahrain, and they do it in the parliament in Bahrain. And the speaker there said, I will give every one of them 3 minutes. And she decided, and she gave everyone a sort of a topic, prepare it, and come and discuss it in the morning. And they gave him at night, And I was watching the clock, it was 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Then I appointed for, he said, no, leave them. I am enjoying it. I have somebody who can speak, who understands the parliament rules, I am enjoying it. I don't mind. But this is one example. If you start teaching the people the right way of democracy, then let it grow down, organic. You have a good example in Egypt. It is enforced. The broad Muslim Brotherhood. I wrote once an article. 80 years they are preparing behind the scenes to reach the top, the chair, or to lead. Once they are there, they couldn't. Within a year, less than a year, everything collapsed. So let the people understand the real democracy by trying to understand it from the juniors. Now we have a parliament which is called, I think, Children Parliament. What we have is about 40 kids from all Emirates. They're doing election. Everybody's asking for, can you vote for me and everything? So if you start from, let's say, 15 years, and he have all the mentality of a democracy, when he reached the parliament, you think what he will look like? Or forget, he didn't reach the parliament. Anywhere you put him, he is prepared. He is prepared to discuss with you, to talk to you, to understand you. But don't force it on us. Please, guys, we have our own values. We have our own rules. I will bring it another way. Let us learn the hard way. Let us understand what is democracy. And I think we had arrived to a point where we understand the democracy. And one of the things we were discussing, one guy, he said, okay, Kuwait had the democracy. I said, had, past time, because they misused it. And he said, what do you mean by that? I said, I am parliamentarian, I know. If I want to talk, and the minister there, I want to question him, I have to talk to the speaker, and the speaker will permit. There is a respect. Once you avoid the respect and everything, and Kuwait wasn't a democracy, it was a joke. Whereas there is no respect, there is an insult the whole time. This is not a democracy. Democracy is how I can convince you, how I can talk with you. So the Middle East need a role model to push this one. And a role model, I think, which is, let's say, a modern monarchy. It is not a king, it is a symbol. It was in Europe before, and some of them, and it was successful because it is a symbol for the people to run it. We need that symbol. In the Middle East, you have to understand our mentality. If there isn't anybody, and you don't want a militia to be running everything, once the state have the power to say, no, it is, as it said, Mzaham said, Masalum said, one army, one policeman, and everything is rest. UAE is a federal. Everybody have his right as a state. There is a state rule. As in the US, a governor or something like this. But everything by the law. I am a parliamentary, but if somebody went, let's say, the Sheikh Hussein go and complain again, they will take it immediately. Why? There is no difference in the law between an Emirati and expat. It is all under the law. Once we reach that point, I think we will not have a problem. The Middle East, I think, need a solution. And the solution is we have a role model, it can lead, and we have a chance to sit down and discuss. Please, guys, don't push for a war. Don't push for a weapon. Push for a negotiation. Okay, you have demand, you have anything. Come and sit down, put your demand, and let us negotiate. Maybe you will not have, again will come, you will not have 100%, you will have 50%, and the other part will have 50%. This is a success. This is the success we need. I know here's your dictatorship is pushing me. I rest my word, and thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. So now, following this excellent keynote, we have our second panel of the morning, titled Migration, Emigration, Diasporas, and Remigration. I just want to introduce the moderator, our colleague here at the Danube Institute, our international director, Christoph Veres. Christoph.
Thank you. And our panelists for the second panel all of them are from the Migration Research Institute in some capacity, and I also used to work there, so we could say that this panel was sponsored by the Migration Research Institute. Victor Marsai, the Executive Director. Omar Saifo, Head of Research. And Tsega Gebrekristos Mezgebo, Associate Professor at the Ethiopian Public Service University and a Visiting Fellow at MCC. I think this morning during the opening addresses, both István and Christian said that the reason why we are having this conference right here, because obviously this is a very important subject, but why are we having it in the middle of Europe? One reason that both of them mentioned was migration. So first of all, I will ask one generic question to our panelists. Starting with Victor, can we elaborate on this? What did Christian and István mean when they said it's because of migration that we have to talk about minorities in the Middle East?
Okay, now. So yeah. Perhaps the most important point is that the Middle East was always in the crossroads of humanity in the history. The known history and the unknown history of humankind. If you look back centuries or thousands of years. So many communities arrived to the region, other people left the region, and other people crossed the region from one part of the world going to other. And of course, it's fundamentally shaped the demographic, sometimes politics, economy of the region. And it's also true for the minority communities of the Middle East who are moving within the region or leaving the region and establish diaspora all around of the world. And of course, we see minorities currently who are arriving to the region and shaping the landscape there. I think Tsega will speak about some African communities there as well. And I think it's also a fundamental question because we see also different part of migration or different type of migration. We see labor migration to the region, but we see also forced displacement crisis, which significantly affects the region. And of course, not only the majority population, but also the minorities. And in many cases, if we have a look and close on the ground, we see that minorities in many times much more effective, for example, for forced displacement crisis than other communities. And I would like to raise one more point in this discussion that it seems perhaps evident when we're speaking about the Middle East and where are the borders of the Middle East. But in the globalized world, watching these migration networks and general mobility of people, it's harder and harder to say that where are the borders of the Middle East. If we see the Middle Eastern diasporas in Europe, for example, or traditionally we consider Sudan as more the part of Africa or the sub-Saharan part of Africa. But if we have a look at currently perhaps 5, 6, 7 million Sudanese in Egypt, so it's harder and harder to say that where are the borders of this region.
Omar, anything to add to that?
Well, as a general rule of history, we can see that in the Middle East, when a tension arises or a crisis emerges, or not to mention armed conflicts, those are the minorities who suffer. And in Middle Eastern history, all the time minorities were very political for this regard, and they were extremely cautious not to take a very strong political position when it happened in the time of empires like the Ottoman Empire and so on, because political decision making is not individually based in the Middle East. It's usually community based, and if a community doesn't take the right decision or look after the right sponsor, politically speaking, then it can hurt the community as a whole. And we saw that chain migration from the Middle East started in the late 19th century, especially in what was called back then Greater Syria area, which is the Palestinian territories, Israel, Syria, Lebanon, when we saw that Christian communities traveled away, and actually they made up diasporas both in the United States, Europe, and then chain migration emerged, which fueled migration in the coming century as well. Each time when crises emerged in the Middle East, it were mostly the minorities, especially the Christian minorities, who were the first to leave their homeland, fearing of persecution or for economic means and so on.
Now, when we talk about migration and the Middle East, then usually we talk about two. One of them is inside the Middle East, forced displacement inside the Middle East, and the other one is the migration waves that are reaching the shores or the gates of Europe. But and now I'm going to turn to Cega. There is also a significant migration into the Middle East. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Thank you. Yes, of course, there are significant level of migration, particularly from the Horn of Africa, and most of them, they migrate irregularly, using the dangerous routes through smugglers. They cross the Red Sea, they arrive in Yemen, and then they enter to the UAE and the United Arab Emirates, and also the federal as it is. So when I say that these migrants are usually labor migrants. They look for better opportunity in terms of income and economy, but there are also others. Usually it's gender related. The men, they come via that desert, via Djibouti, and then they cross to Yemen. And the women, the young women, they try to follow the regular via some brokers. But the problem is when they arrive, it's not easy for them to easily integrate for obvious reasons. The obvious reason is language and the culture. So they are most of the time in problem. There is always a deportation issue. There is always the issue of losing their lives in the sea. And there is also the issue of illegal. It's related to because they were stranded most of the time in Yemen. And then when they arrive, they are different. I don't mean that the regular channels, they lost their documentation, obviously. So when they arrive in the areas where they can engage in the labor market, they face different problems, and they become subject to different abuses. So that's what I have.
And what happens to them? Do they have the chance to stay in the Middle East? Does it varies from country to country, or do they get deported?
I would say, according to the research and the news that we have, few of them, they managed to stay. Some of them, they got caught by the police once they enter. And most of them, they stay in the Yemeni, and part of them, they stay in the rural areas of the UAE where the police cannot reach them easily. And try to make money. They send their money illegally again, so they become subject to different, abuses. So obviously it matters for the minorities to talk, because when I say it matters, Ethiopia is my country, where I come from, is the highest contributor, obviously, for obvious reasons, because the highest population is in Ethiopia. It's about 120 million people, where about 40 to 50% of them are in the age of 15 to 30 years old. And back home, there is no opportunity. If there is no opportunity, there is always desperation, looking for options where they can make their life better, looking for employment, and then saving some money, going back, investing, all that stuff.
My next question is to both to Victor and Omar. I would like to know if you look at the Middle East, which factors or conflicts or possible future happenings are the ones that we need to look out for that could significantly alter migration inside the Middle East or migration waves coming towards Europe? We can talk about those for like hours, right?
We can try to share it with Omar. Of course, we have to make a distinction between conflict zone and the enforced displacement crisis and the other pattern of the Middle East, and people is leaving just because they want to find greener pastures in Europe. And the third way, which is a completely regular and documented labor mobility for high-level sectors. Okay, because the Middle East, as we heard in the previous panel, is a very divided region with, let's say, superstar states, which are models for development for many countries in the world, like the UAE, for example, but also the home of the conflict zone, like Yemen. We'll see what's happening in Syria. So it's a fundamental question, for example, how the war in Yemen will be shaped, what will happen in Syria, whether people will be forced to leave or not. And whether we'll see other state collapse in the region, because, there's long debate how long Lebanon can maintain its current, let's say, frameworks. And of course, we shouldn't forget what I mentioned in the first round. It's also a transit zone for people who are coming from Afghanistan, for example. If we are counting Egypt, Sudan is what I mentioned, but also people from the Horn of Africa. Some of them don't want to stay in the Middle East, but they would like to use the roads towards Europe, Somalis, some Ethiopians, Eritreans as well. So the real question is what will happen in Syria in long term, whether the country can stay together, but I think Omar will talk more about this. In case of Yemen, we don't see any stabilization, but most people don't want to leave Yemen or crossing just the neighboring states. So these are the general dynamics in the case of forced displacement in the region. About economic possibilities and greener pasture, in spite of the relative stability in, for example, Iraq, we can see a lot of people who are leaving the country and try to come to Europe still. It's also big Turkey, whether we count it the part of the Middle East or Europe or both. It's also a big destination hub. It's also a very strange phenomenon, ladies and gentlemen, that we are always thinking about geography and proximity of states to each other. But again, I would like to underline that we are living in a globalized world. And Turkish Airlines has dozens of flights to certain Middle Eastern and African capitals. And in many cases, there's no visa regulation or very loose visa regulations to arrive to Turkey. And from Istanbul, reaching the external borders of the EU is just a couple of hours, and you are in Greece. Okay, so it's also significantly shaping the dynamics, and it's very visible that more and more people realize that they don't have to pay thousands of dollars or euros for smugglers from Morocco, for example, or Algeria to reach Spain through the Sea, which is very dangerous. They just buy Turkish airline tickets, and they are very, very close to the Western Balkan route. Okay, so it's also very important. But we have to keep in our mind the third category. So the Middle East is more and more a talent hub as well as other parts of the world, with world-class universities. And of course, you see the increasing labor migration and diaspora, high skilled people. So in the diasporas in Europe is also facilitating this, and they are good entry points for these people if they would like to come to our continent.
Omar?
At this point, there are no ongoing conflicts in the immediate neighborhood of Europe and in the Middle East that would spark a conflict and it would spark a refugee crisis.
Mike.
Spark a refugee crisis as it did in 2015. However, there is always a chance for a conflict in the Middle East. What is a good sign that the number of stakeholders in the conflict zones are decreased in the last year. So we see in the case of Syria that Turkey has the definite upper hand on the Syrian field. We see reapproachment between the American government and the Syrian government. And at this moment, there's no country that would be interested or be capable to fuel conflict in Syria, which could be lead to similar consequences as it did in 2015. And even if there was a conflict in Syria or Iran or Iraq, we see that the international mood is very different now, and the time of Willkommenskultur basically ended. So now we see not a fence but a border wall erected on the Syrian-Turkish border. We see a similar one in the Turkish-Iranian border, and these are very hardly protected border walls. And also the Turks are doing their best to fulfill their commitment they did to the European Union in 2016, and they basically are trying to prevent people crossing their country, and they also trying to prevent their own citizens to enter the European Union. However, the economic issue is quite much more complicated. In the case of Syria and Afghanistan, we saw that fights in Syria between the opposition and the government forces ended in 2020. We see that fightings in Afghanistan ended after the Taliban takeover. Still, there was a big wave of asylum seekers from both countries in the following years, mostly because of economic reasons, because the economies in both countries collapsed. And the economies are also very fragile in the North African countries. Let's speak about Tunisia, for example, which fuels the young people's desire to leave their countries. We can rely on the latest Arab Barometer, which is quite a comprehensive research done in most of the migrant most of the countries of origin of migrants and potential migrants in the MENA region. And we saw that about 71% of young people in Tunisia are willing to leave their countries. Of course, it doesn't mean that all of them will do. However, about 40% said that they are willing to do it irregularly if they don't have the means, and about 1/3 said that they already have the financial means to do it. So economy is quite a big factor, and I believe that it's quite a much bigger factor than conflicts when it gets to migration and the push factors of migration.
Victor?
Yeah, sorry, let me add something. So, because, yeah, we had a discussion with Christoph before the panel that what we are understand under the Middle East. So, okay, still the North African region, so Egypt is yes, but then what about Libya, Tunisia, etc., etc. But let's have a look at Egypt because numbers matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are speaking about this region. Just in Egypt, there are at least 10 million foreign-born citizens. Okay, refugees, economic migrants, etc., etc. I mentioned the Sudanese. Just their number is sure now more than 6 million people. So it's a big question, and you ask Christoph what will happen. So the only reason why these people are not crossing the Mediterranean Sea, of course, some of them don't have the money to pay for the smugglers, but it's mainly about the the very strict regulation of the government in Cairo by Assisi that they are stopping the people in collaboration with the European Union. But we saw similar circumstances in the context of EU-Turkish relation when suddenly in February 2020 the Turkish government opened the border for these, let's say, more than 3 million people. So it's very hard to say how it can change the situation, how it can happen that, for example, a point Egypt tells that no, they don't hold these 10 million people in their territory, which is a huge burden for the social welfare system, for education, etc., etc. This is one important point, I think. So how long Egypt is playing as a is a gatekeeper country for Europe. It's very important. And another important point when we are thinking about this big flood of people, what happened in the case of Europe in 2015, 2016, we're always thinking about huge countries which are collapsing and producing millions of people who try to reach, I don't know, other countries, the EU, etc., etc. While actually, if we have a look at Syria, Syria was not the most populous country in the Middle East, to say at least. And it's not a surprise that many experts are very anxious about the situation in Lebanon, which, let's say, 5-6 million people plus Syrian refugees. It's not the biggest country in the world, and nor in the region. And still, if there is a big collapse, and just let's say 300,000 people arrive from Lebanon within 2-3 months, it's caused an unsustainable humanitarian situation in Syria. In Greece. Okay.
Now we talked about migration to the Middle East, migration in the Middle East, but there is one aspect of migration out of the Middle East, because not all of the economic migrants or asylum seekers who are leaving the region are trying to reach Europe. And I would like to ask both Tsega and Victor about migration from the Middle East towards Africa. What are the main trends now? Tsega, I would like to start with you.
Okay. Migration from the Middle East to Africa is, I would say, it's repatriation by forced migration. When the migrants came and then violate the law or they don't have documentation, they will be sent back. This is the current. Previously was a stepwise migration. Even they come via the regular or irregular mechanism and they try to cross to Europe, particularly UK. But these days, no one wants to go to UK, and the road to or the movement to Europe is not easy. So they will go back, and then they use any mechanism, the irregular, even dangerous. By the way, it's very expensive. It starts with small money, and along the way, until they go to Egypt and then reach Libya, the return migrants, they return from the UAE back home via the airplane by discussing between the two governments, and they can also come back irregularly, but they migrate. They tend to migrate. That's the issue. But to Europe, I would say it's recently not directly from the Middle East. Earlier on, it was like that. And currently, it's from Egypt. Egypt is a bit stricter. Then they go to Libya. And then they try to cross the Mediterranean. That's the cycle. They will come back, and then they start a new journey.
Victor?
Yeah, but besides irregular migrants, there are certain countries and communities which has huge diaspora, not huge, but at least some diasporas in all around of Africa. So, for example, Lebanon has hundreds of thousands of people with Lebanese origin, and in the West African region, mainly Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Benin, etc., etc. And it's very interesting to see that these African communities work in many cases as at first sight as invisible communities all around of Africa. But if we go deep, we can see just, for example, in Kenya, not only big Indian diasporas, but also a lot of people arriving there for Oman and Iran, interestingly, and launching business there. And there are rumors that, for example, the Iranians control a relatively big part of the business sector in Kenya, as the Lebanese are doing it in certain West African countries, because perhaps the numbers are not so high, but their influence, their business connection, and the networks all around the diaspora can be very, very powerful. And of course, we shouldn't forget that the whole Kiswahili shore around the Indian Ocean was highly affected by Arab immigration. And Arab trade, of course. So the connection, I think, between the two regions on the both shore of the Gulf of Aden is very, very strong. And last but not least, it's interesting to see that, for example, in Somalia, there is relatively big Yemeni communities in the current territory of Somaliland and Puntland, because thanks to the civil war in Yemen, a lot of people escaping from the Yemeni side of the Gulf of Aden to Somalia, while there is another way when people from the Horn of Africa escaping to Yemen. So it's to say at least, it's a very strange situation. But Somaliland, for example, I visited the territory in October, and also the Somaliland Immigration Office, and they told, then tens of thousands of Yemenis are in the territory, mainly in the big cities, so Hargeisa, Warana, and Berbera. But there are also relatively big Yemeni communities also in Puntland region. Some of them are refugees, but others just arrived to Somalia to bring some business, mainly in the small enterprise sector.
Now, before we turn to our last topic, which is going to be refugee return and remigration, I would like to ask one question from Tega about the Jewish diaspora in Ethiopia. Because during the previous panel, it was mentioned twice, I think, how after 1948, the Jewish diasporas in the Middle East and North Africa disappeared into the 21st century. But there is still, I believe, a community in Ethiopia, right? So, why?
Well, the community in Ethiopia might be the smallest compared to the previous one before 30 years ago. Because 30 years ago, when the socialist regime was collapsing, there was a negotiation between the Israeli government and then the Jew. They were dreaming of going back to their ancestral land, and some of them, they were uplifted from Ethiopia. Some of them, they were in the refugees in Sudan, and they went back. Then after, the migration has continued, but it's not like in mass. So they applied for the visas, and then they go on. I'm not sure how much they are, but I would say the number is very small. It's somewhere in the northwest of Ethiopia, known as Gondar, and their number is depleting. I mean, it's quite few. We cannot say there are Jew communities as they used to be in the older days.
Thank you. So now turning on to refugee return or remigration. Now, Omar, you said that the Willkommenskultur that started 12 years ago, or was at its peak 12 years ago, is now over. However, now we are actually not just closing the gates. We haven't only closed the gates of Europe, but we are actually talking about opening them again, but to let people out who already came in. So I would like to ask Victor and Omar to tell us a little bit about what are the chances in Europe and maybe specifically in Germany about the Syrian refugees leaving the continent and going back to Syria 1 year on after the fall of the Assad regime?
Okay, so to tell you the truth, I don't like this the term that Europe is now closing its borders and we want to enforce people to go home, because the case is, and you know, this whole Europe fortress concept by some pro-migrant group that we are stopping everybody. Just to see the right picture, ladies and gentlemen, 700 million people crossing the external borders of the EU annually. Okay, the overwhelming majority are tourists, of course, but it's 700 million people. So that we are closing our borders is strange for me. At the peak of the Ukrainian crisis, 4 million people arrived. Not only Ukrainians, but others for a longer stay in Europe, including Ukrainians and other other asylum seekers, sorry. And still annually, there is almost 1 million asylum application in Europe. And I don't count family unification, people who are arriving working or study visa, which another 1.5, 2 million people annually. So that Europe closed its borders, it's insane to say this. Okay, and again, Europe, even Hungary is open for people who are here refugees. You know, the border from Ukraine is completely open, and even people who are arriving from the Serbian-Hungarian border, going to the Belgradian consulate and apply for or register the intention to apply for protection in Hungary, it's still open, okay? But it's very clear that Europe and some country more, like Hungary, want to make a clear distinction between real refugees and people who are crossing the border illegally as economic migrant, let's say this term. And if you have a look at the statistics of rejected asylum application, it's completely clear that most of the people who are applying for asylum, they are not refugees, okay? So now what is Europe is trying, you know, or at least some member states, to send these people back to the countries of origin or safe third countries, because it's we are wasting our energy for persons, and not just energy and human resources, but billions of euros annually for persons who actually coming from the middle class of certain countries, and not because of persecution, but they want to find a better life. So while we are wasting our energy for these persons, we can provide protection for the really vulnerable communities who are here, refugees and forced displaced. We forgot to mention perhaps the most important fact in this whole refugee issue, that most people who are forced to leave their home or their country, most of them don't come to Europe. They stay in the close neighborhood, or Omar partly mentioned it, the Syrian communities, or they are displaced within the country. So I think it would be important to shift our attention for long integration processes and long asylum processes where at the end we find there's no any international protection, to provide this money for the communities on the ground who are really vulnerable. And about this whole repatriation, whether which we like deportation, or there is this new term migration issue, is mainly about sending clear message that please, if there's no persecution, but you have the money to invest for the human smuggling networks, that please keep this money and launch a business at home, okay? Because if you arrive to Europe, crossing the borders, apply asylum, and at the end of the day, it's clear that you don't serve any international protection, we will send you back to your country or to a safe third country, okay? And yes, it's deterrence, but it's deterrence, you know, to reduce the number of arrival and make possible to concentrate on people who are really suffering and reaching our borders or staying in the countries of origin. And yeah, it was a clear concept of the Hungarian government. Now more and more government in the EU is joining to it, and we see that in spite of the acceptance of the EU Migration and Asylum Pact by the majority of the member states, with the resistance of Poland and Hungary, it's clear even the strongest previously pro-immigrant member states that something went wrong, and we have to speed up, I mean the European Union, the repatriation of people who are illegal in the territory of Europe. The European Parliament voted yesterday and finally accepted, it was not easy, the new regulation of safe third country processes and perhaps return hubs. It will be a long story, but at least it seems there is some notion from the member states, and even thanks to these EU institutions, that repatriation and deportation is a must to establish a sustainable asylum system all around of Europe. Of course, the big question is how the countries of origin and these safe third countries will cooperate with the EU member states, because we can say that, okay, please take back your citizens or people who cross your territory, but they are telling us no. So please, no. So it's another ugly issue, because it's clearly the question of carrot and stick. 5 years ago, speaking about conditionality and connecting, accepting back people, and then you will get the development assistance. Or if you don't accept back your citizen, there will be visa restrictions for people who want to come regularly. 5 years ago, it was almost impossible to mention it during a meeting or a conference. Now, more and more EU member states started to apply this methodology, because clearly most countries of origin is not interested to take back citizens. Okay, there is overpopulation, diaspora sending back a lot of money, and even for the public, you know, watching planes which carrying back 200-300 persons from Europe, the ugly colonialist powers, and our government is cooperating with the ugly colonialist European countries, even if they were not colonial power like Hungary, you know, it's not so nice, and for locals. So it's you know, there is a sentence. I know there is a lot of debate about the current ICE issue in the United States, but I don't want to go to the details. But there was a sentence which I heard in a conference, that ICE is not nice. Okay, the idea that repatriation and deportation in all around the world would
be... Actually, there is talk about changing its name to National Immigration and Customs Enforcement, so that then CNN would have to say nice agents showed up.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. So at least nice will be nice. Great. Okay, but to conclude, you know, so. It's never a good story, ladies and gentlemen. Taking people, forcing them to go back. There is cry. It's possible to make ugly pictures. We see it also in what's happening in the United States. Politicians don't like ugly pictures, but at the end of the day, I don't think that there is other way forward.
Omar, maybe specifically about Syrians?
Yeah. So. During the years of the Syrian conflict, there was about 13 million people displaced. About 6.7 million were forced to leave their homeland, and about 1.2 million made their way to Europe. Since the war ended in Syria and the Assad regime fell, about 1 million or more than 1 million Syrians get back home to their homeland, most of them from Turkey, from Lebanon, and also from Jordan, but not Europe. From whole Europe, there are only about 3,000 people who choose to go home. In the neighboring countries, there is a very strong push factor for these people going home, because simply the economy is not so good. They don't really feel welcome, especially in Turkey, where there is a strong social pressure and political pressure on these people to leave their home. We shouldn't ignore that President Erdogan lost some of the big cities because of the Syrian issues. Therefore, there's a political will to push these people back to Syria, even if not by force, but by other means. Therefore, they are going home. As for Europe, the situation is a bit more complicated. So, since the war ended and the Assad regime fell, the European governments suspended the progress of Syrian asylum claims. They stopped about like 60,000 claims in the whole European Union. Therefore, at this moment, no Syrian national is eligible to claim asylum in the European Union and European countries. And also, there are measures taken by the European governments to try to engage with the Syrian government to receive their people back. And of course, the Syrian government is in dire need for money and international recognition. Therefore, they are declaring that they're willing to take their people back to Syria. However, the situation is not that easy for many reasons. More than 300,000 homes were destroyed during the Syrian war. Most of them were areas which were very much anti-Assad, and the previous regime in Syria basically destroyed these areas just to get rid of the population because they regarded Syrians, and especially those who were not so keen on the government, to exit Syria as part of the solution of the conflict. Therefore, the infrastructure at this moment is not ready to receive all these people back. However, the European governments are very much keen for sending the Syrians back. Out of the 1.2 million Syrians now in Europe, about 300,000 already obtained European citizenship. Let's take the German example. In Germany, there are 975,000 Syrians. About 160,000 already have German citizenship. Those who have the German citizenship
the 10-year mark has passed, right?
Yeah, but most of them arrived to Germany between 2011 and 2015. The peak was in 2013. And just like in every conflict around the world, those who flee the country in time of conflict, in the first wave, usually the people who have something to lose. So usually the middle classes, upper middle classes, those who have some sort of education or financial means to start a new life, and so on. Therefore, if you take the German statistics, we see that those Syrians in Germany who already have their citizenship, they are doing well in the labor market, just on the level on the ethnic Germans. And there is a not that good, but still okay situation with those who are in the way of obtaining permanent residency. We're talking about, in Germany, about 320,000 people. They are quite well employed. They are contributing to German economy. So at this point, the German government is not talking about sending these people back. However, there are 330,000 people who are not on the way to obtain permanent residency. We shouldn't forget that after 2015, the crisis, the Germans didn't give asylum for most of the people. They provided temporary protection, good for 2 years, and after that it's renewed for 2 more years. And most of these people, these 130,000 people have this permanent residency in Germany, and they are doing extremely bad in the labor market. So less than 50% of them are working. So what is unfolding in the German field, that the German government is trying to re-engage with the Syrian government to receive these people back, and trying to push them to do so. At this moment, the political rhetoric and political dialogue is mostly about sending the criminals back, so sending the convicted criminals back to Syria, and the same agenda we see unfolding with the case with Afghanistan. So even if the German government doesn't have a diplomatic engagement with the Taliban government, they are still sending people back like criminals. Now they're sending them directly, not through intermediaries like Qatar, like before. So in the case of Germany, we see that we should be extremely cautious in this year and the coming year, because that will be a strong sign about the German government's willing to send these about 300,000 people back to Syria in a way or another. In the case of Denmark and Sweden, we see that their governments are quite generous with those who are willing to get back to their country. The Swedes are willing to pay about 30,000 euros, well in crowns, but equals 30,000 euros. Those who are willing to get back to Syria voluntarily. In Denmark, they are providing about 20,000 euros, which is quite a big money in a country where civil war just ended. And in Germany, the government is less generous in this regard. They are only providing a few thousand of euros for the Syrians. But at the end of the day, we will see if this carrot and stick method will work, and if the German government is willing to send hundreds of thousands of people back to Syria. At this moment, we see that the Syrian government is willing to accept these people because they simply need the Germany's and the European Union's support politically and economically, and there's a strong tendency, which Victor referred to, that more and more European countries are thinking about tying the development aid to non-European countries, to cooperation with migration, and to receive their people back. So this method might work in the case of Syria and might work in the case of other countries, because Europe simply doesn't have the financial means or political will to solve the economic problems of the countries of origin in the MENA region, not to mention sub-Saharan Africa, but they have the political will and financial means to support regimes who are willing to cooperate and to help these regimes to keep their grip on the population and to manage somehow the migration issue.
Thank you. And now, since we are rapidly approaching the lunch break, I would like to open the discussion to the audience. So I'm looking for questions from the audience, not mini keynotes, interventions, and thoughts. So please, if you have a question, feel free to ask, and please introduce yourself when you do so. So any questions to our panelists? Well, then everyone must be very hungry. But if there are no questions from the audience, then I will just keep asking my questions. So, Tsega, please tell me, because what Omar was talking about in length is basically the legally speaking, if they are going to leave, if we are going to deport them, like actually if we are going to hand them a piece of paper saying that you have to leave. But that's one question. The other question is actually being able to deport them, as in actually being able catching them. I read that from the Middle Eastern countries, the Middle Eastern countries are quite successful in deporting Ethiopians back to Ethiopia. Is there something that European countries could learn from there?
Okay. Yeah, you're right about that. They managed to deport many Ethiopians to back home. And the negotiation is, there is always a support for those people who return back home in terms of, how do you call it, financial, a little bit of technical. That's the rhetoric. And the context is different. They stayed 5 days. The report is a bit different. But the reality, then after no one cares about them, so they start thinking to go back again by any means. Yes, the Middle East is successful in repatriating these people, but if you ask me, if I ask the question myself, is it the right way to do? Well, both parties are to blame. why would I say both parties are to blame? The government at home, they didn't do their job in terms of reintegrating these migrants because it's in mass. Most of them, they are women. And they end up in psychological and health issues, mental health issues. And then they think to remigrate. If the EU is going to learn from the UAE, well, I don't know honestly, because to enter to EU, most of the time you need to have some sort of documentation, and either you are a refugee or asylum seeker. But to enter to the Middle East, they travel most of the time via Yemen. Yemen is in chaos, so they manage to cross the border. Once they cross the border, they can be employed. And the number is big. Then whenever the police catch them, they put them in detention centers. And from the detention centers, they ship back home. So I think the scenario is completely different for Europe and for the United Arab Emirates. And there are quite few people coming back home as a package of the EU, the recent package, for instance, from Sweden. That 30,000 euro might make something. Back home they can buy houses, they can invest it. But I would say in the long term, I don't think they will sustain it, because they can buy a house, and then if there is no job, then they will end up thinking of going back. So the issue is, in my opinion, it would be nice for the European governments to work to stop any sort of war and conflict back home. For instance, in my country, before 2-3 years, there was this terrible civil war in the north. And many people have migrated as a result. Some of them, they are in Sudan. Most of them, they are still migrating to Europe and Saudi Arabia. So I'm not sure which lesson is going to be taken from, I don't know, if you are thinking like that of the Americans, maybe, but I don't think it will work like that. Thank you.
Anything to add, Victor?
Yeah, let me add something again. That's why this deportation, repatriation issue is also very challenging. It's because it's not only about the money that what the family or the community put together. I mean, irregular migration and people reaching Europe, but it's also about the shame if people send him back, because it's a failure for them. The community, the family put together the money. They participated, what the literature is calling the culture of migration, like in the fairy tale, the oldest son is going to make its fortune, etc., etc. So if they are sending back to the country of origin, it's for the eye of the community, it's a shame. So most of the people who are arriving back, they can't go back to the family or the community because they failed. They have to live in shame. So it makes extremely complicated for the reintegration of these people to these societies.
I see that we have a question there. Someone is going to magically appear with the mic very soon. Oh, there she is. The gentleman there.
Can you hear me? It's okay.
No.
Okay. Hello? Okay, now it's better. I will try to be short.
That was not censorship on our part.
Yeah, okay. Okay. My name is Misha Djurkovic. I'm a head of MCC MKI Center for Geopolitics, and I have pleasure of working with these gentlemen who are down there. I'll try to be brief, although it's really big issue, not unfortunately adequately addressed. Well, I'm coming from Belgrade, originally from the Balkans, which used to be called Middle East at some time, and still we feel like ourselves like a European Middle East. But basically, recently I did some research on demographic security of the Balkans, and that's becoming really big issue. So we've been massively depopulating, and it's ongoing story. All the censuses are fake, as we all know, and it's continuing. My point is actually that we are so much losing people, like Germany especially taking hundreds of thousands of people literally within a couple of years, that we are in such a shortage of labor from Bulgaria, Serbia, and so on, that now there's already massive influx of the migrants coming from different parts of the world, and very soon there will be even illegal immigration accepted in any possible way. Why I'm speaking that? Because it seems that no one at the Western Europe is taking care about that, about the, if I could say, strategic importance of the Balkans, which traditionally had been soft belly of the Central and Western Europe. And if we continue like this, the stories that we are hearing now about the Middle East and North Africa very soon might be realistic for the Balkans, and that might be really overflooded by migration and even illegal migration. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we've established during this panel the greater Middle East that spans from Ethiopia to Belgrade. I would like to ask, do you have anything to add to that? Victor, maybe? Or Omar?
So certainly this sounds like a problem for the Balkan countries. Still, the Balkans has some advantages compared to Western Europe because most of the migrants, they don't like to be and don't want to be pioneers on their own. So those who are arriving to Europe are trying to make their home with communities from their own country already settled there. So this is some sort of chain migration. And this is one thing which protects, to put it that way, Central Eastern Europe and also the Balkans, and also the language, which is quite hard to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that our, I'm looking at our Ophir. Yeah, a very quick question.
The push of migration towards Europe has been mainly the higher growth rate of the population in other areas than Europe. But if you actually follow the demographic trends in the Middle East, in many countries in the Middle East, they already have below replacement Iran and Turkey, for sure. In many other countries, they're barely there and going down. So it might be the case that in 10 years, most of these societies will be in a place where they're actually worried about their own labor market. And the only place that I see in the next decades really putting pressure on immigration to Europe, but maybe even to the Middle East, is Africa, where still there are many countries where there is a lot of superpopulation. But it might be that all this question about the Middle East might be actually, declining in the next years because the demographic is changing there.
Any comments on that? And then we will have to close the discussion.
True, Ophir, but because if we are watching the UN estimations and the number of people on our planet will reach its peaks around 2080, and really by 2050 there will be any continent which has a natural increase in population except Africa, of course, and Africa will peak also in 2100, between 2100 and 120. But, for me and in the perspective of me and my kids, it's still 100 years. Okay, so in the next 100 years we have to take care of these issues somehow. So, and even in the case of the Middle East, yeah, you're completely clear, yeah, or right, yeah. There are countries which finished their demographic transition. Even in Africa, there are countries which finished their demographic transition in the northern part of the continent, in the southern part of the continent, Namibia, Botswana, Republic of South Africa. But I think what's very interesting, if we have a look at those countries from where most people are arriving irregularly to Europe now, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, from this wider Middle East region, the fertility rate is still high. And why, ladies and gentlemen, it's very strange to see, but it's the nature of the people. If there is uncertainty, no social services, very limited chance for proper life in future, among these circumstances, families are taking more kids, and women have more children. So it's not this Malthusian aspect that civil wars and starvation will reduce populations. It's no more true in a globalized world where, in many cases, refugee camps actually working as incubators for population boom. Okay? So, and to tell you the truth, I try to be an optimistic people because I have 3 kids, but having a look at Yemen, or Afghanistan is a bright future in the next 1 or 2 decades. It's not easy to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm afraid it's just the tram which is coming, or the train, sorry. So perhaps in 50, 60 years we'll see the solution, but I think we have to work on it to see the solution in the next decade, or say at least.
Thank you, and our time is up, and I will have to yield back to our unrelenting keeper of time.
Lunch will run until 1:30, and then we'll come back for a panel sharp at 1:30 on post-liberal international development aid in the Middle East. But until then, let us thank... Oh, yes, and I should also say for the lunch, sorry, that for speakers, lunch is up in the restaurant, and for any other guests, it's in the gallery. Thank you very much. If you can thank the panel. Thanks, guys.
Distinguished speakers, honored guests. The panel 3 is entitled Post-Liberal International Aid in the Middle East. And our moderator for this panel is Nicholas Naquin, who is a visiting fellow at the Danube Institute. So, Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I presume people will be coming back from lunch, but I think the panelists can go ahead and sit down. I'll introduce them briefly. One would be Charmaine Heading from the Shy Fund, so please. And then Callum Nicholson, put you in the middle. Yeah. And then Juliana Tamorazi. So, and we'll go ahead and start from a seated. Hello? All right. So, a few things I'd like to bring up. We'll first start, give some brief background to how I came to the Danube and how this is involved with post-international development aid. Everyone's going to introduce himself briefly, him or herself briefly, and then we will get into a round of questions. And we'll try to keep these questions rather, the answers rather brief. We have 2 enforcers here. We have Melissa and then Callum, who will enforce brevity. So with no further ado, originally for this conference we were meant to have some representatives from Hungary Helps, and this is high campaign season, so they were unable to make it. But Hungary Helps really started because of some of the persecution of Christians that happened in Iraq and elsewhere in the Levant. And this project, it has a triple mandate. One is to implement projects that support persecuted Christians. The second is to publicize the persecution, let people know, build awareness that Christians are being persecuted, and this is something that the Hungarian government cares about. And the third is to prevent migration by the means of aiding persecuted Christian communities and other communities in the same area. Okay, so I was brought into Danube. Callum kindly invited me to look not at the Levant, and they had already conducted a joint trip in Iraq, actually, with Hungry Helps and the Danube Institute. Callum asked me to start a similar initiative in Nigeria. So I came on in January of last year. My background is not at all humanitarian. I'm more of an academic and then security kind of thing. But we were evaluating the Hungry Helps projects in Nigeria, the persecution of Christians in Nigeria, and how those two intersect, and what could be done from the humanitarian front both to help the Christian communities and also to influence the security situation there. So that is where I came to Danube. Yeah, I think we've spoken about that, given a little bit about my background. I think each of the panelists should introduce, starting with Charmaine, and then we can move into a round of questions appropriate for the day.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Charmaine Heading. I founded an organization called Shy Fund, and we work extensively in Africa and the greater Middle East. We, for example, ran the civilian evacuation out of Afghanistan after the Americans pulled out. We've done extensive work with religious minorities across all of these areas, and we're very interested in looking at Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is, of course, freedom of religion and belief.
Yes. It's an honor to be here. I'm Juliana Teymorazi. I am an Assyrian born in Iran. My family has been victims of the 1915 Ottoman genocide of Assyrians, Armenians, and Greeks. My great-grandmother was burnt alive. My great-aunt was sold in slavery, and 8 members of my family were affected. I am a former refugee out of Iran. We fled Iran in 1989 due to religious harassment and persecution. I founded the Iraqi Christian Relief Council in 2007 in response to the silence of the Americans about the Assyrians and other Christian minorities in Iraq. And we've served for the last 19, 20 years, and I am currently a PhD candidate at the University of Texas at Dallas.
Try this one. Hello. Right. Oh, very loud. My name is Callum Nicholson. I'm Director of Research here at the Danube Institute. And I've had a long-standing interest in international development. I teach a lecture series at the Pace Institute at the University of Cambridge on international development. I've done so for the last about 8 years. And I have a special focus on the apparent causal relationship between climate change and migration. Spoiler alert, climate doesn't really drive migration. It's more political economic factors. But as Nicholas suggested, we did a project last year in Nigeria looking at what a sort of post-liberal form of international development might be in the wake of the, RIP USA AID. And also 2 years ago, I went to Iraq, actually on the day of the 20th anniversary of the American invasion, coincidentally, to work with Assyrian Christians there and to find out about the experience they're having and also the work that Hungry Helps have been doing there. So thank you for inviting me on the panel.
All right. So we have one seasoned academic and 2 practitioners. So without further ado, we can enter 2 rounds of questions. And the first, it's a little bit over a year that that USAID was doged. I think doged is now officially a verb, right? So after this doging, we are now, it's been a year. So I'd like to ask each of the panelists to assess from his own expertise, whether it be conceptual, academic, or as a practitioner, what the impact of that doging has been and how that has affected your work and what lessons we can learn from this process for the future.
I think for me, the most dramatic cause of this is we're working in Syria, and a lot of the camps that had members of ISIS that were being held there, when they closed down USAID, we had a lot of problems in the camps in that they weren't able to get food, water, and there was major issues. Now, fortunately, through our contacts, we were able to ignite the program again. So there were special cases where you could apply and get the funding back. So, for example, the Yazidi community in Iraq and Syria. We're able to get some of that funding back. That being said, on the vast majority of the aid that USAID gave is large-scale aid that is very big programs in the multi-millions, which is easier for them to track. And of course, with the reporting requirements, you have a problem if you're a smaller nonprofit or if you're a faith-based nonprofit. And when you're looking at ethno-religious minorities in the Middle East and the vast amount of persecution that we see, for example, with Yazidis or Christians or the Kurds, etc., USAID made very little difference to us. In fact, we chose not to follow a lot of their programs because a lot of the things that they insisted on us putting into the programs didn't suit the religious minorities that we were working with. So, for example, if you're working with Catholics or if you're working with Kurdish Muslims, you wouldn't want to put some of their programs in that they would insist would go into these projects. Having said that, I understand in November they have replaced the director with a gentleman by the name of Eric Newland, and they're looking at restarting the program. I'm hopeful, and definitely the people that I'm speaking to, is that they're going to restart the program and be more engaged with smaller nonprofits, including religious minorities and NGOs like myself that serve religious freedom and the religious minorities in the area so that they can be more nimble and assist in this area. And I'll close with that.
Very brief and succinct. Thank you. It's a model for everyone else.
Oh my God! Don't make her a model for me. I'm a storyteller. So for us working with the USAID, we have never received any funding from them. We barely ever applied to them, and I think that a lot of NGOs on the ground and churches were not able to apply for aid because the lengthy process of application, the bureaucracy was really challenging. And also after the implementation of the projects, the level of reporting back was really challenging because a lot of NGOs on the ground in Iraq and Syria and elsewhere are manned by or managed by volunteers. So these people don't have the capacity to be able to give that in-depth reporting. But I must tell you, I understand why it was dissolved. I get it. There was corruption and et cetera. I get it. And I sort of support it too. But I know that USAID not only assisted on a humanitarian level and business development level. For us, when you look at us as mere Christians of Iraq, is a disservice. We are Assyrians with 6,700-year history. We brought Christianity to Mesopotamia, really, through St. Thomas. We were among the first nations to convert to Christianity 70 AD, 50 AD. So USAID assisted us greatly with cultural programs. And now cultural programs have been stopped. Business development for women have come to a halt. So we have to fill the gap with something. And hopefully we will come up with some solutions here. Therefore, why Hungary and Hungary Helps program is so vital right now.
So, I mean, one thing worth noting is why USAID went under. And you know, obviously the Trump administration felt that USAID had been subject to ideological capture by a lot of progressive ideologies. And now I think there's a problem of throwing out the baby with the bathwater in this, because actually there are a lot of good programs done, of course, by a lot of these development agencies. And something that I think sometimes is forgotten is that international development is not simply economic or cultural project or just a project of goodwill. It's always intrinsically been a political project. I mean, people forget or perhaps don't always know that international development originated after World War II in the context of the Cold War, because at the time, of course, with the invention of nuclear weapons, you could no longer have a hot war, so you had the Cold War. How do you wage a battle for influence? Well, you bring all the former colonized countries round. So there was a big battle between the Soviets and the West to create influence in Egypt and other places. And and form, in the so-called global south. I mean, the concept of the third world, of course, implies a first world, but also a second world. And people forget now the second world referred to the communist bloc. And so international development was always fundamentally a political project. International development aid is a form of influencing, and it's a form of diplomacy in a sense, and it is a form of power somewhere between soft and hard. And so there is, of course, utility to an international development program. What is true is that post-Cold War, what started to metastasize within the international development regime were a set of ideological preconceptions which ultimately sort of became a caricature. And now, so the Trump administration, I think, rather symbolically threw it out, and I think there's error in that to some extent. Having said that, there's interesting how people have reacted to it. When Nicholas and I were in Nigeria last year, we had a conversation with someone in Abuja, I believe it was a minister of some sort, and they, if I remember correctly, and they were saying that actually the retraction of resources there was a shock to everyone, to the whole industry there, or the whole sector of the economy, typically employing sort of middle-class humanities graduates, essentially. It was a shock to them because suddenly they realized we have to do this for ourselves. And they said, actually, maybe that shock it's painful now, but maybe in the long term, they were optimistic, maybe it's what we needed. It was very interesting when Nicholas and I went up to Maiduguri, up near the border with Nigeria, I believe, and up in the far north of Nigeria. And when we went there, the whole town, the central town, which is quite a well-built town, it was a ghost town to some extent because it used to serve the international aid industry, and everyone had left, or the locals who were employed in it no longer were employed. Having said that, last week I was at an event which had a lot of think tanks in Barcelona, and it included a lot of people from progressive think tanks. And I said, so what is the impact of this change of regime, the loss of USAID? And these people who work for progressively, ideologically quite progressive think tanks, one person said to me, he said, well, we still do all the same projects, we just don't put it on the website, so we're not a target of this sort of removal of funding. But we're still doing it, we're still fighting the good fight. But I just want to link one other story to this. A couple months ago, I was went down to, there was a conference in Cape Town, and I was down there for a couple of days, and I met a guy who ran a special economic zone in Cape Town. And he invited us to the special economic zone to see the work they're doing. The purpose of that special economic zone is to provide employment for the poor community of about 100,000 people who live near this special economic zone. And there are around 30 of these zones in South Africa. And the guy showed us around what was an industrial estate. And he took us to the conference room, showed us a big PowerPoint slide of all the things they believe in. And I said, so your job is what exactly? And he said, well, our job is to bring in a foreign industry to this industrial estate to create jobs for local people. But then he showed us their non-negotiable values on a slide. He said, our non-negotiable values are 50% of leaders of these institutes must be women. And they had all these other kind of statements of values. And I said to him, well, what sort of industries do you get coming in? He said, well, we've got the Chinese coming in 3 days. And I said, are they seeing anyone else? And he said, yeah, they'll visit all 30 economic zones. We're in competition with them. And I said, well, do you realize that if you have values, preconceptions that are not simply employ local people, but saying we will only accept your business and the jobs you bring if you fulfill our sort of criteria, our sort of quite progressive criteria, do you realize the Chinese may see that potentially as a cost to them, and they'll just go to an economic zone that doesn't require that? And he said, it doesn't matter to us, our values are our values. I said, but do you understand those values may play well if your client is European, but right now it will not play well if it's American, and the Chinese really don't care about this. It's an entirely Western confection, these sort of social justice, these performative preconceptions. And he said, if they don't agree with our values, we don't want their business. And I said to him, well, is your job not to find jobs for the 100,000 people? That's surely the priority. And it was very interesting to me the degree to which there's been a capture of this was a guy whose job was, he was a very good guy, I liked him a lot, but his job was he was contracted and employed and paid to provide jobs for the 100,000 people in basically a shanty town around that industrial estate. And he was saying, I would rather maintain this level of virtue that's only existed for 10 years in global culture, or sort of post-Protestant culture, rather than employ these people. That's basically what he was saying. So it was fascinating for me how much ideological capture there is. So in a sense, I think with the I understand the reasons why USAID was condemned in a sense, but I think obviously we need to be careful about throwing out the baby with the bathwater. However, when you encounter things like this, you realize that it's damaging to put ideology ahead of reality. The opposite of idealism is not pessimism, it's realism. And I find there's too much idealism to the exclusion of reality, as I saw in the special economic zone. And so that's my general thought on what's happening with USAID today.
Thank you, Callum, everyone. And there is this issue of ideological capture, which we've also seen in Nigeria and elsewhere, but also bureaucratic capture that you've highlighted, and that it was just too difficult to work with them. So you just chose to go elsewhere. And that's something I've also seen, and that's something rather distinct in the Hungry Helps model, which is a little bit more flexible, and let's hope it stays that way. Because maybe it's just because it's an early stage of that agency and they just haven't developed the bureaucracy too much. But let's take a lesson learned that that actually inhibits small faith-based organizations from being effective on the ground. But just as an aside, I've had conversations where, to highlight something what Callum was saying, is that we tend to think of the doging of USAID as a death knell to the end of the aid industrial complex, or whatever we might want to call it. But in my own conversations, many believe that this is not the case, that this could be a temporary phenomenon. Like you said, fighting the good fight. Maybe these organizations are becoming leaner, staying alive, getting some more money from other sources, and they're just waiting for this Trump thing to blow over, and they're going to be back calling the shots in international development aid. So I think that is a possibility to keep in mind. A lot of these organizations are staying afloat somehow, maybe by firing a bunch of people, maybe by using AI or other things to be more efficient. But I do not think it is the death knell of what USAID was meant to kill, right? I think it's still, or not. I mean, you can respond.
I think they have a small presence within the State Department. So it hasn't been completely gone. And I think that under Secretary Rubio, I think they're going to restructure it. So it's not completely eliminated.
I'm not saying just the U.S., I'm saying globally, because some of these organizations in Europe are still around. The global mindset, that kind of, it wasn't just the U.S., it was European throughout the world.
Well, I mean, I think one thing that a contextual problem is to think about, well, what is the purpose of international development today? What are the problems we're trying to solve? Too often with anything any of us do, we get so preoccupied with it is what we do, we stop thinking why do we do it? And why is often about context, and the context has changed. And as I said, international development is a very quick history of the whole concept. Post-Cold War, the modernization theory, top-down, state-led intervention. And they said that underdevelopment is the problem, technocratic intervention is the cure. The Soviets had a version of this. They said, actually, it's not the starting point isn't underdevelopment. The starting point is countries that have been massacred by, or destroyed by rather, hundreds of years of colonialism. So the starting point is in a sense, exploited cultures, and now you need to save them with sort of Soviet-style industrial development. And then in the 80s, there was a new idea of the neoliberal approach to international development. They said the state is not the solution, the state is the problem. And then actually what you need to do is strip away the state. So it needs to be market-driven, not state-led development. That ran into its own problems by the 90s, third world debt crisis and so on. The Washington Consensus had its unintended side effects. And then you had this sort of, coming in to skip a few things into the 2000s, you had this sort of age of sort of evangelism in international development of these sort of the concept of fragile states. You've got to go in there with a sort of a special toolkit of interventions, Iraq, Afghanistan, nation build. Well, that didn't work out very well either. And so all of these different movements have appeared. And by the way, now, of course, there's the millenarian Judgment Day narrative entering international development with climate change, saying, the world is going to be over by like 2033 unless we fix something, And and at the same time, what you have coming is, of course, a very different model of international development, which is what the Chinese are doing, where they do not attach to it any moral component. It's a purely economic exercise. Whereas in the West, we think we should be agents of moral change, and civilizational change in a sense. So there's a real question of what is the purpose of it now. International development is always about the rivalry between the West and the communists, the capitalists and the communists in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, arguably. So what is the international battle for power now? Is it the West and China? Is this a mechanism for doing that? What are we trying to achieve? Who are we trying to persuade in light of someone else's persuasion? And what are the tools for doing so? And I just add one of the challenges with the liberal order, and we're talking about post-liberal international development, is that the liberal order had an idea that the state was, as much as I've said it's about values, it was kind of neutral. There was no sort of idea of the good life in principle being suggested. And so I think the post-liberal idea, if it's not just a critique of the past, is to say, well, what is the good life that's trying to be offered? And the progressives, in a sense, would say it's a progressive understanding, LGBTQ rights everywhere, that sort of stuff. But the question is, what would more conservatives see as the concept of the good life? And this is an unclear, I don't know if anyone has a clear answer, because part of that is precisely don't go anywhere and tell people what to do, let people live in their own way, let them be culturally sovereign. Yeah.
Well, may I add something to this? I'm sorry, Doctor, I'm sorry. As we sit here, as we talk academically about this, and as we talk about post-liberalism and the Cold War, we have to keep in mind the reality which you mentioned. The reality is that people are dying as we sit here. The farmers are incapable of farming. Maybe their rights have been taken away. Their children are dying due to diseases. Women have to sell their bodies in order to put food on the table across the world for their children, the widows. So I think as we think about these processes and mechanisms, what we must keep in mind is the dignity of the human being and their suffering as it unfolds in front of our eyes.
All right. Well, Callum, that's a very good point. And when I start thinking, well, that's also a good point. I wasn't saying yours was not a good, but when you're talking, have conservatives define what the good life is, or what that means, or in development aid. And I always think about, I'm just throwing it out there, but I think of my own life in the United States. I grew up in a very privileged country. I never, until I joined the Army, I had never been hungry in my life. Never been cold in my life, and so I like to think of it as giving people the freedom to take right choices and not being constrained to take poor choices like you're talking about. Because very often circumstances constrain people and make them take choices that otherwise they would not do. So I think in my own vision of how a conservative or conservatively oriented international development aid is more preventative. It's like, because you can't force people to take the right choices, but you can give them the circumstances to take not to have to take wrong choices. Right?
Can you just on a response to that? I mean, there's kind of two sort of almost axiomatic thoughts around this topic. One is the old adage that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But connected to that is another point, which is that ought does not imply can. And I think that I'd agree with you totally about the inherent dignity of the human person and so on. The question, I don't think, is whether that is true or not, whether we believe that or not. The question is, when we talk about international development, it's not just development that's the keyword, it's international. It's about states and international interactions and so on. And how does that happen? Well, through institutions. They could be NGOs, but often state institutions, intergovernmental institutions. And the question is not as what ought they to do. A crucial question is what can they actually do? There was this whole thing with the intervention in Afghanistan where everyone said what we ought to do. But the problem is if we don't take into account or have the humility to understand our own limits, then we end up having hubris, and hubris applied into public policy can pave the road to hell with good intentions. And I think this is what a lot of international exercises have demonstrated, is that if we approach something only with a sense of the world ought to be better, that people are suffering, which I agree with everything you'd say on that. Of course, the world is replete with problems. I mean, depending how you define it, everyone has some sort of problem. And some people obviously have more problems than others. And often, some communities, if you want to find a community that has high rates of violence, you'll also find there high rates of corruption and healthcare issues and low education. The people with the problems often have all the problems. I think we all kind of know that, and we all agree it ought to be otherwise. The question is, how do you make change in a way that doesn't create either make the problem worse or move the problem elsewhere in a way that it just is disguised in some way? So I just think when we think about this topic of international development, it is often a question of can. It's not simply how things ought to be. And it's a philosophical distinction, but I think an important one.
If I can add to it, an interesting discussion I've had many times is we talk about what is good development. My idea of what is good could be different from yours, right? And certainly in a lot of the areas that we work in, North Africa, the greater Middle East, my idea of good is very different on development to what someone else might believe is good. And a lot of it is ideologically motivated. And so many times people actually speak about the revenge of God. So many times we take out religion and we don't want to consider it. But in many of these countries in the Middle East, it's the central issue. And I think it plays into how we define what is good development.
Well, on that, I just want to throw something on that.
Sure.
Just very, very short. Is that I think an important point in this. It's very easy to get into sort of a partisan view of this. The truth is, there is when the progressives look at international development and say it's all about sort of LGBTQ rights, they're not wrong. I don't mean that they're right. I mean that is one valid interpretation of what the good life is or what development should look like. It's not necessarily one that some people agree with, but it is a valid argument, and there's a range of different arguments. But the problem is, again, is the can question, because if you impose something that is not native to wherever it is and do it too fast, you'll have such whiplash like what's happened in Afghanistan. An entire regime was imposed and women were given all these rights, but then it led to this cultural backlash, and when they left, now women are in a worse position, not just because it's objectively worse than it was prior to the American intervention, but because they've been given this high hope and also and put them as a target, and so the Taliban have persecuted them. Now, so there is a danger again of the question of doing what we actually cannot do.
So to dial back a little bit from a more conceptual framework, let's talk a little bit about your own experience as practitioners. Not everyone in the audience knows what you do and the problems you're dealing with right now, specifically about refugees. You know, when Callum and I were in Nigeria, we went to Benue State, which itself has millions of internally displaced people, and other states have less, but still significant numbers. And that's certainly one of the principal problems you've been dealing with your respective organizations. So maybe giving the audience a little bit of an idea of the scope of the situation right now and the problems you're dealing with, whether it's specifically in regards to refugee issues. Over.
So the level of refugees has been really up and down since the invasion of Iraq. So the Assyrians, also known as Chaldeans and Syriacs, were in Iraq. 1.5 million of them were in 2003. Now there are less than 100,000 left. So at some point there were 50,000 in Turkey. Now that number has dwindled down to about 3,000 to 4,000. They have found resettlement mainly in Australia and in Canada. In Jordan, we have about 10,000 left. In Lebanon, we have about 3,000 to 4,000 left. With half of the 100,000 that are left in Iraq, if we don't immediately start thinking of developing an infrastructure for them to be able to live dignified lives through business development, education, and medical assistance, they will leave. And what the tragedy that comes with it is the loss of our heritage, our language, our traditions, because we're being killed in the East and we're melting in the fiber of the West. So the refugees, something very strange happened after ISIS attacked in 2014. The level of cancer was staggering among the refugees. Men with colon cancer, children with Hodgkin's lymphoma and leukemia, and women with breast cancer. And imagine this for a moment, God forbid, if this happens to any of us, but what they suffered, sometimes they were living in parking lots. I know women in Lebanon that I've visited, that they were living in parking structures because their son worked for this parking company. And she was suffering from cancer. And she didn't have money to go for chemo, to seek chemo, to take pills or anything. So she just suffered, and finally her paperwork came in and she was resettled to Australia. But so they're dealing with broken medical system. They're unable to work because they are not legal residents of the countries. So if they work illegally in the black market, what happens is they are sometimes the employers don't pay them the salary that is due. So what happens then? It falls on our shoulders and falls on the shoulders of their family members that are living in the diaspora. So those are some really deep struggles that these people are going through, and that doesn't even touch trauma. These people escaped traumatized situations under ISIS. Before ISIS was Al-Qaeda, ISI, Islamic State of Iraq. And now they're in limbo in these three countries that I mentioned. And I'll give you an example. There's this child, Onel, who has brain tumors, benign, but brain tumors that are causing his eyesight to be lost, and also now his movement, his back movement, because he has two on his spine. His mother grabbed him. She kept on going to the UNHCR's office in Amman to see what's happening to their paperwork. They had been displaced since 2017. And they kept on the guards kept on saying to her on this one particular occasion, just go around the building and you'll enter a door from there. And there was no door. So they were mocking her. Now she's feeling undignified, belittled. So she comes back, she grabs this child, and she breaks through the barricades. She runs barefoot to the office. She starts screaming, saying, please help me, my child is dying. And they bring, the guy comes out, he says, what is your problem? She said, put your hand on the Quran and tell me that you're doing everything you can for me. So imagine what this mother is going through. That is just one example of a typical refugee life, that they go out waiting in front of the UNHCR offices at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, and 4 in the afternoon, come home empty-handed. So the U.S. is not receiving any refugees. Canada is slowing down unless you have $30,000 that you pay, that they hold churches come together. There's special programs. Churches bring 5-6 families together. They put $35,000 in like an escrow account, and they slowly pay these people. But how can a refugee that doesn't have anything provide that kind of money? So what is the answer to this? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what in the countries you work, what is the scale of this at present? I mean, numbers are not the only question, but talking at a policy level in this arena, do you even know how many?
They're in limbo. So about 10,000 in Jordan, right. About 3,000 to 4,000 in Lebanon, about 3,000 in Turkey. But that number can be increased depending on what's happening in Iraq and Syria, and the number can be decreased if they are resettled, right? Okay. So, and the average time frame for these people that are still stuck there, on average, it's at least 8 to 10 years. And we, as a society, we call these the lost generation, because the children are not being educated in majority of these cases. Caritas, there was a point of time in the beginning, 2014, 2015, Caritas at least was providing some level of education to these children, and that program was cut for a short period of time. And so this is a revolving, tragic, and traumatizing. So when I went to Jordan, I met with the ambassador of the U.S. in Jordan. I met with the ambassador of Lebanon in Jordan. And they said, we're doing what we can. There's nothing else that we can do. So, those of you who are Middle Easterners in this room, we rely on communities. And communities are absolutely broken. You know this, Charmaine. Parents are resettled in Germany, for example. One child is in Australia. Families are broken down. And the other child is in Canada. So when you say to them, look, maybe we can talk to Hungary. Maybe we can talk to Croatia. Go there. At least you'll be out of this terrible situation. They say, no, we want to go with where our family is. So there is a level of resistance that they also push back on us. And then there is the governmental agencies that are not doing their work. UNHCR even closed their doors in Turkey. And they gave all the files to the state. And the state is not exactly very friendly to the Christian cause. And what Turkey did, they spread the refugees from 2015 in smaller Muslim-dominated cities where the people were not even allowed to expose their cross. Or they have to pretend to be Muslim to be able to go to a mosque to collect food. I don't know if this is your experience as well.
And Charmaine, do you have any reflections from your own work?
Yeah, I think the issue of human dignity is critical. We're working extensively in Syria. Just this last 12 months, we've put about $9.5 million into Syria to support religious minorities. Why? So that we can build resilient communities and we can help them to advocate for themselves. And frankly, we want to see a situation like we had with northeast Syria under the Kurds, where they did have a model where they based communes and then regions where you had proportional representation. In fact, you had over-representation of religious minorities all the way through the governance structures, and 40% women. That was a model for the last 12 years that could be duplicated in Syria. So we're looking at issues like that. We don't want to see men in beards from Idlib over Christians or Yazidis in the Khabur Valley, for example. It's not going to work. We know what happens when that happens, and we've seen it repeatedly. So in all of these countries, it's a critical question. At the same time, we see the decline of religious minorities, especially, for example, Christians. At the turn of the century, they were 20%. They're now less than 4% in the Middle East. And we see a similar exodus of other religious minorities, for example, the problems that the Yazidis have had. But what no one is talking about is the converts. So we see a lot of converts to Christianity in Iran. Iran is the fastest growing church in the world today. Also, it has many women leading these secret church groups that meet in their homes. The same we see across the Middle East, where we have converts. Again, you know, the situation that we had in northeast Syria, we could have churches of Kurdish believers, the former Muslims who were Christians in Kobani. Unfortunately now, thanks to what we've done as the international community, we've destroyed that model, and at the same time, those Christians that we've been supporting, who were able to do it in the open, where there was freedom of religion and belief, have now predominantly gone into hiding. So I think we have to ask ourselves about the policies and what we are supporting.
Well, to go back to something more conceptual, or not quite, but a little bit more conceptual, often when we're talking about development aid and criticisms of development aid will be that this helps to create dependency among communities. So when we're talking about persecuted Christian communities specifically, or any minority community in the Middle East, in your own experience, and Callum, any reflection you might have as well, like, is this something, do you find this to be a problem? Like, when in your own projects where this aid of whatever kind, whether it be medical aid, food, whatnot, is coming in, does it create dependency where that actually makes these communities less resilient and less able to thrive in the long term?
I think it depends. For example, it was a great example of Afghanistan. Afghanistan, it was a top-heavy approach. They didn't grow it from the institutions, from the bottom up, right? So when the Taliban, when the United States pulled out and they handed it over to the Taliban, which is also something that we need to question within ourselves and our foreign policy of how we allowed that. It's an issue. I got out over 12,000 people from Afghanistan, and many of them were women in the University of Kabul, for example, and I managed to get them into another university outside of the country. But what does that mean in terms of foreign aid and how we've worked in that country? There's big question marks. So going back to the original issue of USAID, I can understand why there were calls for it to be destroyed. Should we have thrown the baby out with the bathwater? No. But I think it did need some serious reforms. Does that answer your question?
Well, I mean, what examples have you seen? Do you believe that have you seen examples where it creates a certain kind of dependency, or where it's not, and you're saying it's more from, if it's from the bottom up, that not so much, if it's top down, yes? Or,
yeah, I think it does create it has created, for example, in Afghanistan, what did it achieve? I think we have to look at the results. Did it create a dependency? You could argue that. Did it create a model that didn't work? For sure it didn't work. The Taliban took over and we know what we've got now. And I think that's an example. The question is, in Syria, in what we're looking at in Syria, do we support an inclusive government, and does our aid work towards that? So do we put the levers on al-Sharia where he's forced to change the constitution, for example, and it's linked to the aid. I think this is what we're looking at. When you look at what USAID is doing and the American foreign policy on this issue, they wanted to align more with their policies. You can question whether that's good or bad, back to what is good development, but it depends on the context very much.
I think it depends on the timing of the aid that arrives, the crises on the ground, and the type of the aid. So, for example, what options, and we are a part of this culture, yes? We're part of the system where we provide aid wherever there is a need for it. If there is a crisis like ISIS attack or something else, or there was fire in the city of Baghdad, which is another name for it is Karakosh, in the Nineveh Plain. Nineveh Plain is a 1,600 square mile northeast of Mosul, which is our ancestral Assyrian homeland. And the largest Christian city is Baghdad, Karakosh. So, and it was devastated by ISIS. So 70% of people returned to Karakosh. And there was fire on September 27th, 2023, where there were 1,000 people in this wedding. About 500 of them were burnt, 134 of them passed away. They were just melted. They melted. So for a crisis like this, of course you will give. You will give whatever they need. But I think for where I see most of the dependencies is among the refugees, that they cannot work. Because, look, the Middle Eastern Christians are, my brothers here, are very proud people. Our men and women never want to have our hand extended. We want to work for it. We want to build our lives and provide education to our children ourselves. But when we're put in such predicaments where we cannot do it and everything has been taken away from us, then we wait for the diaspora. We wait for churches, for institutions to help. The ones that are in refugee situations, then the Christians are not in camps in Lebanon, Turkey, Jordan. They're in ghettos, in terrible ghettos, who are also insulted for being foreigners, basically. And that's where I see dependency. They cannot work. All they do is sit at home all day long. If they're lucky, they can educate themselves a little bit English, because majority of them go to the English-speaking countries. So unfortunately, we see a lost generation of the young people being raised in refugee settings. If a 14-year-old left 10 years ago, now he's 24 years old, what is he going to do when he finally arrives in the West? He's going to go, with all due respect, believe me, with all due respect, but he's going to go clean, he's going to go, take jobs that maybe his father was a doctor, but he cannot do that right now. So the hope is the refugee community, the next generation that is going to be raised and born in the West, will grow up and be like their grandparents were, who were shop owners, lawyers, doctors, engineers, right? In Iraq, and because I'm focused more in Iraq, I can speak better on Iraq. In Iraq, the aid that goes there, especially the last maybe 5-6 years, mainly is developmental. Let's build the hospitals back. Let's build the schools back. The kids, there are 23 Christian schools, Assyrian schools, that teach Aramaic in northern Iraq that need support. So those of you who are involved in this field, please know there are 23 Christian schools that need your assistance. And business for women. We just opened 3 businesses in Iraq. One of them is a bakery, the other one is a barbershop hair salon, and the other is ethnic folklore clothing that a lot of diaspora purchases from there. So the aid that needs to go to Iraq, at least when there is no crisis, should be developmental for sure, because they don't want to have their hand extended. And the other challenge that they have, young people, is they're educated, they're highly educated, whether in Baghdad or in northern Iraq, there aren't any jobs. So we have to find ways of developing having a business development model.
Callum?
That's working good. Okay, so I mean, I think the dependency is obviously one challenge that hangs over the entire international development project. In the same way, it hangs over welfare regimes within states. I mean, it's not that different, really. Of course, there are problems. You need to address the problems as best we can. The most efficient and arguably effective mechanisms we have at scale are states. But of course, there's going to be always abuse and waste and so on, and also creating a culture where people expect a handout or something. So that's always a problem, I think, that all international development projects have to be conscious of. But I think how bad it is depends on a case-by-case basis and a lot of other contextual factors. I would say that there's three other problems which are kind of equivalents to it in some ways. One is the challenge of misallocation of funds. It's very important if there's an international development project to make sure that it's overseen properly. If you travel to any context where there's massive investment by any sort of international agency, it's very common to see like a hospital project that was started 5 years ago, and you get there, it's just a shell of a building. But interestingly, the guy who's running it has a really expensive-looking SUV. So there's things like that of what's happening with the money. It's important to have oversight. Another challenge is the challenge of unintended consequences. When I was in Iraq and we were asking the bishops in the area of, are there any unintended consequences of giving development aid? Because, the Hungry Helps are giving aid to the Christians. And one of the but there are different Christian communities. There's the Syriac Catholic, Syriac Orthodox, the Church of the East, the Chaldeans, the ancient church, plus the Armenian churches. There's many, plus that's before you get to the evangelical churches that have shown up. There are all these different churches, and one guy said to us, one bishop said, the giving of aid to some churches and not others leads to, quote, unseen violence between the churches, or some sort of tension. So we always have to be careful of the road to hell being paved with good intentions in that sense. And finally, there's the problem of, has the problem been identified correctly? So there's been a focus, for instance, on persecuted Christians in, say, Kurdistan. But actually, if you speak to the bishops will say to you, we're very persecuted from the Muslims. But they also know that that's what you want to hear, right? That's what your agency is built around. But actually, if you go to the villages and you speak to ordinary people, I remember speaking to one young man in Alkosh, which is a Christian town, and he said, we don't really suffer persecution. He said, ISIS were bad to everyone. And actually, since then, he said, we've been treated relatively well by our Muslim neighbors because they feel kind of embarrassed by the whole thing. But they said, what we do suffer is discrimination, and the discrimination is from the church. Because he said, if you're not close to the bishop, then you don't necessarily get the visas or the jobs or the scholarships and these sorts of things. So it's an interesting kind of like, the problem, if you drill down granularly to the basic level of what ordinary people are encountering day for day, there may well be persecution at a general level, but as these people said, we in those villages, they don't actually encounter the government or indeed Muslims because it's a Christian village and everything goes through the church. So it really depends on who you speak to of what the problem is at a granular level.
Okay. And this brings us to the next question I was going to. So thank you, Callum. We didn't actually arrange that, but something I find. One solution that has come up over the past years, and it's been around there, Aid to the Church in Need has been doing this for decades, but Hungry Helps also adopts this to some extent, and other organizations as well increasingly are moving to, well, if we want to help persecuted Christians, then we need to give the money directly to the churches. I would ask from your own experience, what have you seen, projects that have taken this approach? What are some pitfalls to look out for, success stories even? But what do you think overall of this approach to say, well, these big governmental projects bad, so we need to go directly to the churches and fund them. Is that the solution? Probably not, but why not?
So let me tell you what the Christians in Syria and Iraq and other places tell me, is that, yes, it's good that it goes through the churches and they agree with it to a point, but on the other hand, they do believe that there should be a civil society that is raised up that includes political representation. So Callum mentioned Iraq and the churches in Iraq. The Syriacs, for example, have tried to coalesce a number of the different Christian communities in order to become more politically active, and out of that has sprung a number of non-profits that then work on humanitarian principles. So though they might be faith-based in terms of their Syriac or whatever they are, and that informs their decisions, they will help Yazidis and other different groups within the assistance that they give. And I think that is strengthening civil society on both sides, right? If you only have it on one side, then you have a problem where you could have corruption. And even on the taxi on the way here, I had a Christian taxi driver from Jerusalem, and he was complaining about corruption within the churches and some of what he'd seen. So I think you need to build a strong civil society, and I think we need to look at it carefully in terms of hearing what are the people on the ground saying and where are they trying to build. For my part, I've done both and supported both within multiple communities, the Christians, the Yazidis, whoever we've worked with. But I think strengthening civil society should always be a key, because that strengthens community, and especially if they have the values that we have and how we define good development, then of course there's an alignment.
Well, what are some practical examples of how you would go about strengthening civil society through your project?
So for example, we worked with the Syriac Christians in Iraq and Syria, and they started a humanitarian organization, so informed by their belief system, but in terms of their assistance, humanitarian, they'll help anyone. And so we worked with them to start 110 livelihoods, and we helped Shiites, we helped Yazidis, and we helped Christians, and we helped Christian converts. So they were open then to help everyone, whereas sometimes if you go to the Baba Sheikh or if you go to one of the patriarchs, there might be, you don't know, they might be less likely to do that, or they might be likely to do that. But in terms of strengthening civil society, we thought that was a good way to do it, because they then established greater contact with the Yazidi community, and that resulted in some political alliances between them to fight for their minority rights in Iraq.
I belong to this community, so I'm going to get a phone call after this. So we had a case just 2 weeks ago, and we raised the sum of money. The child needed surgery. And the pathway that we had always used to send this money was through this particular church. And it was incredibly, but the priest was different. So the reporting back to us was impeccable. We saw every step, what was being done, and we received receipts for everything because of the priest. The priest left, another priest came. So the civil society that was attached to this church contacted me and said, you cannot send us money to that church because we don't work with them, because we don't like the priest. So I think the short answer is we have to work with tried and true partners, whether it is a church or whether it's an NGO that is approved by the government, either Baghdad or the KRG, that is able to give you really adequate reporting. Whether it's receipts, it's receipts combined with photos, combined with videos. And because my NGO belongs to these people and I'm one of them, I'm on the front line. So if anything goes wrong, and as promised on social media that we're giving this to this particular area, we get phone calls if that doesn't happen in a timely manner. So being available as the heads of organizations, being available to the actual beneficiaries, right, also opens the door. But that's on a smaller scale. On a governmental scale, my advice would be to work with those individuals, individual organizations, civil society, and with churches that will give you documentation of where the money has gone. That is crucial. Unfortunately, there's a lot of politics that is played in the church, but we serve both. We have partners. We have multiple partners in each country, and some are refugees themselves that we assist, and they distribute the aid. Some are churches, and some are actual NGOs that are approved by the government.
I just say that, look, people are people. I mean, it doesn't really matter where your money goes in a sense. There's no silver bullet. It doesn't matter if it's a state or a church or an NGO actor or civil society or anything. It's all to do with, the checks and balances, the process by which you can check to see where the money's gone, who's received it, and actually the process you put in place to make sure it's still being sent. It's not just enough to give money. You have to keep in touch with you have to keep an eye on that project always. And the It's the same with anything in life. If you invest in anything, you've got to keep checking. If you've got a contract to come build your kitchen, as I recently experienced, you have to make sure you check on them occasionally. Otherwise, you end up with cheaper doors than you expected and no floor or something. So it's just important to do that. But the problem is, here's the catch, is that to do that costs money. If you want to check the checks and balances and put those in place, it's not cheap to do it. You have to have someone allocated to do it with a system. And of course, that costs something. And then is that really less expensive than the money you'd lose by not checking it? So it's the point is, though, that that there is sometimes a tendency for us to think, well, we've tried working with states. There's a lot of corruption or whatever it may be, and we can't deal with them. Okay, well, let's go to something that seems more virtuous. And I just think that we need to be realistic about it, that if we're not checking on things, that things will, the project will not be necessarily what we expect. And I think that's just a perennial human problem.
So keep honest people honest and holy people holy, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it requires that the keeping is the key thing on that, yeah.
And I agree with you completely, Doctor, because we've seen it. I'm sure you have seen it as well, real life. We opened a kubba factory. It's a certain Iraqi food kubba. And we followed up a year later. People told me that you have to give 2 weeks in advance to them to be able to fulfill the order because they expanded so much, and then they wanted to expand more, so they required more funding. Or we opened a music school in Karakosh. And it was so successful that a lot of kids from the neighboring area wanted to go to, and they required more. So there's also that gratification that you see, because when we give with our hearts and souls, right, to these people as NGOs. And then following up with them, it's a partner. They feel that there's partnership. They know there's eyes on them, so there's nothing illegal can go on. It's just all around a positive experience when we remain in their lives.
So, as we're closing up, I would like to ask you, both of you have a lot of experience in Callum. I mean, you've been studying this for a while. Like, what are some of the, let's say, Charmaine, Juliana, if you could go back to, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, what would you do differently? Or in your approaches, what are some of the mistakes or lessons learned that you would like to communicate here?
I think the biggest issue for me, and for the Assyrian people is the heritage loss that we're experiencing. And when we went to the U.S. government 20 years ago, we said, we're Iraqi Christians, and we left it at that. So really no one, first of all, the left was not really interested in us because we had the name Christian. The right only looked at us as a religious minority group. And like I said earlier, we're being killed in the East and we're melting in the West. So I think we collectively, we know now that we would have brought in our rich heritage, our language. There are only 2 million of us left in the world that still speak Aramaic. And I think that would have been something that I would have done differently. The other thing is that, unfortunately, the world is about sensational news. And if we're not being beheaded, if our blood is not shed, if our churches are not bombed, we are not in the news anymore. I wish we could find a way to always show that these people still need us to help them, not give them fish, but to help them teach them how to fish, right? And something else that is important to educate everybody is that these people in Syria, in Iraq, they had infrastructures, they had lives, they had education, they had their livelihood that was stripped away from them. So you spoke of dignity as well. Keeping dignity in the center of our mission is crucial. And I wish that we could have keep the interest of the West alive, even when we were not being persecuted actively. Member of Congress, Frank Wolf, who spent his life fighting for religious freedom. I was with him in Israel overlooking the Golan Heights, and I said, and he had known that we had advocated for years. He said, look, you're not even on the list for U.S. policy. You don't even make the list. Your people are dispensable people to U.S. foreign policy. Did you all hear me what I said? He said to the U.S. foreign policy, the Assyrian, the Middle East Christians are dispensable people. Please go find a way of figuring out how you can be indispensable to our foreign policy. Then we'll put you on the agenda. And he said this with tears in his eyes. He said, because I've been fighting against this machine for 40 years, but I'm telling you, this is the reality you're dealing with. So I wish I could change that.
Well, thank you for sharing. And one thing I could offer in the Nigerian context, very much when we're talking about how the persecution of Christians is one thing, that the violence, the beheading, the things that people, I mean, sadly, I've left chat groups because all they do is, I won't use the term I would describe for it, just these very violent depictions and graphic depictions, which are sensational, surely, but how helpful is it to disseminate this stuff? So, my last trip to Nigeria was in December, thanks to Hungary Helps. So I was investigating some of their projects, and the message I kept on getting from the bishops and also from locals was that, yes, we have the violent persecution, but it's all of the other persecution that you don't see that enables the violent persecution. It's that, all of the 12 states under Sharia law, like it's just, maybe someone can't even join the army, or you can't go to university, or you don't have access to certain governmental aid. There's this persecution that is non-violent persecution that is carried out with impunity that allows and enables some of the violent persecution. So this was the message that almost everyone was really focusing on. Yes, we're very glad President Trump wants to go in guns a-blazing, take some guys out with missile strikes, but that's not going to solve the issue of the nonviolent persecution that is systemic and that's actually enabling this. But I interrupted you. Please.
No, it's a great lead-in, because I think if I had to look back, one of the problems that I think 20 years ago is that we didn't look at some of these structural issues and how persecution exhibits. And it's not as clear, right? So you have to look at more issues, for example, like, are people able to serve in the local police force? Are they able to serve in the army? Are they able to be included in society, or are they excluded in a multiple of ways? For example, they can't get government jobs. Only one sector can and the others can't. So I think if I had to look back, like, what are some of the regrets is not dealing with both sides equally. We look at the needs, we look at the situation on the ground, and we want to respond to that because it's so dire. But then on the other hand, there are structural issues that you need to address, and if you don't, you're never going to deal with the root cause of the problem. And I think the combination of those two is where the magic happens.
Question. And maybe not as a practitioner, but if you're talking about from your own experience, what we've seen in Nigeria or other places, looking back on a career studying international development aid, what is something you would approach differently, or a concept you would approach differently? And if you don't feel it's not applicable from your own experience, that's fine, but just wondering what you might have to reflect.
Well, I think that there's been, again, I think I'd go back to what I said about ought does not imply can. It's not strictly me, but I do think the international development industry, and it is in a sense an industry, it employs a huge number of people. It is a industry that is almost corroded or inculcated by so much idealism that sometimes it's completely in denial of the reality one is starting with. And I just think that too often we begin from how the world ought to be. We should start from how the world is, first of all, and then we should consider what we can do. And then we get to, in the context strung between the minimum of what we think we should do and the maximum of what we can do. In that Venn diagram, there's a little bit of stuff you can probably do. And I do think throughout this entire area, there's a great deal of hubris of thinking that everything's possible. In Afghanistan, there's a famous talk given by Rory Stewart, and not everyone's a fan of Rory Stewart, but Rory Stewart did a very good TED talk in 2011. It's worth watching, about Afghanistan. And he has this wonderful moment in the talk where he has slides up behind him. And he says, in 2004, General so-and-so said, this is in Afghanistan the decisive year. In 2005, a different general described it as the decisive year. And he continues up to 2011. Every year, some senior figure involved in Afghanistan said, this is the decisive year.
That happened until 2021, by the
exactly,
way.
Exactly, yeah. And so there's this, exactly. And I just think that that there is this sort of tyranny of optimism at all times, and I just think it's that way. It's precisely that hubris that's leading to a lot of the collapses of things. And indeed, I think one of the reasons that USAID has been stripped of funding, and again, I think they have thrown out the baby with the bathwater, but I think they've done it in part because there's been obvious hubris within it. So we just need more humility.
So we're closing up. It's been a year since the great doging, right, of USAID, and now we've kind of seen how that plays out on the ground. We've offered some perspectives about what's happening right now and some of our own, from your own experience. But what's next? So then what are perspectives, what are some solutions to the problems that you see in the international development space, especially when we're talking about persecution of Christians, which once again, we're talking about the mandate of Hungary Helps, which, I mean, I know you don't work for Hungary Helps, but to protect persecuted Christians, to publicize it, and then to prevent migration. What are some potential solutions that would work right now in the world as it is?
So I think
you haven't done already. Yeah. So
I think Hungary Helps has figured out a model, and you have been awakened. Hungary has been awakened to its mission, right? In terms of the persecuted Christians. So I think this model should be communicated to the rest of European countries. I think this is a responsibility that the humble me, is placing on Hungary's shoulders to awaken the soul of Europe to its moral responsibility that Europe does. That's one. Two, the UAE, excellencies in the back, I don't know if you can hear me, but I think the UAE has figured out a beautiful model that they can replicate it to the Arab world, because we're going to have to fight extremism. As you were mentioning earlier, there is that systematic non-violent persecution that leads to violence. I think UAE should, the lay members, the regular citizens who are Muslim, Your Excellency, yourself, talking to clergy, talking to people in small towns to teach them to walk away from the hatred towards the Jews and the Christians and others. So that's one thing that I think I would do.
Okay, very good. Well, I think we're running short on time, right? So to close up, Charmaine, do you have any closing remarks?
I think just to comment on, we've seen a dramatic increase in anti-Semitism, and it's in our communities. So here we are projecting into the Middle East and pontificating, but we also need to look at ourselves.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, panelists, and for your time.
This is the welcome back from your coffee break. Hope everyone's now plenty alerted, caffeined up. And we now are moving into our keynote speech, which will precede panel 4 discussion, and that will be delivered by Muhammad Ali al-Husseini, who's head of the Islamic Arab Council. So thank you, sir, for coming today. You're representing your father? He will be represented by his daughter. Thank you, dear.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure to begin by extending my sincerest thanks and appreciation to the Danube Institute and MCC for this kind invitation. I'm honored to deliver this keynote on behalf of my father, Dr. Sayyid Muhammad Ali al-Husseini, focusing on the Lebanese model as a central case in the broader discussion on minorities in the Middle East. Lebanon was mentioned today more than one time, and if this indicates something, it indicates its political importance. Lebanon has long held a distinctive place shaped by its geography and deep historical roots. As a crossroads of civilizations, cultures, and religions, it has developed a rich, complex diversity. This diversity has fostered constant interaction, yet it has also presented enduring structural changes. Lebanon is often described as the microcosm of the Middle East, where the region's political, social, and identity-based dynamics intersect and are reflected in its social fabric and political system. Within its relatively small territory, Lebanon officially recognized 18 religious communities, including Muslim, Christians, Druze, and Jewish groups, making it one of the most important examples of pluralism and minority diversity in the region. This model carries two inseparable dimensions. On one hand, religious and cultural diversity represents a source of civilizational richness and a genuine potential for coexistence. On the other hand, when diversity is managed through sectarian power sharing rather than inclusive citizenship, it deepens divisions. Communities may come to function as autonomous political units, weakening the authority of the state and fragmenting national identity. For this reason, a homeland cannot be a state of sects, but must be a state of citizenship. In Lebanon, sectarianism has been institutionalized within the political system, as reflected in the Article 95 of the Lebanese Constitution, which enshrines confessional representation as a transitional mechanism toward the abolition of political sectarianism. However, this transitional framework has been persisted far beyond its intended purpose, becoming an obstacle to effective governance, institutional development, and equal citizenship. The challenge of minorities and majorities is not confined to Lebanon alone. It extends across the Middle East. In many contexts, minorities experience marginalization, exclusion, or instrumentalization in regional and international power struggles, which undermines social cohesion and long-term stability. Yet addressing this challenge is not the responsibility of minorities alone. Inclusion is fundamentally the responsibility of the majority. A stable and just society is one in which the majority actively includes minority through equality before the law, equal access to opportunities, and full participation in political, social, and economic life. Inclusion does not require erasing identities, but rather protecting them within a shared civic framework. In the Lebanese case, sectarianism intersects with other structural challenges, most notably the absence of social justice and uneven regional development. These disparities have created deep socioeconomic gaps among citizens, weakened national cohesion, and open space for fragmented loyalties at the expenses of the national interest. True belonging must therefore be to the nation first, not to the sectarian or ethnic affiliation. From Lebanon, our vision extends to the Middle East as a whole. We believe that moving beyond the binary of minority and majority toward inclusive citizenship is the only viable path to building resilient and stable states. Citizenship, when grounded in equality and inclusion, guarantees rights and responsibilities for all individuals without discrimination. It transforms diversity from a source of fear or division into a foundation for social strength and political stability. Only through such inclusive state building can we establish societies governed by the rule of law, sustained by justice, and strengthened by full civic participation rather than exclusion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce the moderator of the fourth panel, and that's Ailey Piepsh. And Ailey is the Director of International Relations at the Israeli Defense and Security Forum. Ailey.
Alyssa, thank you so much. It's on? Can you hear me okay? There we are. I think it's on. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here from Israel, and grateful to Danube and for MCC for inviting me and really putting together this particular panel. By way of background, and I think that's something we'll be speaking a lot about, backgrounds and our roots. While I live in Israel now, I was born in D.C. And in fact, was born within the Beltway from my mother's hospital room. You could see the Beltway that encapsulates and that keeps the whole D.C. system focused on D.C. So I'm a student of political models, and I always loved political models. But when I came to Israel 15 years ago, you started seeing a whole bunch of different kind of political models. In the States, you think there's 50 different states. Each state has their own uniqueness. You come here and you get introduced to the word of balagan. And there's a lot of different types of political models, and that's what we'll be exploring today with our esteemed panel. I just wanted to begin by a couple of definitions of 4 different kinds of political models that we encounter. One is a unitary system, a system that essentially is a very structured, very top-down, somewhat controlling. Then you have a system that is more of a federal framework, where you have both federal government and you'll have more regional control, but it's not as much controlled by the federal government. You have sectarian models, where there is more control by sectarian groups as opposed to necessarily regionally. And then you have models of what we call different kinds of autonomy within an existing governance. You might have an area that's carved out. So I think those are the 4 different models that we might be exploring. And I thought I would at least begin with a little bit of introduction there. What I'll do now, with your permission, is to have each of the panelists say a few words of introduction, about who they are, their background, and maybe an introductory statement. Shadi.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Shadi Khalul. I'm an Israeli Christian, belong to the Syriac Maronite Church of Antioch. I am the head of the Christian Israeli Aramaic NGO. It's an NGO that leads our community to revive our Syriac Aramaic language and culture. And luckily, after coming back from the US, I have an international business degree from Las Vegas, Nevada. I succeeded after 7 years of work of teaching Aramaic identity and lobbying for it in Israel to meet Benjamin Netanyahu in 2013. And in 2014, finally, we had the permit by Gideon Saar as Interior Minister to be registered as Aramaic people, and it's happening only in Israel. Thank God I am Israeli for this reason, and because we enjoy prosperity and freedom, and finally we got recognition, while in Arab countries until today are not actually recognizing us as what we are. They enforced on us Arab agenda, identity, and this doesn't work. This caused a lot of damage. So in this case, I was able to do it, and I have a program for Christian and Jewish youth as well in the Galilee, in the Sea of the Galilee, where they can sit together, they can study together, and at the end, after 7 months, they go to defend the country together in different institutions and IDF programs and other things that we managed to work it out for them. And finally, I would tell you that we are building also a new initiatives together of building in a positive Christian way how we shall better integrate in Israel, building towns for us also in the Galilee, and building schools where we can preserve our Aramaic identity and language. That's in short.
Ahmad. Hello, everyone. My name is Ahmad Sharawi. I'm a senior research analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies in Washington, D.C. I grew up in Jordan. It's also an area of focus of mine. But I focus on the broader Levant, Lebanon, Syria, primarily Syria. I've been following closely what's been happening over the past year. And I think this is a very timely subject at this time, given that we still have a lot of uncertainty over what the correct policy is or what the correct approach should be in Syria. Just to reflect on the topic, I think it would be interesting to develop or to focus on this particular point in our discussion, and that is the intersection between the political model and the strength of the national identity in each of these cases. So again, as I said, I focus on 3 different political models: Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan. But there are also 3 different cases when it comes to national identity. Jordan, despite being a melting pot of different identities, still maintains some sort of robust national identity. In Syria, I mean, it's been fluctuating. In some cases, the Syrian identity was very strong. Now we have components that do not like to refer to themselves as Syrian. That's, of course, because of grievances with the government and all that. In Lebanon's case, of course, everyone knows that the issue of national identity is a major one, and the sectarian identity sometimes trumps the national identity. So I'd like to focus more on that during our discussion, especially because, again, as I said, it's relevant to the cases I follow.
Marwan.
First of all, thank you for having me. I want to thank the MCC and Danube Institute. So my name is Marwan Abdallah. I'm a Maronite Lebanese, like my friend Shadi. Also belong to the Aramaic Church. Our way of saying peace is shlomo. So you've heard of shalom, you've heard of salam. So ours is shlomo. So that means we all speak the same language in this part of the world. My background is international affairs. I'm the head of the Foreign Affairs Department at the Qatar Party, one of the main center-right conservative Christian parties in Lebanon. I'm also a non-resident fellow here at the Danube Institute. Talking about Lebanon, actually, this is something we tell all the diplomats that come to Lebanon. You know, we interfere a lot with them. We tell them, if you think that after spending 2 or 3 or 4 years in Lebanon that you understood the country, it means you understand anything. So that's our message to the diplomats. So don't worry about leaving Lebanon. Oh, okay, I figured it out. I understand everything. You will never understand everything. And I think today, if you go to ChatGPT, tell them, please describe to me the best political system that can work for Lebanon, I think it will give you an error 404. So even ChatGPT cannot find. But we never lose hope because we are people that live on hope. 18 minorities live in 10,000 square kilometers in Lebanon. Each minority has its own history, its own struggle, its own story to tell, and its own version of the country that they want to live in. And this is something very important because we speak about the notion of citizenship and the notion of government and political system. But when you cannot build one in order to get to the other, then I think this makes the homework more complicated. And this is the task in Lebanon. It's not just about what power-sharing system works better for the Lebanese community or communities. It's about what is Lebanon. So if you go to each of the communities and ask them, what is Lebanon for you, you'll get different answers. If you ask them, what is the role of Lebanon in this part of the world, you'll get different answers. If you tell them, how would you like to live in the country called Lebanon, you'll get different answers. So if you don't have the foundations on this level to be able to move from it and say, okay, these are the goals of the communities, how can we build a system on them? This is the homework that we still need to do in Lebanon. This is why when we proposed a change in the system, we didn't start by, let's have, as a party, let's have a national dialogue and then discuss what's at the table. For example, we are the advocates of a decentralized political system and a neutral foreign policy. I believe these two pillars are come together to build a system that works best for the country. However, what we said is before engaging in this homework and this task, we need to do a truth and reconciliation conference in Lebanon. We finished 15 years of civil war between 1975 and 1990. We gave amnesty to everyone, and no one discussed what happened. Why did we fight each other for 15 years? So as long as we didn't do this homework of bringing the peoples of Lebanon together to agree on what type of country they want to live in and what is the country they want to be part of, then no matter what political system we engage in, it is doomed to fail. This is my introductory remark.
Well, thank you very much. Let me begin by throwing out kind of an open question to each of the panelists. What would you say are the core factors, I would say historical, geopolitical, social, that determine whether a political model is going to succeed or fail in the Middle East? Shah, do you want to?
Okay. So I see the Middle East as a mosaic of different ethno-religious groups. As you know, the Middle East is deeply divided by different groups and ethnicities and minorities. And historically speaking, we know the Jews existed, the Arameans, Arabs, other groups, and we have until the 7th century, to remind the audience here, 7th century, for example, Middle East was Christian. Majority of the Middle East was Christian. And before, we have Israel Kingdom and Judea, and we know about the existence of Jews and have their own country. And the Islamic conquest came in the 7th century. And with Islamic conquest came, they tried to impose on all people the same identity as Islamic identity by force of convert. And this make the Middle East in trouble because some minorities until today or nationalities don't accept this change or this imposing on them identity that has nothing to do with them. And they say, I have the right to keep my identity and have prosper in my original homeland without imposing on me something that has nothing to do with me. In the case of Maronites, this is the case of Maronites in Lebanon. This is the case of Syriac Aramaic people in Syria. This is the case of Alawites, because until recently, Alawites were not considered Muslims as well. And this is the case for the Druze. This is the case of the Kurds. In their case, it's a national more identity. And for the Assyrian, Arameans, and other minorities. So the Middle East is a mosaic of different groups. And to come and say that all should be Arab entity, as some people thinking that should have maybe big Islamic Arab state, as King Faisal tried to do back in the past. And then the Maronite patriarch came in, and Anton Arida, and said no to the French. We have our own people, as they are a majority in our Mount Lebanon. And we want our Lebanon to be a state where Christians can find refuge in it, in this region, because we know they have brutal memories. So the Middle East, in this context, I see it a different. It has different minorities, different models, and the best model that can work when it's a mosaic is, first of all, based on values of recognition and respect between people. If you recognize me as ethnic group and I have the right to exist, then I can have also a federal maybe system like it happens in Europe and it's working. It happens in UAE and it is working with different tribes. And it can happen also with different ethnicities. Give you an example. Why now Hungary closed the borders for immigration? Because they know it's a threat to their national population. The national interest is against and letting people enter with different culture, different religion maybe, different thinking, and this will ruin everything that they did. So why we cannot understand Christians in Lebanon fearing the same like Hungarians? Why we cannot understand the Druze in Sweden? Why we cannot understand the Alawites in the northwest of Syria and Christians of northeast of Syria and Kurds in the northeast as well? That's what is good for you in Europe can be good for us also in the Middle East. And that's exactly what Israel did. Israel did is make Israel a Jewish state with allowing other minorities in it to have their own independence, cultural independence, and that working really good in a manner of allowing Arabs to have their own culture, own identity. What worked for Israel, it not necessarily can work for Lebanon. For Lebanon, I think, in this manner, and Syria, because of this mosaic, wide mosaic, the best political system that might work is allowing minorities self-determination according to international law. Now, we need to focus as well, or not focus, ask the Arab Muslim majority to accept allowing those minorities have this self-determination. It's not easy, though. That's actually the core of the conflicts in this region. Because if we convince the Arab leaders, let's say Saudi Arabia,
that leading the Arab Muslim world. And let's say Turkey, I'm not sure Turkey will allow this because they fear of their own division inside, because they have big 20 million Kurdish people inside Turkey. But if we convince them that minorities have the right of self-determination as well, and we can live all together in harmony, then the confederation or federal system like Switzerland, like Czechoslovakia, like Belgium. When I say Czechoslovakia, we have Czech and Slovak. They separated without war, by agreement, peaceful agreement, and they live in harmony with each other too now. Why we cannot do it in our region? That's a good system that can happen, and that's a good process that can happen. Belgium, as I said, Flemish and French. Switzerland, we have 3 languages, 3 populations living together. We have UAE in the Middle East. We have South Sudan model. We have the system also in Africa, South Sudan, as I said, and we have also Indonesia with East Timor that separated from Indonesia. So we have different models in the world that can assure us that this can work in the Middle East, but we need your help in the West as well to convince the Arab Muslim majority that the minorities have the right as well, like they have the right to have their own states. Also, minorities have their own rights to have their own state. And if I want, allow me to speak about Lebanon, because I'm not Lebanese, but I'm a Maronite, and still my exactly. Let me remind you how Lebanon was established. Lebanon would not be established if Maronites wouldn't ask for it. And it was asked for it in order with a vision, and I have the documents here from the United Nations archives in New York, and it's a patriarch, Anton Arida, writing to the UN Special Committee on Palestine the vision of the Maronite people, a state for the Jews in Israel and a state for the Christians in Lebanon, and both will have geographic attachment and peaceful agreement and supporting and assisting each other economically, and have a peace between East and West. That was the vision for the Maronites, for the Christians of the region, for the Jews, and they attached to this Lebanon, small Lebanon, that was given to them after a huge genocide in 1860 and massacres by intervention by Hungarian and Britain and France to stop the massacres on the mountains against Maronite under Ottomans. They allow them a sovereign state almost. It's called Autonomous Al-Mutasarrifiyya, Jabal Lubnan, the Mount Lebanon region, Mutasarrifiyya, of governance of themselves. And the mistake of Maronites, because they have division, that they expanded that to Greater Lebanon, and they wanted to impose their thinking, their Western values that they brought by the French Revolution, because they were very well educated in the Vatican and in the West, on the Lebanese Muslims, Shia, and Sunnis, and this didn't work, and then we have a failure system that is not working. So according to international law, those Maronite people and Christians have the right to go back to the former system in Mount Lebanon governance and form a state of themselves, or a federal system that can function for them and forbid the people from migration because of instability, because of economic failure, because of not being attached to what this Lebanese system is creating for them today.
Ahmad, that was a lot, but all good. Again, just the question that I want maybe you could address, and feel free to respond, but also, what are the core factors that make a political model successful in the Middle East?
I mean, it depends on how you define successful. I think a cohesive society in which all components are treated equally and have equal rights would be a success in my eyes. And I think historically speaking, especially in the Arab world, we've lacked that. Whether it was through social grievances or massacres or violence or alienation. I mean, look at the unitary system in Syria pre-Syrian civil war, when you had the Arab Ba'ath controlling the country. It was led by a minority, but you saw the marginalization of the Kurdish minority and the forced Arabization of these communities. So it wasn't just alienation and oppression, but it's the erasure of one's identity, and that's not a way of building cohesion. In the Jordanian model, you have a monarchy that is, despite the country being built on, despite the Jordanian population being very, very tribal, but you have a minority that at least respects all components and gives them rights. So you see more stability in that case. So I think because of the multiple failures over the years, we have a pattern that we can understand and seek not to replicate in order to see what a successful system is. But allow me to just respond to the point about federalism. And my assessment is, if you want to build a federal system, you need at least some sort of unity before that, or some sort of stability before that. And that's why I think it's too early to say that about Syria. I still think Syria is not united. The government, I wouldn't even call it a unitary state at the moment, because they don't have control over the whole territory. And the problem is, you have actors in Syria that, and this is related to my point about national identity, is that for a successful federal system, you need a strong identity, a strong national identity. And I think Syria is lacking that at the moment. I think any form of, or any move towards federalism might be misrepresented as separation or division. And in my opinion, I think that's not a viable option at the moment in Syria, just because of, multiple reasons. A lot of these areas where we have minorities, or you either have mixed populations, or you don't have a territory that is clearly defined, and thus you can't create a state or a federation or a confederation in that area. I can get into that more in our discussion.
So you need cohesion first before you...
Absolutely. In order to build a successful federal system, you need cohesion and unity.
Marwan. First of all, if you want to build a company or someone, first of all, there needs to be a will to build the company together. And then you agree on the structure and who gets what percentage. And you need also a reason. What is the role of this company? What it should do? How will it work? So I know it's a simplified example, but maybe it's easier for us to understand the company structure than to understand the state structure, because you have different stakeholders and different layers. So it goes to the same question, like, why do we want to build a country together? Is it just to stop each other from killing, to stop from killing each other? I don't think any measure in any action, whether in politics or something else, should be a reactive measure. It should be a proactive one. So we should sit together. And the problem that Shadi mentioned about the Minorities, it was a response of the hunger and the famine that Lebanon suffered, and we lost 1/3 of the population of Mount Lebanon between 1915 and 1917. That was caused by the Ottoman Empire at the time. 1/3 of the population died. That's why the Maronite patriarch at the time said, okay, what if another war happened in 10 years? Should we also suffer from hunger and lose the other half of the population? No, let's look for ports and let's look for fertile lands to plant. And the ports and the fertile lands were in areas predominantly Muslim. So he said, okay, let's add them to Mount Lebanon, and then created the Greater Lebanon. This was also in the letters that were sent to the Versailles Conference between 1919 and 1920. It was a reactive measure. He didn't think about, okay, what about the people who live in these lands, in these ports, in these fertile lands? Would they want to be living in a country that I'm envisioning for the future? Is there a process to integrate them in this land, in this nation, for them to become citizens? And the answer was there was no plan. And the first test was in 1943 when We wanted independence from the French. Some of the Muslims in Lebanon wanted to be part of the bigger Arab nation with Sharif, Faisal, and all that. And then in 1958, the Muslims in Lebanon wanted to be part of the greater Arab country created at the time by Jamal Abdel Nasser. In 1975, many Muslims in Lebanon wanted to be part of Palestine and then fight against Israel with the Palestinians from Lebanon. So the test of identity and belonging to Lebanon is still an ongoing test. And today, we had it also with Hezbollah, where they managed to bring an entire community of Lebanese people, the Shia community, to belong to the Iranian Revolutions project in the region. Not even an Iranian project, it's the Iranian Revolutions project. So that's how fragile the identity in Lebanon is. And this is, again, a homework that we have to solve before engaging in the other dimension. And again, yes, the answer can be total divorce. The answer can be that Lebanon as a country, as we know it, is not viable. It should be on the table. It shouldn't be a fear from everyone. And also, no solution should be addressed towards the other. It should be addressed towards what's my benefit? What's the benefit of my society? Would my society prosper in a peaceful environment and in peaceful coexistence with the other societies and with certain agreements and the treaties that would allow me and my people to live in harmony, in peace, in a good economy, in prosperity and all that, then yeah, it's not against anyone. It's how I see the model of myself and my community living better with your community. It's not how I'm protecting myself against you. And also, I believe this is one last point about the structure. It shouldn't be led by the current situation. If we have today moderate leaders in the Arab world, moderate leaders in the Gulf, people who want to see a moderate future for the region, this is great, amazing. We should jump on the momentum to secure a system by law that would allow that if these leaders were changed and then we have more radical people replacing them, then I wouldn't be subject to their perception and their thinking, because maybe they changed and now they want to get rid of me. What do? I don't have the system to protect me. So yes, the will should be there, but also a strong system that would protect me irrespective of what are the priorities and the beliefs of the other person who is in front of me.
Excellent. And actually, Marwan, playing off that, and I'll go back to you and come back the other direction. To what extent would you say are current models shaped by internal dynamics versus external dynamics, external interventions? Is it more internal or is it more external?
In Lebanon, it's a cycle. Why? It starts first, let's say, it's like the chicken and the egg. We don't know which started first, but then, as Shadi mentioned, the persecution and the assassination and the genocide against the Christians in 1860 led to the Matus system that was supported by the Europeans at the time against the will of the Ottoman Empire, and then protected the Christians. The Greater Lebanon model was affected by the famine that was against the Christians of Lebanon by the Ottomans. So the answer of the French and the Allies at the time was to grant Lebanon greater land. So it's always a cycle. Like you have a problem internally, a foreign policy comes to correct it, and then we have maybe a problem on the foreign level. For example, the civil war in Lebanon was from outside because we had an issue with the Palestinians being able, or how they want to get their country back. So they came and they used Lebanon as a platform to attack Israel. And the Lebanese had no say because all the Arab countries at the time wanted the Palestinians to operate from Lebanon, not from their land. So keep the problem in this part of the world. We suffered back, and then the Palestinians, when they saw that they had no way of winning any war against Israel, they went back on the Lebanese, and they fought the Lebanese who hosted them and gave them refuge through all these years to try to get Lebanon as a replacement land for their lost land, or what they perceive as their lost land. So it's a dynamic. This is why breaking the cycle and breaking the wheel once and for all, and not allowing any step forward to be a result of foreign policy, or a foreign policy to be a correction of an internal problem or internal dispute, there should be a cohesion between, a parallel one between a will on the international level and the regional level to reach an agreement, and also a national congress or dialogue in order also to find a solution and end all these problems. It should be both ways in parallel.
Ahmad, external, internal, what are the bigger drivers for a stable, successful political model?
I mean, I agree. I think it's a balance of both. And I mean, in the Syrian case, if we're looking at the post 2011 scenario, you see a combination of both. I mean, just looking at the recent events of what's happening in Syria with the Kurds, you see Turkey's impact in how Damascus interacts with its minorities or with the minorities in northeast Syria. And I mean, a lot of people like to refer to the Syrian government as a Turkish puppet, and that Turkey plays an important role in how they in the decision-making process. But there's also an internal dynamic to it. There's also an internal dynamic of controlling Syrian territory and asserting control over the whole, or asserting sovereignty in this case. So there's a combination of both. But just examining the internal for a bit and looking at the history, I think a lot of these political systems would use coercive means to either, I mean, satisfy the local population, the majority population. I think on an ideological basis, and I referred to this in my previous answer, when we saw how strong the Ba'ath Party was as an ideology, you see the mirroring of that ideology into how the state deals with the minorities. So the internal dynamic is very important. I know in the Middle East, a lot of people like to always blame the West and foreign intervention for our issues, but we're not innocent in the Middle East. Internal dynamics dictate a lot of our policies and the way we approach things, and the minority issues are not foreign to that.
I would say it is actually internal and external is all connected to each other, because specifically in the Middle East, you can see different players. It is, again, not only West, it's also East. And when I say East, I give you example what I mean by that. Take Lebanon, tiny state in the Mediterranean. Who's playing there? Saudis playing there with the Sunnis. So the internal, allowing the exterior to play the game. And the Shia are allowing the Iranians to play the game in Iran by bringing them to Iran through a Dawlat al-Faqih, what they call it, the big Islamic Shia crescent that they want to do and repair in the region under Persian ambitions or aspirations empire. But also the Christians feel that they are left alone. The only one who want have Lebanon, real Lebanon, and at the end they are alone. No one is helping them. So they start looking also for other powers to help them. So in the past, when they were attacked, as internal power, they looked for Western power. They didn't find, so Israel stepped in, and Israel saved them from annihilation during the Lebanese civil war, to remind you. So you can see that all is connected with each other, and without the internal, the external powers will not get or step in or have being able to step in. Because if you have a cohesion and you know exactly what you want, you will not allow it. I give you Israel. Israel, you have a big majority of Jewish people, almost 80%. And those 80%, they have a clear vision for their country, what they want, as a Zionist a project which is building a Jewish homeland, which is democratic state of Israel. And every Jew accepts this vision. So you have no conflict between Jews, and they don't invite externals to come help them for anything. Only when the external comes, only when they have clashes with the other Arabs who, first of all, came in at the beginning and didn't allow them to exist as a people and have a right to exist as a state and wage a war of independence, what we call it today, and for Arab armies invaded. So the powers were also involved later on. But this based on internal issues that all
connected with external issues, and that's where the Western Hemisphere also play the game in the Middle East, and it's okay. Don't feel that you're not allowed to play the game, because also Arab powers and Islamic powers, if you don't play the game, they will play the game. And this Middle East is a strategic point, as you know, it's a very strategic point where in geography it connects East and West, and you need to be also there. And we welcome also intervention, a positive intervention in a way, because if you don't intervene, others will intervene. And I'm not sure if others will intervene, will come with a different agenda than yours that is good for minorities.
All right, so talking about, I want to move on to trends. Centralization, we'll start with you, Ahmad. Centralization versus decentralization. Do you feel that we're looking in one direction? And if so, is that a positive direction that we're heading? Is that leading to more stability?
Sure, I mean, again, I keep going back to Syria because I think it's what I focus on, and it's very, very timely at the moment. I think centralization, if it means no rights, no political rights for all components, then it's a negative. But if it means that a central power provides constitutional rights to minorities, gives them the ability to present their political voice, gives them political positions, treats them as equal citizens, then, of course, it's a positive. And I think one of the biggest flaws that the Syrian government, or at least the approach that a lot of Western governments are putting in Syria, is that they're trying to find a quick and rushed solution to Syria by putting all their eggs in one basket, in Sharar's basket, helping him centralize power, but without putting any checks and balances in terms of how far that centralization is going. So since the fall of the regime, we saw a constitutional drafting process. We saw elections, or as I like to call them, selections, because it was Sharar appointed 1/3, and he also appointed a committee that appoints the remaining 2/3. And we saw a marginalization of these groups. Minorities were not consulted, again, given his background and his group's background, and given the events of what happened, or the two events that happened, the massacre against the Druze and the Alawites last year, there's a lot of mistrust in the central form in Damascus. And it's really hard to go to someone in Sueda and tell him that you should accept the guy in Damascus with no guarantees that you'll be represented in parliament, or no guarantees that you'll be part of the political process. But if centralization is combined with these guarantees, and I think there's an opportunity for the West, for the United States, to pressure Sharar to provide all these rights and to all Syrian components, then I don't think it's a negative thing. I think it can build a stable country that is able to, that is unified and cohesive, and then we can talk about the long-term solutions, federalization, and all that. But again, as I said, it needs to be combined with rights.
So governance has more of a priority than representation. Governance has to have a priority first in order for it to be cohesive. You want to have both, obviously.
Governance combined with rights, of course.
Marwan, centralization, where do you think, what the trends, and where do you think we're more centralization or decentralization?
First, to add, what protected us is also the Holy Spirit and Saint Charbel. Saint Charbel is the patron saint of the Maronites and the Christians of Lebanon, so yeah, we rely a lot on him. Anyway, jokes aside, it's definitely decentralization, but there should be one type of rule. Okay, let me explain that in the Middle Eastern context. In the Middle East, you have the state, elected officials or not elected. You have the tribe, the head of the tribe. You have the religious leader. So they all have a say in the system when the only elected or the only official is the one in the government. So how can you function in a system where at some point the word of the head of the tribe is stronger than the word of the policeman. And the decision of the religious person is stronger than a judge in the court. So there needs to be one type of government, but not like we can have decentralization, central government, regional, municipal level, all that, but it should be all, the type should be government. It shouldn't be a religious entity or a tribe or anything else. Because if we allow this to happen, it's a Pandora box that you cannot control. Then you'll have a company coming and say, okay, you know, I employ, and we have that, the cartels in Lebanon, we have the cartels that are so strong that at one point, if the oil and gas cartels decided to do something against the state, you'll have gas stations stop to work in Lebanon and then nobody can do anything. So they are as strong as a minister or as the head of the army. Why I'm saying this is that before going into the type, whether it's centralized, decentralized, how do we centralize it? Is it just by the execution of the law or also drafting the laws should be decentralized? It should definitely be a homework that the people of each country do. But before that, everyone should agree that the sole source of power and decision-making is a state and is a government. It's not a religion. It's not a tribe. It's not something else. And when we agree on this, even though I'm a religious person, I would like to keep my religion and my identity, behave and work according to it. But when it goes to the state, it's the state alone that decides. And if we understand this and accept it, then any other model would be functioning depending on the will of the people locally, because you cannot say, oh, this would work for Lebanon and Syria together, because the Lebanese would want something and the Syrians would want something else. It's not because you have minorities here and minorities there. It means this is the system for minorities. So this is the exercise that we should do before getting to the type of government. However, our position is that the more decentralized the government is, the more relaxed the communities are, and the more they are able to focus together on what matters to the country instead of fighting each other on what matters to their communities.
Shadi. Definitely decentralized system. I am for actually confederations and federalism, and I can give you examples. Let's not forget, until today, and I'm speaking here because we are in a majority of minorities conference, so I'm a minority of Maronite, of a Christian in the Middle East that lived under centralized system until today. To remind you, the Copts in Egypt under a centralized system, nobody talking about them. They are harassed, they are persecuted, their churches were bombed, many ladies are kidnapped, and same things happened in Syria, same things happened in Iraq under centralized systems, and this also happened in central Lebanon system, where under these systems, our Christian minority, or not minority, our Christian people diminished, shrinked, declined, and almost will not exist very soon. So what a guarantee I have today that a new centralized system, again, under different person or different man or different whoever, El-Shara or in Lebanon or in Iraq or in Egypt, will guarantee the continuity of my Christian population in my homeland. What guarantee I have? I have already testimonies for many brutalities of memories against my people and my communities. So I cannot trust anymore, and I'm not in a stage to trust anymore. Same like Jews, they cannot trust to be ruled by any Arab regime, that I can trust Arab regime to rule over me and be just with me and with my people. So in this case and scenario, I prefer to have a decentralized system where everyone of the communities can live
in his own region, it should have, in order to be decentralized system and federal system or confederation, and areas where you are forming a majority as a minority in these systems. Like the Druze in Sweden, they are a majority in Sweden, but they are not a majority in Syria. Like the Alawites in northwest Syria and the Christians, they are a majority in this region, even though there are some Muslim Sunni Arabs exist there. So they can live under this federal system and under an Alawite majority or Christian majority. And the center of Syria, where it is Muslim Arab majority, the other minorities, they want to live there, they are welcome to live there. That's the rules of this federal area. If you don't like it, you can go to your own areas and live under federal Alawite system with a ruling government, federal government in Damascus. But the power won't be in Damascus. The power would be for the federal canton, where they have their aspiration be ruled, where they have culture and thinking and feelings to themselves. Otherwise, we will continue be in wars and migrations and another migrations coming to Europe, and it will not actually calm down until the majority will be Muslim, Arab, Sunnis in this region, and then forget about minorities. We will continue having migration, and maybe I'm saying it will continue to Europe from Middle East once they finish all the minorities. That's something that you need to take in consideration in international policy thinkers. What can happen after finishing the minorities under central system in the Middle East? What next? So I am going more for the decentralized system because I lost trust. History proved that. The latest year proved that. The atrocities and the genocide against minorities in Syria and what can happen to the Kurds if they give up their weapon, they will not exist. What happened for us as Maronite when we gave up our weapon? I heard a word yesterday from someone here. Who is considering the Maronites? Nobody considering them anymore. Nobody talking about them. I agree with him. It hurts me to hear it. But imagine we still carry Kata'ib, Phalange forces, still carry the weapon with Bashir Jumayel and his forces. And we carried everybody considered us and our say in Lebanon and in the region as well. We gave up the weapon. We want peace. We want finish wars. And they took advantage of it. And now the Maronites, they say, oh, they become a minority. They are a minority. We don't consider them anymore. Come on. Diaspora count 8 to 10 million people. I can make aliyah like the Jews made aliyah to Israel. I can make aliyah to Lebanon back. But in order to bring the Maronite youth back to Lebanon, I need a functioning system, prosperous, thriving, and a specific area where can I, even as Israeli Maronite, invest in it my money for high-tech companies, for industrial zones. Like in Israel, I live in the north, we have industrial zones, so we can stay in that zone, in the Galilee, in the periphery, and not go to Tel Aviv or to Haifa or to any other place. That can be done in Mount Lebanon, but in order to do it, we need decentralized system, we need people living in harmony and in stability, and that all communities, Shia, main community, Shia, Sunni, and a Christian in the region of mountain where they form the majority, to accept that this is the best for everyone.
So with that, we've been right now trying to explore what are the best systems to try to achieve stability, good governance. Maybe we'll try a reverse approach, and maybe start with you, Ahmad. What are the systems that have proven to be the most unsuccessful, that have been the most unstable, and frankly, the ones that have led to the most corruption, which is usually a correlation? So we know to avoid them.
Of course. I mean, as I reflected earlier, I think the unitary system, by employing the wrong means, usually presents the worst outcomes. And that's when power is too centralized under one ruler, and without power being centralized, it's used to coerce others. But comparing different models and seeing their negative outcomes, I mean, Lebanon's model, a sectarian model, I think is negative. I think the power sharing agreement, despite it being, put together to avoid the sectarian issues, created this dysfunctional state at the moment. The problem is, now I think Lebanon's biggest problem is their inability to disarm Hezbollah, and the fact that sectarian politics has to go into that, and the fear of a civil war if the Lebanese army decides to disarm Hezbollah. It's just, I don't know, I don't see it as a sustainable way of building a cohesive state that is functioning. But back to my initial point about I know I said that a centralized system would be effective if the proper means are used, and I still think that. But I also think that that same system has its drawbacks if it's not implemented correctly, or if it's implemented in the wrong way. And again, Arab republics in the 20th century did not only oppress minorities, but they oppressed political opposition at large. And that's because power centralization was their main goal. So yes, unitary government that does not respect all components, that just wants to build a system based on patronage, and a system that only benefits the ruler. And again, that also, impacts not just minorities, but political opposition, and also, members of the population that are part of the majority. So I think that model would be the worst one in the Middle East.
Marwan, any thoughts, anything to add, or? Yeah, I agree on the central model being the worst, but I need just to give you a nuance about the Lebanese system for you to actually understand what we mean when we say it's the worst. You have a unitary system, one central government, one central parliament. All the laws are drafted there. The government, all the decisions and the money is gathered and spent there. But you have a division of seats among the sects. For example, in the government you have 50% Christians, 50% Muslims, and in the Muslims it's divided among the Muslim communities, and the Christians divided among the Christian communities. Same for the parliament, 50-50. However, and how this supports corruption and lack of governance. If you have a corrupt Muslim that you cannot persecute because it's protected by the community, then you cannot also persecute the corrupt Christians. So instead of building a system that holds everyone accountable, you built a system that doesn't allow accountability for everyone. Because if you cannot touch one person or one sect, then all the other sects would say, yes, we know that this guy is corrupt, but we will not let you persecute him because you didn't persecute the other guy. And what supported this behavior was the presence of Hezbollah and an armed militia that wouldn't allow anyone to touch their people, even if they are corrupt, because they have weapons and they can protect them. So then the others had a reaction of not allowing you or the state to persecute their people, even they knew that they were corrupt, because you cannot do the same for the others. So this is the worst system that you can ever envision, because at one point you are not giving anything to the communities who are represented in the central government. You are only giving the leaders who are there, but not the communities that they supposedly represent. At one point, to give an example here, during the Syrian occupation of Lebanon between 1990 and 2005, we had 50% of the ministers were Christians and 50% of the MPs were Christians, but they represented 5% of the Christians of the population, because they hated them, because all the Christians were against the Syrian occupation at the time. And those who are in parliament were Christian by ID, but they represented none of the community. And this created also an oppression feeling by the Christians of Lebanon, which led to the demonstrations that happened, and then it led to the foreign intervention or foreign support to see the revolution to get rid of the Syrians in Lebanon. So not having a proper representation for the community, not just for the leaders, is what made our system corrupt, and we had a lack of governance. In addition, to not bringing any resources or support or development to the communities that need them the most. This is why in Lebanon, for example, we are in 2026, we still don't have 24-hour supply of electricity per day. People rely on private generators, on solar panels, on all types of ways to get energy from private sources rather than getting it all from the one source, which is the state. Just to give you one, how we are living, and everyone's accepting this model because they'd rather have someone representing them on the central government level and not losing the seat, even though the seat is not giving them anything. But the fear of losing the representation and the seat is bigger than actually coping with the devil that we know and we know how to deal with, than allowing something bigger and maybe losing the representation on the central level, and then we go into a slippery slope that we cannot control. This is why fixing a centralized unitary system is not the best or not a solution for Lebanon. Changing the system into a more decentralized, federal, confederal, whatever, would allow the proper representation, not just on paper, and also the proper role of the government to be able to serve the people, because at the end of the day, why do we have governments? It's to serve the people.
About the corruption issue, I don't accuse the system in corruption. I accuse the education on this system. If you educate the people, it doesn't matter if is it centralized, is it kingdom, is it a decentralized federation, confederation. It's all about education, how you in your education system teach the kids. If you teach the kids the proper management of a system and the values, how it should be, the people will adapt to that system and to those values and most likely will act accordingly. But if you leave it, and people, in the case of many countries in the Middle East, without a powerful leader, dictator, sorry, what works in the Middle East is dictators, unfortunately, and we saw it in Jordan. It's a kingdom, but the king, you cannot talk against the king at the end. You cannot talk about the king of Saudi Arabia. You cannot talk against the president, even in UAE, with all democracy. If you talk about bin Zayed in a bad way, you will be punished. So what I am trying to say, it's all about education, how you teach for it and for corruption. So that's about the corruption thing. But I would like just to add one thing that before I forget it, was it's in my mind because I heard Marwan saying it. The aspiration of the Maronite people, and I have it here, was to create Christian Lebanon. In 1860, after a huge massacres in Mount Lebanon, during Ottomans, the Western intervention to save Eastern Christians in Lebanon, and Maronites specifically that were massacred, led to the creation of small Lebanon, which called the governance of Mount Lebanon al-Mutasarrifiyya. This was a thriving era for the Christian Maronites in the region. And when the First World War happened, another massacres and famine, we call it in Aramaic kafno, which is a starvation policy of Ottomans during the First World War, led to massive migration from Lebanon, my village. Many of them are in Brazil. Many of them are in South America today. Why? From that era. And this led to massive migration. And then the French came in 1918 with the Brits, with dividing Sykes-Picot Agreement, and gave the Maronite the right to define what they want for themselves. And there were a dispute between the Maronites. We should stick with the small Lebanon, or we should go with Greater Lebanon and attach 4 districts of Muslim majority that became Muslim majority within time. And they decided to go with like Greater Lebanon, hoping this will make good for them. While the small Lebanon was a very successful one for them until 1914. And that's why the other part wanted to stick with
smaller Lebanon. So according to international law, which states, if a failure system that you created, it's a failure system today, Lebanon. You created for yourself as a country. It failed, and you have the right to go back to the former system. And the former system was the governance of Mount Lebanon. That's a system where Sunnis, Tripoli was with Syria, where Jabal Amel, South Lebanon, was with Syria, the Bekaa Valley was with Syria too. And I am in here, I am talking about my people like everyone talking about his people. That's what I care about, to be honest. And my people need finally, after all this suffer, something that's functioning, because I don't have the privilege to keep playing politically correct games with international powers, because our people should finally come to the table of the powers and tell them, hey, we tried everything. We finally need our own freedom, our own governance, our own community to stay here. Otherwise, no one of us will be able to stay. We finished with Iran now. It comes Jolani, and we can see Sunnis in Lebanon now want to be part of Syria again. Come on, it doesn't work. It doesn't work this way. Either you're Lebanese or you're not Lebanese. You cannot say, I am Lebanese only when it is good, when the Shia were strong, now Sunnis want to be Lebanese. And now when the Shia are weakened and Iran is weakened, the Sunnis want to be Syrian with Al-Jolani. And they feel Jolani is their hero, not the Lebanese government. That's why I say sometimes you analyze things and you come to the decision. The best system that works is decentralization, federation, confederation, and the Christians have a right to exist in this region like all other people, like Jews, like Druze, like Alawites, and Kurds, and Assyrian, Arameans, whoever, all minorities that exist there. And the Arab Muslims has the right to exist, and we actually recognize that they exist. So live and let other live. That's the rule. And if it doesn't work, we will keep fighting in this region, and just massacres will happen again and again, and migration will come to you, and you will see it again happening in the Middle East, unfortunately.
So we want to leave on a little bit more of an upbeat note. So let me, I want to try to combine two questions because we're running out of time, and there's two things that I wanted to get. So let's see if we could combine them. One is reforms. Any suggested reforms that you think could really have a particular impact, a beneficial impact? And number two, the idea of the future. 10, 20 years, we're going to be seeing urbanization most likely. We're going to be seeing more of a youth bulge. What do you think, how do you think that will impact? And will there be any changes? What do you think the future holds, and what models do you think will be successful? Ahmad, maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. I mean, I touched on this in one of my previous answers on what the ideal reform or reforms would be in Syria's case. As I said, I think allowing all these components to participate in the political process. But let me add one more point, and that is, given that there were 2 massacres in the previous year, I think in order to rebuild trust with these communities, there must be accountability for those who committed these crimes, even within the government forces. And I know we started seeing small steps being taken, but it hasn't been comprehensive. I think the lack of accountability will only increase the gap between these 2 communities, or between the government and these communities, in which we might reach a point in the future in which, I mean, we're kind of at that stage with the Druze, at least, in which they don't want to be part of Syria. I'm usually very pessimistic, but I still think that there's a very small chance with this current Syrian government that the US and other Western powers can exert influence and pressure on the Syrian government to give these people their rights and to hold their fighters accountable in order to fix that issue. Because again, all in all, I think the U.S. policy in this case in Syria is a stable central state. But again, without any of these guarantees and assurances, we will have instability and more conflict. And again, that's not something the U.S. wants to see. So I think the most important reform would be political inclusivity, accountability, and just allowing these components to be treated like equal Syrian citizens. About the future outlook, I mean, again, it depends on what path they take. If they continue with this path in which the military option might be the only option, then unfortunately we just might see a return to the civil strife that we saw over the past 14 years. But if there's genuine reform and if there's pressure from the West and there's accountability and there's inclusivity, then we might see a stable Syria that again poses no internal threat, or at least a government that poses no threat to its components, but also poses no threat to its neighbors. And here I'm referring to Israel. But again, this all depends on the short-term approach that this government might take when it comes to dealing with these components.
Thank you. Shadi, any reform, and then your quick analysis on what may happen in the future.
I think the best reform that can happen in this region is teaching them democracy system, how it works, how it functions, the values of democracy that they are not learned in this area. And if they learn, and this will not happen if you in Western Hemisphere come to the Arab leaders of this region and tell them, you need also to teach this system how it works, because they don't understand what is democracy today in this region. And when say advancing democracies in our region, people don't know what is democracy, honestly. They think democracy is the will of only majority and there's no minority rights. So if I'm a majority, I am ruling, that's it. Rights doesn't exist for other minorities. That doesn't work. And if you want to do good for our region in a reform way, come talk with our Arab leaders, convince them to teach this in their countries, and we might see maybe some development in the future about it. Now, about what might happen, I hope, it's not what I know would happen, but what I think would happen is that Lebanon, in order to save itself, should be change its political governance system, as we said, to decentralized system, federation or confederation, like in Switzerland happening, like in other European countries, like in UAE. This respected guy spoke about it before, and it is working. Syria should have the same thing. Even Iraq should have the same concept, because Iraq has Shia big community and also has a big Sunni community too, and they deserve to have their own rights as well and aspirations. And Iran by itself has different ethnicity groups with 40% Persian, 30 Azeri or something like that, and 20% Kurds, and another 10% of different ethnic groups. And it's not necessarily that they want to be under Islamic Sharia Khamenei regime. And nobody's talking about Turkey here. But Turkey is also a big troublemakers could be in the future in the region, because they have aspiration for the great, what we call Ottoman Empire. And Ottoman Empire, they look at our region, it's easy to take it. So Syria in their hand. North Iraq could be taken by them as well. And
they will not allow Kurds to prosper in their areas. And as we say from Delman, we heard from Delman, there are 20 million Kurds in this region. They deserve their own also rights and what aspirations. And if Turks don't want to give them that, means we are in a big trouble, and this region will not rest. So we need to address this, and I ask you in the think tanks, institutions here in Hungary or in the West to think about these type of solutions for minorities and in the Middle East in order to live and let others live and live in harmony and peace in the future in this region.
Marwan, we're going to end with you with your view through your crystal ball. That's how we're going to wrap this session.
I see that the time is up, but yeah, I'll be brief. First of all, I think a major reform that we need to do in Lebanon is education. Education is free in Lebanon, and by the word free, is not free financially, it's free. Every community can do its own educational system, which is proved to be very bad. Why? Because we perceived that when they created the free education model, that everyone would teach their values, but we reached a phase where Hezbollah had their own schools, and today, after Hezbollah will be disarmed and dismantled, hopefully in the near future, we will have 50,000 young kids who were educated in the past 15 years in Hezbollah schools, indoctrinated. So we need to deal with these tens of thousands of kids, how we can reintegrate them into a Lebanese mindset versus the Hezbollah and the Iranian revolution mindset. So reforming education is key. One, to create citizenship. Second, to give everyone the same quality of education and the same type of education, and in terms of values, more than just math and science. So this is very crucial for Lebanon. Second, about the future, I think no one can predict the future. And if we take the past 30 years in the world, we had the internet era. Everybody was, what do we do with the internet? Do we regulate, not regulate? Then we had the cryptocurrency era. What do? We regulate, we don't regulate. Now we have the AI era. What do we do? But the answer to all this is that we have systems that have the ability to discuss and regulate or not, which are the government and the parliaments and the policy makers. So we need to have a functioning system to be able in 20 years to deal with whatever problems we'll have, but the functioning system would be a real result of the will of the community and the communities and the people who are living there, in order for the future, when in 20 years you have a new threat or a new challenge that they will be facing, then they will have the proper system to deal with it. This is the answer for it. Which model would it be? We don't know. But any model that has the right representation for the minorities would definitely be capable enough to deal with the challenges of the future. Thank you.
I just want to
Shadi,
say
one
thing about Hezbollah. He said about indoctrinating the scouts of Hezbollah al-Mahdi. 50 to 70,000 kids, indoctrination of fanatic teachings. Same is happening in Syria today by al-Sharia, by the way, to the school system. So we are creating a new generation in Syria with the same indoctrination that we oppose in Lebanon by Hezbollah.
Thank you so much. I feel like I learned a lot. I hope all of you learned a lot as well. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We really appreciate it. That was excellent. And now we're moving to panel 5, the fifth and final panel of the day. And I will introduce our moderator, and he will call forth his panel. Once again, the moderator is our own Nicholas Nocquin, visiting fellow at the Danube Institute. We've got one that's coming. We're on top of it. It's all good. You want me to take that?
Yes. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
Okay, okay.
Whenever they want to speak.
All right. Sounds perfect. All right. Okay. All right. Well, I guess no break. So, can we take a 5-minute break, or Melissa? Melissa, can we take a 5-minute break maybe before we start? No break. All right, no break. She said not switching. So it's kind of the price of right. Or, well, you probably haven't seen that, but let's have first things first. Paul Salem is not here. He's in Lebanon now. But Muzahim, could you please come down? All right. So we've seen him speak before, so he will. No need to introduce this distinguished gentleman. All right, Nir Bombs, please. Nir, where's Nir? He will be here shortly. He's out having a break. Ambassador, please join us. And then Mario. And if someone could find Nir, and we will wait for him to arrive. Huh? No, they'll find him. He's around here somewhere. So there he is. Here comes the man himself. So. Hi. Please. Okay. So I'll make a few comments first, and then we'll get into some questions. But we're drawing towards the end of the day. Thank you for coming and participating. And what is something I've talked about with Callum, our director of research. I hear a lot of chatter in the back. Okay. Can we be quiet? Thanks. So one thing I've been speaking a lot with our director of research quite a bit about is what is the purpose of these discussions or these chit-chats we're having here, okay? Is it simply to get around and discuss issues of great import and then do nothing about it? Or is it to find a way to take these discussions and these ideas and to put it into some kind of actionable ideas or policies? Obviously, the answer that we're pursuing here at Danube is the latter. So as a think tank, what is the role of a think tank? I mean, we cannot provide boots on ground, although I think pretty much everyone on the panel probably has done some boots on ground, in some way, right? But that's not the role of a think tank, all right? It is more to provide the ideas that are going to perhaps the ones that are sending the boots on the ground, that are shaping what their activities will be, those boots on the ground being military or otherwise, right? It could be even humanitarian work, which many people here are involved in. So, the purpose of this is not, very often we have these discussions and it's not turning into really any action, certainly not turning into the solution or even solutions. And so that's what we really want to discuss in this panel today, maybe some ways, practical ways we can go forward. And I'll ask a few questions first to set the stage for that, and then we'll start talking about some solutions, like what we can take from this forum, and then go forward from there. And that, obviously, one thing to consider is that for all the discussions about the Middle East that we're having, and I personally believe the Middle East is rising, Europe's falling. I'm sorry, but that's just a reality. And Europe is, has serious problems, whereas the Middle East is actually, I think, has a great potential that it has yet to realize. Right. So in this context, what is the role of Europe? What is the role of the United States, and even a country like Israel, which, although in the region, is dealing with a unique situation and has emerged from this current conflict as at least a weighty middle power, if not, right? So that's really what we're going to discuss today. Now, we could take two approaches for this panel. I think we could go ahead with my questions, or, yesterday, I think one of my favorite scholars hijacked a panel at the last, at the great conference we had at Budapest Global Dialogues. So I could just turn it over to Nir, and he could go on, like Edward Luftbach, for, with stories, regale us with his adventures. But do you want to do that, Nir? It's okay. Okay. We'll go ahead with the other format that we had, which is to ask some questions. But that would be very fun. So if you get to catch him at dinner, he can regale you with some Lutvakian tales. So I will sit down, and then we'll start with some questions. Just remind you, the water bottles are hard to open, and then these are on. Okay. So don't need to turn them on. So. Thinking about, it's late in the day, and perhaps, I'd like to ask a question to begin with that may seem a little bit sordid and transactional, but I think is appropriate here. And really, what is your agenda? Why did you come to this conference? And I had mine, right? And we all had an agenda. And I just wanted to ask briefly if you wouldn't mind responding to that question. Why did you come?
there are two ways there are two main principles, I think, that can help you understand whether a trajectory of a given country is positive or negative. Show me how it treats its women, and show me how it treats its minorities.
Mm-hmm.
And since minorities is an extremely important issue, I think it's important to highlight that. And that's one of the main reasons why I'm here. And the second one is because this issue and angle needs to be framed also in a larger framework. It's not just about understanding the measure, it's also about how can we work with minorities, with related diplomacy on this issue in order to eventually align the players in a better way. I think this discussion is important.
Thank you. Ambassador?
Well, first of all, I came because I was invited. But seriously, it's a very crucial issue. It's a crucial issue because, again, we are facing an unprecedented situation in the Middle East as a result of the Hamas attack on October 7th and so on. But the minority issue was pushed again to the top of the agenda in some cases. Also, it has to do with the American strategy, which I call it the strategy of non-strategy. You operate because of whatever interest on whims or even just a feeling. And the minorities who are usually the weaker part of society pay the price. And last but not least, the most important dimension from my point of view as someone who knows both regions, I mean Europe and the West and the Middle East, I think that we are facing again a situation where Europe or America does not understand the reality in the Middle East, and everybody says, well, you know, minorities, problems, I've managed to solve them. What's the problem? We can solve it the same way we solved it in Europe. We'll solve it in the Middle East. Well, the news I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not going to happen. It's not that simple, and it's not going to happen in the near future.
And this is admirable brevity. So thank you.
Yeah, like in short, sorry.
No, admirable brevity.
Okay, sorry. So in short, like the reason why I came here, like as I have mentioned in the first panel, I think because I'm freaked about the fact as a classic conservative when it comes like to foreign policy and security, that I'm freaked about the fact of seeing the conservatives are being pulled into like a policy that was created by the left liberals, which is called let's adopt like the classic allies of the IRGC and their proxies under the banner of the minorities, rather than adopting the right solution. And it was always like people, for example, for their classic Republican Party, they were always better for the Middle East in our perspective because their approach was let's find a solution to prevent like immigrants from coming to the West. If you resolve the problems where they are, and if you just counter the dictators and the terrorism, people will stay there. Meanwhile, like thank you, His Excellency mentioned like the strategy of not having a strategy. We have had like Obama's administration who was telling everyone, I have no strategy, but the strategy was pretty clear and malicious, especially for people like us. It's just like a small introduction about myself. I come from the governmental background of like security and intel, where we have seen it visibly right there that the strategy was selling out everything to Iran and its proxies, and on the other hand, to the Islamism, like Muslim Brotherhoods and the other terrorists. Thanks.
A two-part answer, but a very brief one. One, I belong to a minority group, so I have some personal skin in the game, and that's really a primary motivation. But two, having done Christian persecution advocacy for years now, there's a sense of humanitarian altruism that goes into how that work is done, and while that's fantastic, it's not nearly enough. People need to be looking at these issues from policy perspectives and national security perspective. We talked a little bit about immigration today. So I think there's a lot more to it than just we should help people because we're nice. We should be addressing this problem because it is a problem.
Well, that's a very good point, and it's something I'm going to take a selfish moment to highlight. In my own work here in the Danube for Nigeria, I always try to highlight three things. One is that, yes, I care about this. I care about persecuted Christians. But there are other factors at play. There's a lot of money to be made there with the proper conditions, and also it is of critical geopolitical strategic importance, and we can't fail on this. So it's not enough you need to get more people involved than just people who care about it because they're nice and they go to church, right? And so you need people who don't go to church to care about this and to cooperate. And I think that theme has been brought up. It's not only church. I'm not trying to be confessional here. I'm just saying. But this is a theme that's come up quite a bit throughout the day, I think. And it's being nice is not enough. Having good intentions is not enough. If we're actually going to have something that has a consequence on the ground. Not to say we need to get dirty, but we need to get less idealistic about it. And that's something that Callum brought up as well. So I just, another kind of related, and I just kind of want to have a few short answers like this and then get to some longer discussions. But I think there's a range of experience with Hungary here. I think this is your first trip here, right? You've been here before, and you've been here for 5 years or more. Nir, you've been here many times. What is a lesson or something you've taken away from your experience here, either at the Danube, other institutions, or from Hungary in general, that you find interesting and that you perhaps were expecting, but that is applicable to perhaps to some of the issues we were discussing today, whether it be persecution of Christians or status of minorities?
There are two important words that are, if you zoom out on this discussion, one is identity and the other one is tolerance. The European discussion in Hungary has been a very important and interesting player here because of the position it took on some of the questions. We've heard it in the previous panel regarding immigration. When identity is lost, sometimes what you also lose is the understanding how identity plays a role in understanding some of the conflicts in places like the Middle East. And then afterwards, some of them were exported themselves to Europe. And in that sense, Hungary, with some of the policies regarding immigration and some of the discourse it's created, created some controversy in Europe, but certainly highlight on an issue that is important, because sometimes when I speak to Europeans who cannot understand why identity matters, because they don't feel that there is an identity in some ways in their lives, and therefore they cannot understand why is it that other people fight. That's, I think, broadly an important lesson for a short answer.
Ambassador? You have the most experience of anyone here in this country.
Yeah, but again, if I will tell about my experience in Europe and in Hungary, then we'll be very optimistic, because Hungary managed to find a solution to the problem that it was separated from 1/3 or roughly more than 1/3 of its population and lost 2/3 of its territory in 1921 and again in 1945. But on the other hand, what I beg to claim is that, and I said it yesterday, we are all equal at the end of the day. We are all born equal. The human brain is the human brain. Now, you spoke about identity, and maybe you don't need to focus so much on the identity. You can have other things. It could be. I don't know. But what I want to emphasize is that in the right way, if we act, we can solve the problem. It will take time. It will take international effort. You cannot just say, okay, that's your problem, solve it. You have to help. There is a question of what do we do with all the migrants who came? Do we want, there was a program some years ago that instead of letting the migrants to immigration to come to Europe, let's stop it by making or creating the right circumstances or conditions for people not to want to leave the place in order to find a better future in working. It was abandoned to the best of my knowledge. The Germans were leading it. Everybody was fed up with it and they lost it. Everybody is looking for the instant solution. There's no instant solution, and the very same way that Europe helped to destroy, I'm sorry to say, but Europe helped innocently to destroy the Arab Spring, if Europe continues to play its acts this way, it will never solve this minority problem.
Quickly, like Budapest as a city has exceeded my expectations in a positive way. But on the other hand, like geopolitically, of course, first point, it helped me to understand a little bit more about like me as a Syrian who lives in Europe, we only hear about like, I will be frank here, about Hungary in both ways. It's a corridor for illegal immigration. And the second point, they love Putin. This is the stereotype that they have. But the first time I landed here, I met a young gentleman who received me in the airport, and he explained to me a small bit that no one is aware of, even when I sat with some NATO officers, that there is a small minority living in southern Ukraine, and they are mistreated. So Hungary has its own concerns about Ukraine, isn't because they love Putin, but because there are other factors. On the other hand, it helped me to understand another thing, that I was always like confused. Shall I like mentioning the identity? Shall I categorize Hungary as a Balkan or as a Europe? And how could they survive to build like kind of like promising experience with being like at that challenging position as a like from like an idea perspective? And I find out that some methods and some strategies that they have used to be able to survive and to compound both factors as like as a powerful and strengthened points, where they were able to build out of that like a promising experience rather than being too challenging factors that will lead them to destroy themselves.
I think one of the primary reasons that people and governments really avoid talking about and working on religious persecution issues, particularly Christian persecution in the Middle East, is because it's super easy to step into it, metaphorically speaking. It's really easy to say something wrong, and now the senator has to issue an apology, and why bother if it's just easy to not say anything? From what I've learned during my time here in Budapest and knowing some of the work that Hungary does on Christian persecution, there's a demonstrated mastery of talking about Christian persecution, particularly in the Middle East, that I think every other government, particularly Washington, has an opportunity to learn from and model.
Excellent. So one thing at the Danube Institute that many of the other conferences focus on as a classical liberal think tank oriented towards conservatism, whatever that can mean nowadays in a time of upheaval, but this is that there is a civilizational decline in Europe that we're witnessing, and that this is something that we're trying to fight and to resurrect. In fact, we have a conference a month from now, right, about this very issue in Oxford. So how do we now, conferences, how do we bring back Christendom, or bring back this concept of Christendom? And so this is a theme that's constantly throughout, we see this in the Danube Institute's formatting and programming. So one thing I've noticed, and it happened at a dinner not long ago in Jerusalem, is that unexpectedly I had hosts, well, I should have expected it, but it just came as a little bit of a surprise, that hosts were saying that for them it was just clearly obvious that the problem is that Europe has abandoned its Christian roots, right? And this is why Europe is kind of lost in a drift. And this is both from Jewish and Muslim interlocutors, or people, like partners. And I don't know why it surprised me at the time, but the more I thought about it, it's pretty obvious to anyone in the Middle East that Europe is kind of adrift, and because it's precisely because it's abandoned core elements of its identity, which let's say in Israel and the Middle East, people have not abandoned. So is there not a strength, a civilizational strength that persists in the Middle East from keeping true to some core elements of our identity that in the secular West we've just kind of let flit off in the air in our times of prosperity? I mean, it may seem like these confessional orientations or some of the ethnic passion or rivalries that exist in the Middle East are inherently and only problematic. But is there a positive side to this?
Well, Nicolas, you've opened a question that can fit a 3-day symposium, and that starts really from the formation of Europe. and there are people probably more equipped than I to comment on this, but following the Second World War, one can understand why many Europeans have attempted to adopt John Lennon's Imagine as a national anthem. And in many ways, there is nothing wrong in that, and there's nothing wrong in that as an ideal to a certain extent if we're able to create a world that will be slightly more blind to differences and create a diversity in which will allow all of us to live under. Of course, in theory, there's not much difference between theory and reality, and in reality, there's often is, and a significant one. And the European model has worked for a number of decades to some degree, and in some parts of Europe, and in some groups in Europe until today, I think, very much believe in it. And the problem is that when other people have not adopted that model, it became into a loggerhead. Because if you believe that there is some mindset that doesn't exist because you don't need to deal with it, and then all of a sudden it comes to hit you, and it becomes a conflict. Hyper-identity is not necessarily the solution. The solutions usually, if you want to find a win-win solution, you have to come into the middle. You have to find a way to create a system of tolerance, whether it's not just in Europe, it's much more acute now when we discuss places like Syria. How do you create a power sharing, and how do you create a system that is able, on the one hand, to balance between the identity of the majority and the identity of the minorities, and trying to create aspiration and state, and these are very difficult issues. But it begins with, first of all, understanding that the issues exist, recognizing them, and then finding the way and the formula of how to reconcile between them if you want to find solutions and not to overstress one, and then you would, again, continue to find conflicts.
I still get I still get the impression sometimes when I hear European Union officials talk that just to be passionately religious or committed to one's homeland or have a strong ethnic identity is crazy talk, and you should just go with the flow and imagine a better world. Right?
Well, Nathan Sharansky wrote a beautiful book that spoke about democracy and identity, and he was trying to make the point that in a good number of places, Israel being one of them, United States being another, you see, and actually, if you look at all the European countries, and especially those countries who still have either a cross or a reference to some to some of the origin in their constitutions, and they exist as very solid democracies, partially because of identity and partially because of the founding values that created the Christian, the Judeo-Christian civilization. So there's certainly no conflicts there. The conflicts emerge again when these models always exist perfectly in theory and never exist perfectly in reality. But as I said, that's taking us to a very long philosophical trajectory.
Indeed, maybe next time. Ambassador, do you have any thoughts? Just to go back to the point of it, the strength of identity in the Middle East, right? Is this always? It's often framed as a negative thing, or it's something that they just need to grow out of and become more like Europeans, and everything will be better. Is this? I look at Israel today and I see some. No, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
No, I look at Israel today and I see an example where strong ethnic identity strong national identity is something very positive for the country.
First of all, yes. I don't judge other countries. I can only speak on behalf of my country, but I believe it's not only the issue of religious identity. If you ask about Hungary, okay, Hungary helps Hungarian Christian minorities. I mentioned it yesterday. They're doing a wonderful job with a very limited budget, unfortunately. But I'm talking about the fact that in the Middle East, there are also minorities which are not Christians. You have the Alawites, you have the Druze, you have even the Kurds or the Yazidis. And we all need to help them, and we don't need to be practicing Christians or Jews. We need to be human beings, and human beings with compassion and morality need to help these people, okay? you look at yourself in Europe and you say, well, you know, Europe was not born yesterday. European Union of today exists, but it didn't exist 70 years ago. Okay? Things have to evolve and develop, and the identity is very, very important, but I couldn't care less what identity we're talking about as long as we understand that, first of all, we are living in the era of globalization, which means you cannot watch TV, watch the news, say, oh, bloody idiots, switch it on and turn it to another channel and watch whatever you want to watch. What does it have to do with me? It doesn't concern me. Of course it concerns you, because the same people who have been slaughtered now somewhere in the Middle East or in Africa, next month, in 2 months, 3 months, you will see those who survive, you will see them knocking at your door. What are you going to do with them? So you can say, sit there idle and say, I don't want to deal with it, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. That's fine. At the end of the day, it will bounce back at you. Look at Germany, what's happening today in Germany, and look at other West European countries, countries which were rather turning a blind eye and said, it will be okay, it will be okay. You know, I was in Germany when the big migration wave started. And it created one of the first side effects which it caused was an increase in sexual attacks and anti-Semitism. And the German politicians had beautiful explanations that tried to understand, because they said, you know, they were built up in such an atmosphere where women are a possession or inferior, blah, blah, blah. You can do whatever you want to do with women. And they were educated in an atmosphere where you know, Jews are Satan, whatever. Okay, and that's true. It's an excellent analysis of the facts. Okay, what do we do with it? Nothing. We keep repeating. Every time there was an anti-Semitic incident, even today, 8 years after I left Germany, if there is, God forbid, a terror attack or some kind of intimidation against a Jew or a Jewish institute, I can give you the statement that will be issued from Berlin. And you can test me. If I'm wrong in one word, you can tell everyone that I'm an idiot, but I'm not.
No, this does highlight a broader issue of, as which we're seeing in Europe right now, that the suppression of kind of cultures and local cultures in Germany, France, elsewhere, is leading to a rather disturbing rise in extremism here.
By the way, if I may add something, this adds also to the flourishing of extreme parties, extreme ideas, because people suddenly realize that their values, traditional values, are being challenged, they are being threatened. You know, and only one anecdote to show or demonstrate how the world has changed, and now we are talking about real serious matters. 30 years ago, I was stationed in Austria, and there was a small community in the Alps that appealed all the way to the Constitutional Court of Austria. They rejected opening a branch of McDonald's in their pedestrian zone in the old city, old town. And their argument was that McDonald's threatens the traditional culinary way of Austria. They won, by the way. Okay? Today, it's not McDonald's. The threat is much bigger on your traditional life or way of life. And people sometimes are still asleep, sometimes not, but you have to deal with it.
So I think, like, when I moved to the UAE, because I previously lived in the UAE, I was one of these activists who fought for democracy, and I fought out of my heart, where I had to survive too much massacres, was captured, tortured, then I had to escape through a whole desert with signs and bleeding to cross to Lebanon and sleep in a bus as a child of a wealthy family. So I fought for democracy genuinely, and there are videos of me filming airstrikes on us. But when I arrived to the UAE, it has flipped my understanding completely, because I thought the French or the German or even the Israeli democracy will be the solution for Syria. However, what I find out, no, it's not the best solution. It's like our own version of democracy, and it's the same in Lebanon. It's the same applying to Lebanon, where you have, like, for example, a Swiss model, where you have a one powerful state that holds a one powerful professional army that equipped to counter like the minor local national security challenges without like exposing threats to any of our neighbors nor to anyone else, and create out of that region, out of that country, something neutral geopolitically, but at the same time when it comes to interests and economic interests, the best model will be like Syria is like a meeting of interests point, and the same also applies to Lebanon. And on local levels, we have like local self-autonomies. But on a bigger geopolitical level, you don't have the Iraqi, neither the Lebanese version, where like it has compromised the country rather than solving a solution, where you give like this is a minority, give them better than the others. This is like a bigger minority, give them less, or this is a majority. It's like the key word will be just as His Excellency said, and as I said in the first panel, like we all equal, we all humans, we all citizens of this country. Like the civil state will be the best solution with our own version of democracy, with like a country that is neutral, that doesn't expose any threats, and you build the whole system on sharing the interests not only for the external powers. You find also an ecosystem where like even the local communities, the minorities and the majorities share their own interests. So for example, you have in the Alawite areas, it will be like just like quickly, like you just share interests and you pick out of like the best of each region and each minority and give them investment within that. And when people share interests, this interests will last there forever. It's the opposite of the politics, because for the politics, when the things change externally or internally, people will change their minds.
So, Mariam, you are an Egyptian-American Copt. Okay, so you bring many identities, and you've had to manage many of them along the way. And from New York, too, so that's another identity, right? So what would you say about how is identity always, what are the positive aspects that we can learn from this?
So this is a very, if I'm understanding it correctly, this is a very intimate question. So with your permission, Nicholas, I'd like to answer it with a very short personal story. So I grew up in Egypt. My family immigrated to the U.S. when I was a child, but I spent some formative years in Egypt. And as a child, as a Copt, it's very easy to tell who's Christian, who's not in Egypt, if not by your name, by people know each other's family and villages, by the way you look. It's very, very, very easy to say, okay, this is a Copt, this is not a Copt. And as a kid, I always wanted that to not be true, because just by your name, just by the way you looked, just by your family's name, you were easily targeted, meaning your school teacher would pick you out of the classroom and give you a proper beating, or you'd be sent to the back of the line, or your family would get, applying for a license at the DMV would give you an extra hard time because you have a Christian name, and it says Christian on your ID as well. So again, as a kid, I wished and wished and wished that this was not the case. And let me be clear, I didn't wish that I had a different name or I wasn't a Copt. I just wish that it was a lot harder or difficult for people to be able to tell who you were. And then my family immigrated to the US, and there was an assimilation process, of course, and at some point we were wondering when people were going to ask us what we were, because it's very common in the Middle East. If anybody has traveled to the Middle East or spent some substantive time there, it's a very common question you get, like, what religion are you? It's casual, it doesn't carry the weight that it does in a lot of the Western world. So nobody asked us, so at some point I found myself telling my mom, oh, I think they figured us out, like they know who we are, because that's what happens inside the mind, the psyche of a Copt, but really a minority. You're kind of always operating with this fear. Sorry? surviving mode, but really an instinct that's like somebody knows that I'm different and therefore they will treat me differently because of it. And eventually we came to realize like nobody really cares. That's why nobody asked, because it doesn't matter what you are. And now as an adult, I find myself telling anybody who will listen, I mean, like, if I'm in an Uber and we start a conversation, I will yap their ear off about Coptic Christians and who they are and what I am. And there's kind of this flip of, as a child, I wanted so poorly not to be identified, not my identity to be the first thing that people know about me, because it came with so many consequences and a really heavy price. And as an adult, I want everybody to know who I am and what I am, because I think it matters to be able to identify yourself as something and know what it comes with.
Right. And it's also not crazy to do so, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah. Right. So we'll change the order. We'll start with you next time and come back. I'm going to bring up just one of my areas of engagement since October 7th is, I'm a Roman Catholic, I guess an identity, right, of kind, and not a minority, definitely not. But that's my, and I've been deeply disturbed by the rise of anti-Semitism since the October 7th attacks. I mean, things I never thought I would see in my life have become commonplace. And that's been one of my areas of focus, really, since shortly after the attacks I saw what was happening, both in the U.S. political context, European political context. So Vatican-Catholic relations has been a big issue for me and over the past few years. Just to look at the broader picture, talk about a lot of things have happened and changed since October the 7th. And one of them, in my view, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think Europe's position in the Middle East is substantially downgraded. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I think places like France, Britain, all these former colonial powers who used to think that their voice mattered, in my assessment, especially when it comes to Israel, their voice does not carry the same weight that it once did, and really nowhere else. The rest of the Middle East, I don't think it carries the same weight. So the reason I'm saying all of this is not to go on a rant, but just to say that I would like you to, I think, Mariam, from the U.S. point of view, and then maybe from the Middle East and Israel or Europe, the point of view of what is the role of, thank you, I didn't know that, but what is the role of these two respective countries in the Middle East right now and in addressing these problems? Because, I don't know how, Hungary Helps is doing great work, but ultimately, as you mentioned before, the budget is small. Hungary is a small country, and it seems to be the only European country that's really doing something substantive to address the issue of persecuted Christians and of persecuted minorities in the Middle East. So what is the role of Europe? What is the role of the USA in doing this and Israel? And I think, Mariam, you'd be very well placed to talk about what the USA could do in this environment, right?
Right, and I think this brings us a little bit of a full circle back to one of my first answers about the Christian persecution issue is often looked at from a humanitarian, altruistic perspective, and that's great, but it's not nearly enough. And I think what we're beginning to see with this administration that is really admirable is looking at Christian persecution from a civilizational point of view and looking at it as what it is, which is a national security issue, but really an issue that extends just beyond people suffering. It starts there, and those are the images that move people to act, but I think it needs to be studied from a policy perspective, from a research perspective. Why are Christians persecuted in certain areas? What does the persecution look like from Egypt to Jordan to Iraq to anywhere else in the region? Why is it that the Israeli Christian population is the only Christian population in the Middle East that continues to grow? What about the Israeli model makes it so? So I think for Washington, we really have to start with a lot of questions and really reflect on them in serious ways that isn't just let's send some money and put a Band-Aid on the problem, because we end up paying the price long term for when we dilute the problem down to just, there's some good people and there's some bad people and we should help the good people.
And in your assessment, that assessment is happening right now in Washington?
I think so. It's a peculiar moment, too, because as some of you may know, the president has expressed interest in Christian persecution, and we have a vice president and a secretary of state who are devout Christians. So there is there's that explicit interest in this issue. I think some of the ways in which we're going about it, some of the ways in which Washington is going about it, is a little more just, I have a hammer and I'm looking for a nail to hammer down. For example, the airstrikes on December 25th that the president ordered in Nigeria, not against airstrikes whatsoever. It was an ISIS affiliate. ISIS affiliates are dead is a good thing. But it also didn't address the core issue of what's going on in Nigeria. And it's really easy to send a few airstrikes in and say, give everybody a pat on the back and call it a day. But at the end of the day, you have to reflect and say, okay, this is a start, not the end.
Mazahim, could you tell us a little bit what you think the UAE could potentially, what role it could play in resolving some of these issues of persecuted Christians or persecuted minorities in the Middle East?
I think right now there is a big competition between the GCC states to prove themselves as part of their prestige and PR image in general. I don't want to speak about one specific country because I don't want to be involved in PR game, you know. But we have seen it clearly within the GCC, between the GCC states, that if you want to have a powerful PR and powerful prestigious situation, you have to participate in countering terrorism on all perspectives, including countering Muslim Brotherhood agenda and their organizations and their charities and not only the IRGC and their proxies. And here I want to mention something very interesting about everyone here was saying, just walk away from the majority of that Middle East and make an alliance out of minorities to have a success. We have had the biggest campaign against the IRGC centers and the Muslim Brotherhood centers, and opening the files of the IRGC and Muslim Brotherhood centers in the West for the first time in history after 4 decades of attempts and pushing forward by the Arabs alone, and by the Israelis alone. However, after the Abrahamic Accords, when the doors were open more for security and intelligence cooperation, because our company was a subcontractor on that level, we have seen the Israelis and the Jewish communities using their own skills through the law firms to approach the decision and the lawmakers in the West professionally and use the human intelligence that the Arabs were able to get and the Arabs were able to fund for and to approach the West. Because what was happening right here, the Arabs thought it's like them, you just come with an intelligence report to a Western government and they will tackle. And the Israelis didn't have the recruits, they were doing their best, but it wasn't enough for the law structure or the law jurisdictions. But when we have had that alliance, we have had actions happening on the ground for the first time in history. And this is why when I say there is a lot to build on and to take from there based on interests rather than pushing hatred, I know what I mean, and I have long list of models that also will take 3 weeks, not 3 days, to address.
Ambassador, given your vast experience in Europe, would you have any reflections about what the role of Europe could and should be in addressing, given your vast experience in Europe, what the role of Europe, European countries, Hungary and others, could and should be in helping to address some of these issues?
Well, first of all, I want to mention something. It's a footnote, but it's a very important footnote. We are sitting here today with representative of the most ancient Christian communities. We have Copt, we have Syrians here, and we had earlier this morning this fellow, the visiting professor.
Roman Catholics also? It's a joke, Roman Catholic.
The Ethiopian. The Ethiopian church, the Syrian church, and the Coptic church are the direct link or the closest link to Christ and the apostles. There were Christians long before the cross was the insignia of Christianity. There were Christians long before Catholicism was amalgamated, and then and then I'm talking about as a historian, and then Protestantism and so on. And this is what I was telling Europe. I mean, it's your own egoistic interest, because if they disappear, if they fade away, and they are, you mentioned that apart from Israel, yeah, that's true. They are fading away. In some places they were already destroyed. And this is something that it should bother people. And I don't know, maybe I failed or maybe we failed, it doesn't. What should Europe do? Europe should be more active. The problem with Europe, and you mentioned before that rightfully, Nir or you, I can't remember anymore, but you mentioned that Europe's role in the Middle East has been marginalized all the time. It has been itself marginalized. It's not that, because they always want to deal or to enter into the places where either they can't be of help, or nobody wants them to be there because the role is already occupied, usually by the United States. But when you talk about the minorities, when you talk about Christian minorities, when you talk about giving them money to survive, when you talk about making conditions, everybody is acting upon their own interest. Okay, France still has their interest in the Middle East, especially in the Levant, okay? The UK is also, everybody is working, even Turkey. Now Turkey has interests within Europe, but nobody tells Erdogan to make sure that whatever he does, he keeps the safety and security of the minorities there, because this is this they are not doing. Even the Kurds, who are 45 million, are suffering. They are also a minority in this region. So Europe could and should be much more active. They have the tools how to do it. Sometimes it's economic tools and others. Turkey, and you have NATO. Turkey is a member of NATO. Turkey is a key player there. I mean, apart from the US, who calls the shots, but Turkey is second. And today, nobody's playing. They are not playing their acts, apart from making all kinds of statements. Look, but I'm not surprised. Look at what's happening in Iran. I didn't see the mass demonstrations in Europe or pressing European leaders to take actions, because tens of thousands, according to what was reported, were slaughtered in cold blood in the streets. Nobody gives a damn about it. Sorry. Now, only one word about Israel. We have our own moral, we have our own commitments, but again, when we tried to be very active in protecting the Jews, the big Jews community in Jabal Druze in Sweden, we were told at a certain stage by the Americans, hold your horses. Because Ahmed Eshara complained that this fails him, or it doesn't help him to install or reinstate his or the central authority over Syria. It was mentioned earlier in one of the panels this morning. Come on, I mean, you can't both keep the cake in one piece and eat it. It's either or. Now, from our point of view, the Jews is a security threat or a security guarantee for us, but also we have a moral commitment to the Jewish citizens in Israel, which are, by the way, most of them, they are a pillar in the Israeli armed forces. So you have to work and you have to do things, and then the Americans will tell you, okay, it's enough. And then they cut a deal with Eshara. Of course, he doesn't stick to it, but that's a different story.
Nir, to talk about your machinations in the Middle East would take a long time. So I think we'll go to the next question, and I mean that in the best sense of the word. Yeah. So the next question will be just very briefly in like one or two sentences to talk about, let's say, a minority community. I would like if you could treat the Coptic minority, please, but then also the minorities in Iran, which have not been discussed today, which are quite substantial. I leave it. Discuss one that we haven't talked about today, and one thing that you would like to see an appropriate authority, whether the United States, Europe, maybe Israel, an action that you would like to see it take for the benefit of that minority community. So, yeah.
2 sentences? Is that a challenge?
No, there's no, rather quickly though. Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
The Copts are persecuted in new and exciting ways every year. They invent new ways to persecute Coptic Christians. One of the more interesting things in the persecution of Copts is a culture of impunity imposed on people by the Coptic government basically bad things happen to Copts. People do bad things to Copts, like kidnap girls and burn churches, and nobody pays the price, which means that the cost to persecute a Coptic Christian is very low, and people are incentivized to do it, and that should stop.
And do you think the U.S. we have means by which to stop this?
The U.S. government gives Egypt $1.3 billion a year in foreign military funding. Some of that money is conditioned on religious freedom and human rights. Every year we tell ourselves, Washington tells itself that we will hold that money until Egypt does something, and every year we give them the money anyway.
A separate issue. I'm involved in research on the Sahel, and every time there's a coup d'etat, we declare these countries that are persona non grata, let's say Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, hand them over to jihadists or whatever, or China. And yet, when Egypt had a coup d'etat, it's like, oh, there's no coup d'etat, nothing. It's like all just a transition, right? So, all right, Muzaham.
The only thing I would like the United States and the Western allies to do is that just deliver a clear message to all warlords in the conflict zones in the Middle East by telling them if you don't come to the table to find solutions and serious peace solutions, you will be eliminated, because this is the only way to tell them that.
Oh.
But just like a small comment, you're treating us as a child of the biggest majority on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be like, no one has questioned you about this. It's just like a joke.
I'm sorry?
It's just like a joke. I'm saying you're treating us like
well, I think you have a Trumpian conference of the warlords would be very in the spirit.
Yeah, I think this is the only way, because if you talk to them with politics, as I said, like before, like you have seen that for decades with the leaders of the Palestinian factions. Right now we see that with leaders of PKK, some Druze leaders who are just like going through like as long as there is conflict, as long as there is power and money, so they will never come to...
Okay, so you advocate a Trump warlord conference.
I'm not going to quote you on that. Close the door on them with him, and he will do his job.
Ambassador?
Well, I mean, you can solve the problem if you send the boots on the ground and make some order. Nobody will do it. That's a problem.
I don't think we could, but...
excuse me?
I don't think we could. I don't think we have that many boots.
But, no. Europe and America, NATO has the boots. And
if they could fight, but separate discussion. But.
Yeah, and it's not going to happen. I think the only way to do something seriously is you can do it. It's a two-tier track. First of all, start with small things. It's a long way to go. I mean, it's not a one-off. You can start with small things, and again, Hungary is the good example, but multiply it. This is one thing, and the other thing, I mean, so that's the carrot, and the stick is on the majorities. I mean, you want to hold the support. You won't get this, you won't get that, and as Mariam was saying, I mean, I know with Egypt, I know it from close. They tell them, naughty boy, you won't get it. At the end of the day, there's always something more important, which forces or gives America the excuse to give the Egyptians the money. But if you stick to your principles, and it's a combination of carrots and sticks, you can do it. I mean, I don't want to be sound patronizing, like a child. You mentioned that a carrot and stick, no. But sometimes you have to do it. And parallel to this, work with the minorities. It's a long way, as I said, but even as the Chinese say, even a 1,000-mile long journey commences with one single step.
So emphasizing that this is a long-term problem. There's no the solution or a quick solution, right? Nir?
There's three ways to help minorities in the Middle East. You can extract them, and that's what had happened to many of the Christians in the Middle East. I'm not sure that the Middle East became much better as a result. You can try to advocate for them and help them. We discussed some organizations that are trying to help them, advocate for them towards the plight. But the more complicated thing is to actually try to empower them. In the case of the Druze in Syria, Israel has a chance of playing a certain role. Although, unlike some of the people who spoke before me, my approach would be different. Empowering a minority does not necessarily mean establishing another enclave somewhere in the middle of a mountain. Empowering a minority can also be how to push a country like Syria to structurally work and accept the fact that there's 40% minorities, that needs to be a part of the power structure, that needs to be respected, that needs to have a model that will work. In Lebanon, we have a model that does not work in order to make sure that minorities are respected. And if we'll be able to get a model that accepts power sharing inside the country, it's going to be easier for these countries, certainly Syria and Lebanon, to accept diversity outside their countries, which certainly can create different realities in the Middle East. This is the model that we need to advocate for. This is the model that we need to push. This is where we need the Europeans. This is where we need the Americans. And this is where I think we really need to push.
With many carrots and sticks, right? Okay, all right, very good. So let's close up the conference, and thank you all for your attendance. And with some ideas of solutions that we could bring, I'd like to ask each of you, what do you think, something we can take away from this conference and say, oh, we should be doing this more often, or this could be a potential solution, not the solution, not a solution, maybe the better word would be a way to better to address this, the problem of persecution of Christians in the Middle East. So I would, or persecution of minorities, right? So I think something I've observed over the past, this is not my space, my background security and academic, but I've noticed that in the humanitarian or international religious freedom space, there's not a dedicated forum to talking about this issue, whether it like strictly persecuted Christians. Now that is the legal mandate of Hungary Helps, and that is something that this government and this infrastructure can provide. And that can also provide, I mean, for other Christians, because the persecution of Christians also is involved with the persecution and the difficulties faced by other minorities. So I believe that there is a place to have a regular forum about this matter that is not focused on religious freedom writ large, which you can, at these days anything can be a religion. We need to focus on some established religions, okay, and have a regular forum talking about this that's really focused on the persecution of Christians. So that is what I think could and should happen, bringing appropriate actors together on a regular basis to talk, not only to speak pleasantly about these issues, but to meet each other and to identify concrete actions that we can take or policies that we can push through the various means at our disposal. And I think everyone here at this has some means at their disposal, right? So, and we all do here. So I'll start with you, Miriam. What are your thoughts about that? What is one solution you'd like to see to come from this day we spent? Or not solution, that's a bad word. So what is one action that you'd like to see come from it?
I think I'm going to answer this by saying like what I'm walking away with and how I'm actionable, making today's conversations actionable. And I think it's what I started off by saying, which is that Hungary really has something special here with the way that y'all figured out how to talk about Christian persecution succinctly, broadly, clearly, soberly, without getting into any of the basic troubles that people get into when they talk about the issue. And I think Washington can borrow a lot of the rhetoric and the verbiage that you all have nailed down in talking about this issue. I think that would put Washington head and shoulders above what is currently being done on the issue.
And as happened last week, Hungary Helps signed a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. State Department. So there's certainly an opening for that. Muzakham?
The one thing that I will make, I will do my best to make it actionable, that giving rights to everyone in Syria and Lebanon and Iraq as well, where the Shiite militia groups are mistreating every minority, will be a one powerful state that is established on the rights for everyone, and everyone is equal with a system of a civil state.
It's a long and winding road. It's not a one-off. The Hungarian example is a good start, multiplied.
It's a Paul McCartney song, though, Long and Winding Road, not a little.
Yeah, but it's always a good proverb. And the third thing, now you cut my thread off. And the third thing is that Europe must be made aware that you cannot say it's not my problem, because at the end of the day, and the history, the short-term history proves us, it will bounce back at us here in Europe. So don't say, it's nothing to do with me. And so Europe better wake up before it's too late.
And Roosevelt reminded us that if civilization is to survive, we must cultivate the science of human relationship and the ability of all people of all kinds to find a way to live together in this world. And the principle of, or the prism of minorities, and the understanding that if we're not able to do it, this is going to be, as we've seen the phenomena of failed states, we've seen the worst oppressions in the Middle East. The first people who are getting hurt are minorities. As somebody who is a part of a group that is also a minority in the world, and who have seen in our own history of what it means to be a minority, and I'm speaking now about the atrocities of the Holocaust and the Second World War, we need to be very sensitive to that. And what I'm taking from here is to make sure that that we have a magnifying glass on this issue, and that we're not going to be standing aside when we see minorities that needs help.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank all of the panelists for coming today and coming to Hungary, and we will now hand it off to our Master of Ceremonies and closing comment.
Thank you so much. Yes, it was great.
Always thank you. Well, thank you for hanging in there with us, dear audience. And just imparting thoughts. My father always said that to his 4 daughters, gun control means hitting your target. Anything else is a waste of good ammo. And I keep thinking, as we're talking about the persecuted peoples, that nothing beats a bad man with a gun like a good man with a gun. Now I will carry the program and turn it over to Christoph Berish, Vice President at Danube Institute in charge of international relations. I think I just gave him a promotion.
Well, I guess this is like the Oscars when you learn about the promotion on stage. I'm the international director. I don't want to encroach on the vice president. When I was doing my PhD, and this is not an acceptance speech for my promotion. So when I was doing my PhD, my supervisor told me that any serious piece of scholarship, when it's published in a standalone volume, can be distinguished from a non-serious one from the fact that it has an index of names and places at the end of the publication. Now, if we translate that to conferences, not many times do I participate at summits like this, where there is actually one panel at the end of the whole discussion dedicated at summarizing what we've learned and looking for ways forward, and actually trying to summarize what we've learned today. Now, that being said, that kind of saved me from having to do that. So in delivering my closing remarks, I just have to thank our partners. First of all, MCC, Christian Laszlo, International Director at MCC, and all his people who worked for us. Special thanks to Reka Salamon from MCC, and our own Katja from Danube Institute. I also like to thank the two organizers, Ofir Havri, who is a fellow at the Danube Institute, and Nicholas Nakvim, who is also a fellow at the Danube Institute. We couldn't have done this conference without them. And also thanks to I would like to extend a thank you note for Hungary Helps for the support that they lent us and the support in looking for speakers. And with that, I will close the conference. And one on a technical note. So dinner for the speakers is at 6 p.m. upstairs. in half an hour, so feel free to mingle until that time. And then those of you who have invited an invitation to the speakers' dinner, we will meet you upstairs at the restaurant at 6 p.m. Thank you.